Chapter 1. Orion. 12 deaths, 8 from Starlight Academy, 4 from Zodiac. All students. I was still caked in mud and blood long into the evening, the scent of smoke hanging over me. Countless were injured, but I'd healed as many as I could, then carried even more to Uranus Infirmary. I sent Darius off with the Vega twins back to Ignis' house to ensure they were safe, and when the last of the students were either back in their rooms or being tended to, I headed to my own place with the heaviness descending on me. How the fuck did this happen? How did they get in? Why weren't we more prepared? I headed into Earth territory, curving through the wailing wood, which was eerily quiet, the leaves not even rustling in the still air. I soon arrived at the faculty quarters and unlocked the tall gate to Asteroid Place. The yard was aglow with lights, breaking up the thick darkness on its verges. The long row of brick chalets stretched out ahead of me before the pool, and I spotted Washer sitting on a deck chair, his hair damp and his clothes freshly changed. He held a bottle of something in his hand, and as I drew closer, the acrid scent of vodka hit my nose. I wasn't in the mood to be picky as he wordlessly offered it to me, and I took a long drink, grimacing as I swallowed and passed it back to him. He looked me up and down, eyeing the state of me with horror in his eyes.
I read the cards. Nova didn't believe me.
I nodded stiffly, moving to walk away, but he caught my wrist. His siren power pushed gently against me in a silent offer.
Let me,
he said before I could shut him down.
It's the least I can do to take away some of your anxiety. I should have done more to make Nova listen to me, but even I started to doubt the reading. I have made mistakes before.
The promise of relief tingled against my skin, but I pulled away from him, my lips tight.
It was only by chance I did the reading at all,
he went on.
I was practicing for teaching tarot. You know how I dislike pitball,
Washer said, clearly desperate for me to say something. I sighed. Nymphs act spontaneously to get around our predictions. It is what it is, Brian. He nodded, his throat rising and falling.
What was the final count?
I released a long breath, not needing to ask what he meant. 12. 4 from Zodiac, 2 juniors who stayed to fight and 2 freshmen.
It's a damn miracle it wasn't more,
Washer muttered, sipping on the vodka again. Thanks to the Vega twins. He nodded slowly, his eyes darting to me, then back to the pool.
I suppose you have a theory on what their order is?
I didn't answer that, mostly because I didn't have one, and partly because I could still smell death on me, and I seriously needed some time to myself instead of discussing this. Elaine's calling an assembly at midnight, I growled, then headed down the alley between mine and Washer's chalets. I hadn't fed from Darcy, and I was nearly tapped out magic-wise. It might have been tempting to let Washer siphon off some of the stress, but I was down to the last of my power reserves, and I didn't want to be completely empty right now, just in case this hellish night wasn't over. Maybe I should have fed from her, but it had felt like a dick move, all things considered. Since I'd left Blue with Darius, the lasting imprint of her ashen cheeks and wide eyes were burned into my retinas. She'd fought at my side tonight with the fierceness of a warrior, and she'd saved my fucking life. Now I was adrift without her, my heart trying to tear its way out of my chest in a bid to go to her. Does this change things? No, it couldn't. I couldn't let it. I'd sworn to keep away from her, but after tonight, after how close we'd both come to death, a small voice had awoken in my head that whispered, "Fuck it. We could be dead tomorrow." I unlocked my door halfway down the alley, stepping into the large chalet I called home. I locked up behind me, sealing the door with a shield like usual before switching on the light. The open-plan kitchen diner swept out ahead of me in tones of gray and white. I'd lived here for nearly 4 years now, and it was the one place on campus I felt I could really remove the professor mask. I peeled off my filthy pitball kit, tossing it in the trash and heading into the bathroom. I practically scalded myself in the shower in an attempt to burn away the blood of students and nymphs alike. And when I was done, I pulled on a shirt and smart pants, snatched a bottle of bourbon from the cupboard, and flung myself onto the couch. Tiredness racked every inch of my body, and as I drank way more than I should have before a formal assembly, I found my eyes drifting closed and let myself be swallowed by the sweet nothingness of sleep. My atlas was pinging and someone was pounding on my door. I groaned, shifting to sit up on the couch and finding my bottle of bourbon spilled all over the floor. All right, a third of a bottle of bourbon. I snatched up my atlas, finding it was only 1:45. So why is everyone hounding me right now? "Lance, open up!" Francesca's frantic voice called from the other side of the door. I grunted, checking the message on my atlas and finding it was just a reminder from Elaine. "I really need the backup at the assembly, Lance. The FIB are breathing down my neck, and we need to show them that we're handling this like the professionals we are. Don't be late. Elaine Nova." "Lance!" Francesca banged harder. "I'll break the door down if you don't answer in 5 seconds." I tried to conjure every healing energy into my body to force myself to sober up, but shit, I was running on fumes. I headed toward the door, trying to compose my face into an expression that didn't give away how much I'd had to drink. I disabled the shield around the door and unlocked it, pulling it wide, unable to fight a wince as the glaring lamp above Washer's porch pinched my eye sockets. "You look like shit." Francesca pushed past me with an eye roll and I groaned, pulling the door closed and pressing my back to it. She was dressed in her black FIB jumpsuit, her hazel hair pulled up into a high ponytail, and her features set in a disapproving frown. She gave the room a sweeping glance, taking in the spilled bourbon on the floor, then turned to me with an even harder expression. "You can't do this, not right now." "Skip the lecture." I moved into the kitchen, pouring myself a glass of water and draining it in 2 long gulps. Now I was half cut. My emotions were muffled like I had a pillow pressed over them. Being numb made everything so much easier. "I need to see what happened. The students are too traumatized right now, and Principal Nova is too busy. Show me." She strode forward with her hand outstretched. I caught her wrist, a low snarl rolling out of my throat. "I've got a pounding headache, Francesca. I don't want to throw up from Cyclops invasion as well." She twisted her hand free, her brows drawing together as she finally dropped the FIB act. "Are you all right?" she breathed, her eyes dancing with sympathy. An uncomfortable feeling stirred in my chest as she looked at me like that. "I'm Faye." I barged past her, heading to the mirror on the wall to see precisely how much of a train wreck I was right now. "That's not an answer." She pushed just as I looked at myself. My eyes were bloodshot and darkly shadowed. I looked like death warmed up. Oh shit, I can't go to the orb like this. Elaine will have my balls for earrings. I pushed a hand into my hair, flattening it down while Francesca stepped up beside me with a heavy frown. "You don't have to act like this isn't affecting you." "That's what I teach the students though, isn't it? They are tough, they don't break. Now we're all going to gather in the orb and keep up that lie." She stood there for so long in silence that I had to shatter it again. "Don't you have an investigation to be conducting?" I headed to my room to get a more suitable shirt because this one looked like it had been stuffed under a rock for a week. Francesca followed me, and I ignored her as I stripped off my shirt and took a black one out of my closet, shrugging it on. I turned and found her up in my personal space, her head tilted to one side. "I worry about you sometimes, and I mean that as a friend." She gave me an anxious frown, and I sighed heavily. Francesca was one of my Nebula allies. She'd been in Air House with me at Zodiac, and since she'd joined the FIB, she'd helped me out more than a few times when she was off duty. The nymph situation had been growing out of control for months, and Darius and I had taken it into our own hands to help keep their numbers under control. She tipped me off any time there was a sighting within a 10-mile radius of Zodiac, which was strictly illegal, but she knew the FIB could use all the help they could get, even if they wouldn't admit it. She kept my secrets, and I kept hers. Our trust was implicit, but she never looked at me like that, like I wasn't handling shit. Well, don't, I said simply, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was just before midnight. I've got to go. She nodded, tugging at a loose lock of hair by her ear.
I'll wait here. Top up while you're out so I can look at your memories.
She flopped down onto my bed, looking exhausted, and I was hit with a knee-jerk reaction. No, I blurted, and she stared up at me like I'd grown an extra head.
What?
Her brow creased with confusion. Even I was confused about where that reaction had come from. All I knew was that I needed my bed to myself tonight, with the exception of Lady Bourbon. You can't stay here tonight. I strode out of the room, snatching my atlas on the way as I headed for the door. I heard her walking after me and knew she deserved more of an explanation than a flat refusal. I need some space, all right? Vampire needs. I glanced at her, and she gave me a pointed look before shrugging.
Fine, but you owe me those memories.
She gave me a teasing grin as we headed out of my house and I locked the door. I'm sure Washer will offer them to you more than willingly, I mocked as we walked out of Asteroid Place and along the path through the Wailing Wood.
Ew,
she breathed.
God, does he still make the students wear those skimpy bathing suits?
Yep.
I remember mine used to give me the worst wedgie, and he just loved watching me try to sort it out.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's why everyone called you Wedgessa.
They did not!
She smacked my arm and I chuckled, a weight easing from my chest. I was still lightheaded, and I wasn't sure if it was from the alcohol or my lack of magic. Francesca eyed me with a frown, then held out her wrist.
Here, just don't tell anyone you bit an FIB agent.
My fangs prickled, and I couldn't resist as I caught her arm and slid my teeth into her veins. We paused in the woods, and Francesca rested her other hand against my shoulder as I fed. Her fingers trailed up to my neck and wound into my hair, causing a tight squeeze in my chest. The well inside me started to fill, and relief spilled into my gut alongside it. I pulled away, swallowing the last of the metallic taste and finally healing the haze in my brain. I'd better be on time tonight, I said, and she nodded, understanding what I meant. She checked her watch, then rolled her eyes to the sky.
Well, I guess 5 minutes late is on time for you.
I gave her a slanted grin, then shot away into the trees, using my vampire speed to eat up the distance between me and the orb. I arrived outside and an icy wind gusted across my neck. I glanced behind me with the gut feeling of being watched. I bared my fangs, hunting the buildings circling the orb for any sign of an enemy. But all was quiet apart from Nova's voice carrying from inside. A few FIB agents appeared, patrolling the paths, and I nodded to them before turning away. I silently stepped into the orb, moving to the right of the door and pressing my back to the wall. The place was packed with students, everyone listening attentively to Nova at the far end of the room, while the rest of the faculty sat behind her. On instinct, I hunted for Darius, but I found Blue first. She was with her sister, the two of them surrounded by an army of ass. I had to figure out what that fire was they'd cast. It was driving me mad. I'd fought alongside Darcy and seen the full extent of her power, and I was worried as all hell about what it meant. With magic like that, she and her sister were an official threat to the heirs, to Darius, and no matter what strange connection I had with Blue, it could not stand in the way of me ensuring Darius sat on the Celestial Council and unseated his father in the process. I can control this. Diego Polaris shifted beside her, dropping his arm around her shoulders. My jaw locked and white-hot energy built in my chest. I had the completely irrational urge to go over there and drag him out of the orb by the throat. Be sensible, Lance. It was a one-time thing. She's not yours to be jealous over. Leave it alone. I spotted Darius sitting on his usual couch with the rest of the heirs. Seth's jaw was tight and emotion flickered in his eyes. Some of his pack were quietly sobbing in their chairs and my mouth twitched. Ashanti LaRue had fallen today. She'd been on the pitball team since the start of the year after the former air sentry had graduated. From the red eyes around the room, I could figure out who had been friends with the other three who had died too. A fierce anger rose in me, knowing that the nymphs had taken Ashanti and several others of our kind, their magic stolen along with their lives. The nymphs would pay for this. No doubt the celestial counselors were already preparing a retaliation which would see them brought to their knees.
We are all deeply saddened by the losses our academy has suffered today,
Nova said gravely. She looked preened to perfection, her dark locks coiled into a shining bun, and her clothes immaculate. There wasn't a single sign she'd fought in the battle earlier on as a powerful manticore, but she had. Just like plenty of others in this room. But that was the way of Fae. We kept going even through the hardest of times.
The FIB have sent the bodies home to their families. We will all greatly miss Darren Torkin, Lily Jessops, Harriet Kent, and Ashanti LaRue.
The wolf pack howled as one, the sound piercing my gut. Caleb wrapped an arm around Seth, and Max reached out to hold his hand, taking his pain away with his siren gifts.
Although this tragedy has rocked us to our core, we must remember that we are Fae. We do not falter in the face of adversity. We lift our heads high and walk on. Tomorrow, classes will continue as normal, and freshmen will begin preparation for the reckoning, which will be held this coming week. We will show those cowardly nymphs who skulk in the shadows that we cannot be broken, not even for a moment.
A few people clapped, but most of the students seemed subdued. Nova pressed out an invisible crease from her button-down jacket, then clasped her hands together.
Now,
she said sharply, and everyone lifted their heads.
Zodiac Academy is officially on lockdown. We will not lose a single other student to the hands of the vile creatures who have declared war on us this very day. Curfew will start at 9 p.m. sharp every night without fail, including weekends. Any student found out of their houses after this time will face severe punishment. 250 points will be docked from your house, and you will face detention with Professor Orion.
She gestured to me, and a sea of eyes turned my way. I gave them a dark look to stoke a little fear in the hearts of any rebels considering breaking those orders. Darcy's eyes locked with mine and my lungs compressed. Why was it so fucking difficult to cut her out of me? One look was enough to make me consider risking everything I'd ever worked for. So stop looking, asshole. Nova continued on.
Werewolves will have to run under the moon early in the evening.
They groaned as she went on, and I searched for Darius again as I realized the major issue this curfew posed for us. His gaze butted against mine, as if he was thinking the same thing, and I jerked my head to beckon him. He slid out of his seat, and no one paid him much attention as he moved to the far wall and started a subtle trail toward me. I slipped back out of the door, and a moment later he joined me outside. He said nothing as we headed away toward the shadowy path between Pluto offices and Mercury chambers. The FIB were crawling all over this place, so I kept walking without a single word, turning into the entrance to the offices and shutting the door behind us with a loud clunk. It was deathly silent in the atrium, and the darkness was penetrated by the dim blue glow of lights on the sorting machines. I opened my palm, casting a silencing bubble around us as a precaution. Curfew presents a real issue for your training, I said, folding my arms. Darius nodded. Yeah, and I still don't even have my own draining dagger to practice with. Have you got back everything else that your pal Milton stole? I asked in a dark tone. I'd gut that kid for burning down Darius's room if I wouldn't lose my damn job for it. I got back a few coins that were in his room, he growled. It's hard to say if he took any more than that, and I can't ask him outright about the dagger. It'd draw too much attention to it. But he's too thick to realize what it is. Stupidity is dangerous around something like that. What if he starts cutting himself? I hissed, running a hand down the back of my neck. Well, he'll fuck up his whole life if he gets caught doing that. A tense moment passed between us as the weight of his words settled in the air. We'd both lose everything if we got caught, but we were too far down this road to stop now. The last thing we need is the FIB getting their hands on it, I said anxiously. It's not traceable, but if they know an artifact like that is floating around campus, they'll start a witch hunt. Your fuck buddy will keep them off our backs, Darius taunted, but I wasn't in the mood for games. Francesca covers for me when we go after nymphs. She's not aware of my other hobbies, I said dryly, even though Darius knew that. He just wanted a rise out of me, which meant he was in a seriously bad mood and playing with fire. I think she'd still take a bullet for you even if she did figure out that you... I stole the air from his lungs with a twist of my fingers, and he spluttered heavily. A crunch had sounded outside. A footstep for sure. Darius glared at me as he caught his breath, but the look I gave him told him exactly why, and his eyes whipped to the door. I'd cast a silencing bubble around us, but an FIB agent could have breached it if they'd sensed it. I leaned in close, speaking into Darius's ear. I have a feeling the FIB aren't being transparent with their investigation this time. They're watching all of us. I'll message you privately, delete everything I sent the second you've read it. He nodded, and I dropped the silencing bubble, just before he shoved me hard in the chest. My friend died out there. I can't keep calm and just sit in that assembly, Professor. You need to take a breath, I boomed. If you lose control of your order form, I'll dock you 20 house points. Fuck you! Darius stormed out of Pluto offices, and I marched after him into the night. 20 house points and you can meet me in detention Thursday evening, I bellowed after him. That ought to give us a chance to practice. The air was eerily still, but a shadow moving in my periphery alerted me to the slinking FIB agent, strolling along as if he hadn't been there the entire time. I wouldn't want your job, he joked, but his eyes trailed over me in a way that made me uncomfortable. It'd be fine if the kids actually behaved, I said, slapping on a smile, and he nodded slowly. I hear that. I've got a 10-year-old who starts a rebellion every other week. You got kids? Nah, not really my calling in life. Says the teacher. He cocked a brow. Well, if there's one way to put you off having kids, it's being around a bunch of teenagers 24/7. You'll change your mind on that one day. Besides, you're only young. You can't have been graduated long. You look about the same age as my eldest. I kept my smile in place, but it was beginning to hurt my face. Don't presume you know shit about me, asshole. 4 years out. He looked me over. And you're a professor? At this academy? How'd you pull that off? Nosy shit. Straight A's in my finals. And Uncle Acrux pulling strings, so I'd have to be within a mile radius of his son at all times. I didn't even want to be a goddamn teacher, though I doubted anyone else could tell that. He released a low whistle. Well, I bet you make friends with the students easier than you do with the faculty, eh? My eyes sharpened, and my smile fell away dramatically. This guy wasn't casually interested in me. He was fucking interrogating me, and that riled up a fierce storm in my blood. You want to dance, shitbag? I've been to hell and back tonight, so you're a walk in the park. I don't make friends with anyone very easily, least of all students, Mr. Malone. Gordon Malone. It just struck me as odd that you brought Lionel Acrux's son all the way out here to have a private chat. I hear on the grapevine that your family have a special kind of relationship with theirs. Triumph flared in his eyes like he'd won this game, that he'd caught me out at something. But hell if he had. My eyes slid over him as I hunted for his badge and rank. Jackpot. This loser was beneath Francesca. Because just like me, she'd aced every job she took on in life. She climbed the ranks at the FIB faster than anyone else in her training class, and she hadn't stopped climbing since. Well, Mr. Malone, I suppose your superior agent Skye will be wondering where you've run off to. His brows jumped up. You know her? Yeah, I'd like to think I know my girlfriend pretty well. I watched the blood run from his face all the way down to his shiny little boots with a twisted satisfaction. It wasn't entirely accurate, but she wouldn't deny it if he brought it up. Not that I expected he would now. He knew he was interrogating the man that kept company with his boss at night. He cleared his throat. Yes, well, you're probably right. You won't, tell her that That you what? I smirked.
Nothing.
He dipped his head.
Have a good night.
He hurried away and my shoulders dropped. That was one crisis averted, but I had much bigger problems facing me this week. It looked like the Vega twins were about to emerge in their order forms, and they'd proved that they were now a genuine threat to the throne. On top of that, the lunar eclipse coincided with the reckoning, which meant I was about to be worked off my ass preparing freshmen for both events while trying to figure out a way to stop Darius's father from bringing a plague down on Solaria. At Zodiac, they called this Hell Week, and this year, it was more literal than ever.
Chapter 2. Tori. Tor? Darcy's whispered voice reached out to me where I was hiding in slumber, and I recoiled from it with a groan. Tori? She said a little louder. No, I mumbled, pulling a pillow over my head. I was dog-tired. We were in my room in Igna's house, neither of us wanting to part company since the horror of the nymph attack. After everything that had happened after the pitball match yesterday, and attending that assembly where Nova had basically told us to suck it up and get on with our education, we'd stayed up into the small hours talking. I guessed at some point we'd both passed out, but I had no idea why the hell Darcy thought it was a good idea to wake me up again. From the aching in my limbs and foggy brain, I could only imagine it was the armpit of dawn, and I had no reason to want to see that time of day. "Can you hear that?" Darcy asked, the note of concern in her voice making me lower the pillow an inch. I groaned again as I rolled onto my back and lay still until a strange sound reached my ears. It was like the distant clang of a metal gong. "What is that?" I asked, forcing myself up a little onto my elbows and blinking the sleep from my eyes. Darcy was sitting up in my bed, her arms folded as she cocked her head to listen. It could be anything in this crazy school. Maybe manticores play the gong to replenish their magic, or harpies like to dance to gong music under the light of the moon just for the hell of it, I suggested. Darcy laughed half-heartedly, and we both fell silent as the dull chime of the gong rang out again, sounding a little nearer this time. It wasn't really a dancing under the moon kind of sound, though. It was more ominous than that, like the promise of something to come. A shiver ran down my spine at that thought, and I pushed myself upright. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but shall we get an early start? Maybe head for breakfast at the Orb? I asked. Now that I was awake, and that damn gong was ringing out, I didn't imagine I'd be getting much more sleep anyway. I was thinking the same thing, Darcy replied, relief lacing her tone. I moved to get out of bed, but my atlas suddenly released a loud ring which I'd never heard from it before. Darcy's did the same on the desk across the room, and we exchanged a look before I hooked mine off of the nightstand to see what this was about. As my gaze fell on the message, my eyes widened in surprise, and I held it out so that Darcy could read it too. "Welcome to Hell Week. You and the rest of the freshman class are now formally beginning the week leading up to the reckoning. During this week, you must pass the trials of your elements before taking part in the final assessment, which will determine whether you are worthy of your place at our prestigious academy. To make sure you are thoroughly challenged, the rest of the student body will be throwing further tests your way at every turn and making your lives hell. Will you make the cut for this year's official enrollment? It's time to prove how fey you are. Yours, Principal Nova." "What the crap?" Darcy breathed in disbelief. "A bunch of people died yesterday. I get that Nova said we have to carry on with our education if we want to be strong enough to stand against the nymphs in the future, but this seems like a bit much." "Everything in this fucking place is a bit much," I growled. "What do they mean the rest of the student body will be making our lives hell?" Darcy questioned. "Well, that bit at least won't be any different," I joked. "In fact, if they've got to spread their attention between all the freshmen instead of just focusing on us, then maybe we're in for an easier time than usual. That'd be nice, though I get the feeling it will just make the target on our backs even bigger." Darcy sighed. "Maybe you're right. At least we're used to it." I pushed myself upright and ran my fingers through my hair as I fought against the urge to crawl back into bed. The clash of the gong was getting louder, and I got the sense that it was to do with this Hell Week shit. "Freshmen!" A girl's voice carried loudly from out in the corridor, and I hesitated as I looked towards my closed door. "Hell Week is upon you! You have 15 minutes to get yourselves ready for class and get out of your rooms. Anyone who doesn't appear voluntarily will be dragged out. You have been warned." I looked back at Darcy and groaned. "Why does it have to start so early in the morning?" I asked. "It really is going to be hell if they wake me up at this time every day." "Let's hope that's the worst of it," Darcy replied as she got up too. We exchanged a look, which said we both knew that was unlikely, before I headed into the ensuite. I clipped my hair up before jumping into the shower, letting the hot water wake me up, despite the longing I felt for pillows and soft sheets. I emerged quickly, leaving Darcy to take her turn as I dressed in my academy uniform and tamed my hair into something respectable. As I started applying my makeup, my atlas pinged with a private message. I reached for it automatically, my lips parting in surprise as I saw who it was from. Caleb. "So, I'm thinking we need to draw a few lines in the sand." I frowned in confusion, wondering what he meant by that before replying, "Tori, talking in riddles only makes you seem like more of a douchebag." Caleb. And there was me thinking that was impossible. I'm talking about keeping the two sides of our relationship separate. Tori, we don't have a relationship. I tossed my atlas onto my bed dismissively and returned to the task of completing my makeup. Darcy appeared from her own shower and claimed another uniform from my closet without bothering to ask. As we were the same size and everything, we'd long since taken to stealing each other's clothes as standard. And even though we weren't as short on options as we used to be in the mortal world, it was a habit that we weren't likely to break anytime soon. It was familiar and natural, and one of the few things that hadn't changed when we'd come to this insane academy. My atlas pinged behind me, and again, and again. "You're popular this morning," Darcy commented, eyeing it with interest. I grunted in response. "Caleb's just trying to get into my pants again." She snorted a laugh. "How hard are you going to make him work for it?" "He took part in the whole throwing us in a pit business, so I'm thinking I'm done with him," I said dismissively. "Yeah, you totally should be," she agreed. "But that look in your eye says you're not." That's just the part of my brain which is blinded by his hotness. I refuse to listen to her because she's a slut. The sensible part of my brain says hell no, and I'll be keeping company with her and her chastity belt from now on. "Okay," Darcy said in a way which told me she wasn't totally convinced, but there wasn't much I could do about that. My track record spoke for itself. The atlas pinged again, and again. "At least let's see how hard he's groveling," she said with a wicked smile. I laughed and moved to grab my atlas from the bed. Caleb. "That's so cold, Tori. I know you felt things too. The noises you were making in response to them are kinda hard to deny. Winky face." Caleb. "Do you want me to beg? Do you like the idea of getting me on my knees for you?" Caleb. "Are you ignoring me now? Can't we just agree to disagree about the whole throne issue and take out our frustrations over the situation on each other? I promise I'm super frustrated over it, and it will take a lot of work to make me feel any better about it." Caleb. "You want to see how frustrated I am? I really need help working through this." The last message contained a photograph which Caleb had taken of himself in a mirror after getting out of the shower. His blonde curls were damp and looked darker than usual, and every inch of his exposed, muscular body glistened with fat drops of moisture. The picture cut off at his waist, and his navy eyes blazed with an intensity which made me swallow a lump in my throat. Caleb. "Want to come over and see the rest?" Darcy released a breath of laughter. "Well, he certainly knows what he wants." My gaze raked over the picture of his tight abs glistening with water, and I groaned. Why does he have to be such an asshole? I complained. Well, if he wasn't, you probably wouldn't like him at all, she reasoned, and I couldn't help but laugh at that. That is a tragically accurate assessment, I agreed. I decided to leave Caleb hanging and closed down the private messages with a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. Time's up, freshman! The girl's voice came from beyond my door again, and we looked around at it with concern. Come on out to face hell! It'll only be worse if we have to come get you. This school is insane. Darcy groaned as she placed her satchel over her shoulder, and we prepared to head out there. I stuffed my atlas into my own satchel and threw it on as we moved towards the door. Shield? I suggested at the last second, imagining someone waiting outside the door to throw a bucket of water over our heads or something. Good idea, Darcy agreed. We both threw up a strong shield of air magic, and I opened my door with my heart in my throat. The door swung wide, and I held my breath as we stepped out to find nothing. The corridor was abandoned. I exchanged a look with Darcy and quickly locked up behind us as we headed for the stairs which led down to the common room. The only sound was the persistent clang of that far-off gong, which my heart was quickly falling into rhythm with. We descended in silence, but the second my feet landed at the foot of the stairs in the common room, I fell still. The whole room was full of students clad in long black robes with plain white masks concealing their faces. For a moment, nothing happened. They all stared at us through the eye holes in their masks, and I felt like I'd just stumbled into a creepy-ass cult nightmare. Opposite me, I recognized Marguerite's flaming red hair falling behind her white mask as she raised a hand to point at the two of us. Fresh meat! She cried, and as one, every student in the room lunged at us. I screamed, throwing more energy into the shield I'd created, and accidentally creating a blast of air magic which crashed out from us and slammed into them, knocking students from their feet and tumbling across the red carpet. Oh shit, I breathed, glancing around at what I'd done, but Darcy had already caught my hand and she yanked me to get me moving, as the Ignis students recovered from their shock and came for us again. We ran through the center of the room as flames crashed into the outside of the shield Darcy was maintaining, and I scrambled to throw up another of my own to help her. Stop running and drop your shields! Marguerite demanded, her voice thick with coercion. With our focus fully on maintaining our magic, we hadn't even been attempting to keep our minds guarded from that kind of attack. The two of us stumbled to a halt, the shields blinking out of existence instantly. We were swamped by a group of guys big enough to make me think they were seniors, and they wrenched us away from each other. I swore at them, thrashing as I fought to break free of their hold, but they only laughed as they carried me back through the common room and shoved me to my knees before Marguerite. Darcy was pushed down beside me, and she swore at the guys restraining her with enough vigor to make a few of them laugh. Don't fight back, Marguerite commanded, and my traitorous body fell still as I cursed myself for not expecting that. Her eyes sparkled with excitement beneath the creepy, expressionless white mask, and she leaned towards me with a black marker in her hand. Her coercion glued me in place as she scrawled something across my forehead before turning and offering the same treatment to Darcy. Now run along to class, Marguerite ordered. I sprang to my feet and hurried from the room with Darcy at my side, the coercion forcing us to run. The crowd of robed Ignis students parted to make way for us, laughing their asses off as we went. As we made it outside, I felt the grip of her power loosening, and I gritted my teeth as I finally managed to throw it off and stop running. Darcy halted beside me, and I looked at her with a frown. The words, "Just talk to my raven," were scrawled across her forehead in thick black marker. What does mine say? I asked, after telling her what they'd written on her. Whore, Darcy replied with a sigh. She's not very original, is she? I don't think she's ever had an original idea in her life, I agreed. I channeled some water magic and tried to use it to clean the marker from Darcy's skin, but it wouldn't budge. I'm guessing this is stuck on magically? Darcy sighed after the third attempt failed. So we're stuck like this? I asked. Yep, Darcy replied. Great. We trudged towards the orb, while I offered up many creative insults about Marguerite, and Darcy smirked appreciatively. As I finished venting, I noticed a crowd of students in black robes hanging out near the orb ahead and paused. I'm suddenly not feeling so hungry, Darcy muttered. My stomach growled its disagreement, but I turned away too. It didn't look like there was anything but trouble waiting in the orb today anyway. A hiss drew my attention to the shadows beside Venus Library, and I turned to find the cause of it with a frown. Hey, guys! Sophia whispered, waving us closer as she spotted us. She was deep within the shadows, her back pressed to the brick wall of the library as she glanced about nervously. What are you doing? I asked with a smirk as we drew closer to her. Trying to avoid the attention of the Terra House Juniors, she explained. They're tying freshmen to the spire of Neptune Tower with vines. I turned to look in that direction, and my eyes widened as I spotted a ring of students bound to the roof 10 floors up, exactly as she'd said. Oh my God, Darcy breathed. Did you know about this Hell Week stuff before today? I asked Sophia, dragging my gaze from the terrified freshman. No, but I just called my mom and she was laughing her head off, told me good luck and said that's how it's done here. It's kept secret from the freshmen on purpose. As Sophia leaned forward a little to get a look around, I noticed the words Vega Asslicker written on her forehead, and I pursed my lips angrily. So did your mom give you any other advice on how to survive this week? Darcy asked her. She just said that we can't take it lying down. We have to try and fight back, which is why I came to the library, actually. Sophia produced a book and opened it to a page where she'd wedged her thumb. I think I found the spell we need to unstick this pen from our faces. Really? I asked excitedly. I hadn't exactly been thrilled about walking around with the word whore branded to my forehead for the foreseeable future. Yeah, if I get it wrong, it might take off a chunk of skin, though, she added with a nervous laugh. I exchanged a glance with Darcy, then released a deep breath. Just try it out on me, I offered. I can always go to Uranus Infirmary if it goes horribly wrong. Are you sure? Sophia asked, though she was already raising her hand towards me, sparks of magic twisting between her fingers. I trust you, I confirmed, closing my eyes. Sophia's fingers brushed my skin, followed quickly by a wave of cold energy. There was no pain, and I slowly opened my eyes as she drew back, finding the two of them grinning at me. It worked, I confirmed. It did, Sophia said with a squeal of excitement. She quickly performed the magic on her and Darcy, and I glanced out towards the path once more to keep watch as she did. A bolt of fear ran through me as a group of 10 juniors rounded the corner, vines curling around their arms as they wielded their magic. Before I could duck out of sight again, one of them spotted me. Fresh meat! He bellowed, and the three of us screamed as we darted away down the darkened path between Venus Library and Mercury Chambers. I threw a handful of flames over my shoulder to slow them down, and we scrambled around the building, turning left as we ran on. The juniors were bellowing a battle cry as they chased us, and my heart thundered with panic. Any ideas? I gasped as Darcy directed a crash of wind behind us, knocking the juniors from their feet for a moment. They were already scrambling upright again before I turned my attention back to the path before me. I've got one, Sophia cried. She tossed Darcy her satchel, then yanked off her blazer, quickly followed by her shirt, then skirt. I grabbed the clothes from her as she threw them my way, and she ripped her shoes from her feet, leaving her in her socks and underwear. She didn't waste time on removing those before bursting into her order form and shredding through them. Her beautiful pink Pegasus form towered over us, and she dipped her wings so that Darcy could jump onto her back. The juniors were yelling curses at us as they saw their prey preparing to escape, and huge vines sped our way like 1,000 slithering snakes. Darcy yelled out as she threw a fireball at the vines, destroying them and giving me time to leap up onto Sophia's back behind her. With an excited whinny, Sophia took off at a gallop, and the wind swept through my hair at the immense speed. The juniors yelled behind us as we escaped, and with a few powerful beats of Sophia's wings, we launched into the sky. I let out a whoop of triumph, my heart soaring as the ground sped away beneath us. Darcy was laughing excitedly in front of me, and the smile on my face was so wide it made my cheeks ache. Hell Week at Zodiac Academy had just begun, but we'd survived a whole lot of crap already since coming here, so we could handle this. The wind whipped through my hair, and the beautiful sight of the academy grounds sprawled out beneath us, filling me with a joy so intense it made me ache. The heirs didn't think we could make it through the reckoning, but as I looked down upon the academy I'd begun to think of as home, I was determined to prove them wrong. We were Fae, and we belonged here, and we'd be staying no matter what. Chapter 3. Darcy. I sat in Cardinal Magic class between Tori and Diego, coming down from the high of riding across the grounds on Sophia's back. The longer I sat there, the more the thrill in my veins gave way to anxiety. The thought of seeing Orion again in the cold light of day was making me feel all kinds of messed up emotions, none of which I wanted to concentrate on, because if I boarded the over-analytical train to Insanity Town, I'd be stuck on it all day. Tyler Corbin hurried in 5 minutes late, but it didn't matter considering Orion still wasn't here. The class was loud with chatter as they spoke about Lily Jessops, who had sat in the back row of our class all term. I felt bad that I'd never spoken to her. She'd been quiet, and I hadn't known whether her allegiance had laid with us or the heirs. It saddened me to know she'd been lost to the hands of the nymphs. Someone had cast a tribute of moss and glittering flowers all over her desk, which continually closed up, then bloomed all over again. "It's just so hard to lose such a dear friend," Kylie was sobbing. Her friends grouped around her as she dabbed her eyes. "Lily was such a sweet girl." I'd never once seen Kylie hanging out with her, and I shot a glare over my shoulder at the attention-seeking act she was performing. Why did she think it was all right to use someone's death to get herself a few pats on the back? It was disgusting. My atlas pinged along with everyone else's in the classroom, and I frowned as I took it out. Zodiac Academy has been mentioned in the Celestial Times. I clicked on the article with a feeling of dread in my stomach, and my gut lurched even more when I found what I'd suspected. It was written by Gus Vulpecula. "Attack on Zodiac. Zodiac Academy remains on high alert while the Fae Investigation Bureau continue to shed a light on the mass nymph attack which occurred yesterday afternoon on the school's grounds. At the end of the pitball match between Zodiac and Starlight Academy, which kicked off the inter-school tournament, the stadium was overrun by nearly 50 nymphs, many of which possessed elemental magic stolen from Fae they'd killed in previous incidents. 12 students, 8 from Starlight and 4 from Zodiac, have been named amongst the dead, and a vigil is expected to take place in a week's time to commemorate their loss. In true Fae fashion, Principal Elaine Nova has informed all parents that there will be no hiccups in the education of their children, and school hours will continue as usual. With the freshmen facing their official enrollment exams this week, it is predicted that a higher number of dropouts will occur than usual. That being said, the potential of the Fae who do make it under such pressure will be celebrated for their strength in times of adversity. Amongst those taking part in their exams, and who were also present for the attack, were Tori, Roxania, and Darcy Gwendolina Vega. Reports from eyewitnesses state they saw both Vegas casting a mysterious red and blue fire during the battle. One witness and student at Zodiac Academy, Miss Marguerite Hellebore, gave this statement. "They seemed to think they were helping, but their magic was rogue and dangerous. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the deaths were caused by their attacks." Other witnesses have spoken of the Vega's ineptitude during the fight, and many are calling for them to have a mental examination before being allowed to proceed with the reckoning. Though it once seemed that the Vega twins were nothing but a slightly unbalanced yet relatively harmless duo, it now seems we have more to fear from them than first understood. Bets are being made kingdom-wide over which order the two of them will emerge as, but the rumors are rife about the possibility of two more dragons rising to power. High Lord Lionel Acrux was unavailable for comment, but his son Darius had this to say. We are all greatly saddened about the event which occurred at our beloved Zodiac Academy. Alongside my fellow heirs, I intend to take measures against the nymphs for bringing such tragedy on our people. In regard to the Vega twins, I have little to say except that in this time of great need, it would be most appropriate if they publicly renounce their claim to ensure the future of Solaria falls into capable hands. The other heirs have expressed similar wishes, but with rumors circling that the Vegas do indeed intend to make a bid to claim their throne, one must wonder why they haven't yet come forward to state their own views on the coming war and how they would hope to handle it. Upon reaching out to them late last night for a statement, I was refused by both parties. Pressing for more information, I discovered from a reliable witness who wished to remain anonymous that Tori Vega was engaged with multiple sexual partners throughout the night, whilst her sister circled the halls, anxiously looking for a raven she had apparently lost sight of during the battle. The only possible conclusion I am able to draw from their behavior is that the two Vega twins share the mad streak of their father, and will certainly bring another reign of savagery down upon Solaria if they were to lay their claim and win. Bullshit, I hissed, tossing my atlas onto my desk with a clatter. This is complete lies. That Gus guy has a date with my fists, Tori snarled. Sniggers sounded from plenty of our classmates, but not as many as I'd expected. It's okay, chicas. No one believes anything written in the Celestial Times, Diego said, and Sophia nodded, her eyes glimmering. I'd like to be there on that date, though, Tori, Sophia said proudly. I'd bring the fury of my hooves. You sure did in the battle, I said to her with a grin, and a glow filled her eyes. Hey, Darcy, Tori? I whirled around, finding Tyler standing before us, looking slightly awkward as he raked a hand through his blonde-tipped hair. Yeah? Tori asked with a look that said she was preparing to blast him into oblivion if he said something about that article. I just wanted to say, well, what you both did when the nymphs showed up, it was really brave. And I'm not sure I would still be here if it wasn't for you two. That Gus Vulpecula guy is a filthy liar. My mom works for the Daily Solaria, though, so I'll make sure she gets the truth. The real truth. He placed something down on my desk, then on Tori's before hurrying back to his seat. I picked up the green leaf he'd given me, which turned to a deep rust color, then gold, before words spread across it. Shock took hold of me as I read them. Thank you. I found Tori holding a matching one, and she looked to me in complete surprise. Orion strode into the room and slammed the door so hard, I nearly dropped the leaf as my gut knotted, and I was suddenly too hot everywhere. He half glanced my way, then looked firmly forward, marching up to the head of the room. I frowned as I noticed he had a watermelon under his arm, and as he arrived at his desk, he planted it down and took something out of his suit jacket pocket. I recognized Diego's beanie hat as he slid it over the watermelon, picked up a pen, and started drawing a face on it that looked like an angry little gremlin. He angled it toward Diego, then pointed at him. You want this back? Yes, sir, Diego said, rage making his temple pulse. Then I encourage you to try and get it back before the lesson ends. Diego gawped at him, making no move to get up as Orion swiped his electronic pen from the desk and turned to the board. It was Seth who'd taken that hat from Diego, and it was hardly fair he had to work to get it back from Orion now. I sensed it wouldn't be as simple as him walking up there and grabbing it either. Orion stepped aside, revealing what he'd written on the board. You are all bottom-feeding losers. My mouth fell open as he glared at the class, looking like he was about to unleash the apocalypse on us. This is Hell Week, he snapped, and everyone flinched from his ferocious tone. And you're all fucking useless. Oh my God, sir, Kylie piped up. Lily just died. How can you even... Orion lifted a hand and snapped his fingers together. She spluttered and choked, holding her throat and rising from her seat in a panic. Orion strode casually down the aisle, and my heart thrashed against my chest as he paid her absolutely no attention. "She's suffocating!" Jillian wailed, patting Kylie on the back as she turned blue. "Professor!" I gasped as he drew near me, and he shot me a dark glare. "Yes, Miss Vega?" he questioned, totally calm, that twisted smile pulling at his mouth. "She's choking," I hissed, and he shifted his gaze to Kylie as if he'd just noticed her. 5 points from air for stating the obvious. He strode past me, and I swiveled in my seat, glaring at his back as he went. "Miss Minor," he pointed at Jillian. "Name 3 constellations and their Latin names that aren't star signs." Jillian opened and closed her mouth, shaking her head. "Do so, or your friend here is going to pass out. I'll give you a clue. Both your and her surnames are part of several constellation names." He folded his arms, waiting, and Jillian's eyes widened to saucers. Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, and? He inquired. "Monoceros," she blurted, and Orion waved his hand. Kylie collapsed down into her seat, coughing heavily as she drew in deep lungfuls of air. "It seems your friend is not a complete waste of oxygen, Miss Major. So be sure to prove to me that you're also not wasting precious air in my classroom." Kylie nodded, panting as she held her throat, staring back at him angrily. I was kind of impressed at how unaffected she seemed after nearly choking to death. "So perhaps we aren't all entirely useless. Maybe you just need the right motivation to work harder." He turned back up the aisle, his hand landing on Sophia's shoulder. His other palm shot out toward Tori, and he stole the air from her lungs. Tori sat bolt upright, her hand flying to her chest. "Miss Cygnus, name the 7 cardinal magics that all Fae are capable of before Miss Vega turns blue." Orion commanded, and Sophia squeaked in alarm. My heart thumped madly, but Sophia was the smartest Fae in the class, and she gave his answer immediately. "Healing, coercion, levitation, summoning, illusion, divination, and atmospheric manipulation." Orion released Tori from his power, and she gasped for air, managing to choke out, "Asshole!" as he marched back to the front of the room. I gave her a sympathetic look, and she pursed her lips. Orion leaned back against his desk, folding his arms. "We have a serious fucking problem. Corbin, tell me what it is." He pointed at Tyler, who remained dead silent, shrugging his shoulders. "Polaris?" Orion asked Diego, who shook his head. His eyes skipped onto me. "Miss Vega?" "That our cardinal magic teacher is a psycho?" I offered, rage still simmering in me from him attacking my sister. His jaw ticked in a deadly way, and my heart thumped out of rhythm. "I prefer the term unbalanced, and frankly, it's the least of your problems." His mouth twitched with amusement as he looked away. Unbalanced was right, plus totally unpredictable, and I didn't think it was the least of my problems at all. It was right up there with nymphs declaring war on Solaria and some crazy-ass fire living in my veins. "If I don't get an answer in the next 10 seconds, someone's head is going to be introduced to the ceiling," Orion said coolly. Everyone started calling out answers as he held up 2 hands, counting down fingers one at a time. "The nymphs?" someone cried. "The reckoning!" someone else tried. "Hell Week is going to kill us!" Jillian wailed. "We suck?" Diego blurted, and Orion paused 1 second from finishing his countdown and used that finger to point at him. "What specifically do you suck at?" he demanded. Everything?" Diego tried, and I couldn't help the snort of laughter that escaped me. "No," Orion sighed, lifting his finger again, ready to count it down. "Practical magic?" Sophia supplied just before he curled his finger. "Yes," he cheered with a bright smile. 10 points to Ignis." He stared around at all of us with gleaming eyes. Tell me, Corbin, how many vampires drank from you last week? Orion shifted closer to him as Tyler frowned. 4 maybe? He said with a shrug. And did you try to fight them off? Orion asked. Well, it's easier to just, let them get on with it, Tyler said awkwardly. Precisely. And some of you... He swept through the class with his vampire speed, and everyone stiffened. His hand landed on Tori's shoulder as he leaned in close to her ear. Actually enjoy it, don't you? Tori blushed, which was saying a lot for my sister. That's not really your business, is it, Professor? Isn't it? I beg to differ. He stood upright, then shot back to the front of the class. What is the point of you all being here if you're content with sitting at the bottom of the food chain? I'm not going to waste my time training Fae who don't want to climb the ranks. His sharp eyes scored over us all, cutting us down to the quick. Raise your hand if you've been drained by a siren recently. Everyone raised their hands, even the sirens in the class. And keep your hand up if you fought back. Nearly everyone's hands dropped except Tori's, and I threw her a grin. Oh yeah! Tori Vega totally throat-punched Max Riegel, Tyler said excitedly. Did she now? Orion asked with a hint of a smile. Well, yeah. Tori shrugged innocently, but her eyes lit up with a memory. And I suppose you've attempted that with Caleb Altair too, have you? Orion deadpanned, and the smile fell from her face. I thought not. Sir, we're not trained to fight off other Fae yet, Kylie called out. Most of us aren't from the gutter with street fighting skills. Maybe you'd better go spend some time in the gutter then, Miss Major, because you won't be trained to fight off other Fae magically until after the reckoning, Orion said, and Tori and I started grinning. The fact is, I don't care if you get knocked on your ass every time a Fae takes advantage of you. If you don't even try to fight back, you don't deserve your place in this school. Do I make myself clear? A murmur of yes, sir filled the room. Good. Your first assignment this week is to embrace your inner Fae. Don't take any shit lying down. No one's judging you if you lose. But if you don't even try to win, you're not one of us. And if you can't hack it, get out of my class. He gestured to the door, and one boy actually gathered up his things and hurried out. The door slowly swung closed behind him, and my lips parted in surprise. This is called Hell Week for a reason, Orion growled. We're going to try and break you. You might even get broken. But so long as you persevere and make it through the reckoning, you will be accepted as true Fae. Your place at Zodiac Academy will become official. Even if you don't make it through the rest of the year, no one will be able to take that away from you. So suck it up and face the heat with everything you've got. Remember to look out for yourself, because not everyone in this classroom is going to be here next week. Holy shit. Am I ready for this? Orion tapped the board and the screen changed to the lesson title. The Reckoning, How to Prepare for the Worst Week of Your Life. The elemental trials will be held this week leading up to the reckoning. He tapped the screen and the schedule flashed up. Thursday, air trial. Friday, water trial. Saturday, fire trial. Sunday, earth trial. Monday, the reckoning. You will attend the trials of whatever elements you hold. He looked at Tori and I with a terse expression. That means you will attend every trial of every element you hold. Great, Tori muttered, and my gut clenched. That's crazy, chicas. Diego shook his head, pushing a hand through his curly black locks. The trials are top secret, so I won't be giving you any pointers. However, what I can say is that it will test the abilities you have learned in your elemental classes, but most importantly, it will test your mettle. The older students have been instructed to make your lives as difficult as possible during this week, so when you face your trials, you will be exhausted, You will be angry, and you will be ready to go home. So you'll have to call on the strongest part of your nature if you're going to survive it. I changed my mind. The guy who'd left the room poked his white blonde head back through the door, and everyone turned to look at him. I've already forgotten your name. Orion snarled at him, but the boy opened the door, edging back in with his atlas clutched to his chest. It's Elijah Indus, he said firmly, lifting his chin. Talk to me in the hall, Orion ordered, a malicious look on his face as he hounded forward and Elijah backed out of the door. Orion stepped after him, and as the door closed, several people darted out of their seats, clustering against it to listen. It was totally unnecessary, as Orion's booming voice made the whole classroom shake. Do you think it's appropriate to interrupt my lesson with your indecisiveness? Diego shot out of his seat, running up to the desk and swiping the beanie hat from the watermelon. A noise somewhere between an amused laugh and a gasp of terror escaped me as he pocketed it and returned to his seat. He'll search you for it, I said, my heart thumping harder. You're so dead, Tori laughed. You're right. Diego frowned deeply. Here, give it to me. I held out my hand and Diego's eyes rounded. He shook his head firmly. No, it'll get you in trouble. He won't know I have it, I said as Orion's voice split the air apart again. I don't care if your parents sold organs to get you into this academy. That's entirely irrelevant to whether you make the cut. I wiggled my fingers at Diego, and he hesitantly took the hat out and placed it in my hand. Are you sure? I'm sure. Good luck with that. Tori jibed, while Sophia stared at the hat like it was about to explode. I stuffed it into the back of my skirt where Orion wouldn't dare go, arranging my blazer so it concealed the lump. I sat up straighter as the door flew open and the students scattered, fleeing back to their seats. Orion shoved Elijah into the room, pressing his hands to his shoulders as he guided him to the head of the class. Elijah was pale-faced, but had a determined expression in place as Orion prepared to dole out his punishment. He prodded Elijah so he was front and center, then stepped back so we were all staring at him. Mr. Indus has something to say, Orion announced. Elijah cleared his throat. The class waited attentively, and some people sniggered. I'm pathetic. And? Orion prompted. And a coward. Orion cocked his head, still waiting. Elijah sighed. And I'd like to apologize to you all for being an embarrassment to the school and to Solaria and to the entire race of Fae. If you walk out again, you're done, Orion snarled, and I sensed he really meant that. He stalked down the aisle to Elijah's chair and carried it to one side of the room. 20 points from House Aqua, and you can stand up in every one of my classes until you earn your seat back. Elijah nodded quickly, hurrying back to his desk and standing awkwardly where his chair had been. Right. Orion returned to the board. Then his eyes floated down to the hatless watermelon. A dark chuckle rolled from his throat, and he turned smoothly toward Diego with a challenging grin. Stand up, Mr. Polaris. Diego did as he was told, shaking a little as Orion moved to stand in front of him. The hat seemed to burn against my flesh as he studied Diego like he was deciding specifically how he was going to destroy him. Hand it back. Orion held out his hand, and Diego shook his head in response. He leaned in closer, his eyes calculating as he looked Diego up and down. You don't have it, do you? His eyes whipped to me, and my heart nearly combusted. I quickly schooled my expression, and felt Tori leaning closer like she was going to grab it if he got too close to his prize. Orion cast his gaze across me, Tori, and Sophia, then back to me, curling a finger to make me stand up. A little thrill danced through me as I stood. He couldn't shove his hand down my skirt. He was a teacher. A fact he had reminded me about quite clearly at Lionel Acrux's house. He held out his hand and I shrugged. I don't have anything, sir, I said innocently. Are we really going to play this game? He leaned into my face, and my throat closed up as the all-too-familiar cinnamon scent of him washed over me, reminding me viscerally of the kiss we'd shared. Danger tingled my senses as I read the double meaning to his words. A smile caught at the corner of my mouth, and I nodded. He gave me a devil's grin that made my confidence plummet. He thought he'd won, but had he? He stepped back, still smiling. Everyone will lose 5 house points for every minute Miss Vega keeps hold of that hat. I gasped, immediately feeling hands on me from the students behind. I lurched away, snatching the hat out from my waistband and throwing it at Orion, releasing a noise of frustration. He caught it out of the air, strolled back to the watermelon, and redressed it. How the hell am I supposed to get it back if you threaten everyone in class? Diego huffed. Orion leaned back in his chair, resting his feet up on the corner of the desk. That, Mr. Polaris, is exactly what you have to figure out. Chapter 4. Tori. I left Cardinal Magic feeling even more anxious about this Hell Week stuff than I'd been before it. Professor Orion's teaching method left a lot to be desired. In our last high school back in Chicago, I'd had this over-interested guidance counselor called Mrs. McGravy, who had tried to smother me with warm and fuzzy feels. I remembered wishing for her to be an asshole instead. Now I was beginning to think I'd been wrong to want that. Mrs. McGravy would have given me constructive advice about how to make it through Hell Week, and bolstered my confidence in my own ability for good measure. Orion publicly humiliated me, made me feel worthless, and called me names before telling me straight to my face he fully expected me to fail. And I got the impression he actually wanted me to fail too. Not like the other students who he wanted to push into succeeding. With me and Darcy, it came down to his allegiance to Darius and the other heirs. And at the end of the day, he didn't want us on the throne. The freshmen all stuck together as we headed towards the orb for lunch, and it was kind of amusing to find that all of the cliques, house divides, and social circles melted away into nothing as we were faced with a greater threat. Every older student I saw was wearing one of those long black robes, and I guessed it was to make sure the freshmen stood out as easy targets in our uniforms. I kept a shield of air magic raised around me, as well as making sure I was protecting myself from coercion too. It took a fair bit of concentration, and we stayed silent as we walked. It was probably the least excited I'd ever been about food in my entire life. Your Majesties! Geraldine called loudly the moment we entered the orb, and I turned to find her waving both of her arms above her head as she stood on a chair. In all honesty, she was one of the tallest girls I knew, and it was completely unnecessary for her to raise herself up any higher to be seen over the crowd, but she seemed to like doing it. I sagged in relief as we moved to join the ass to the left of the room with Diego and Sophia keeping close as we went. I saved your table for you, Geraldine gushed as we approached. It's the darndest thing, but after all of your help with the nymph attack, we've had over 100 new members join the Almighty Sovereign Society. Oh, wow, Darcy said, summoning some enthusiasm from somewhere, even though I knew this fan group still made her as uncomfortable as it made me. They wanted us to rise up and take back our throne, and despite the fact that I was becoming more and more tempted to challenge the asshole heirs, I still didn't have any intention to place a crown upon my head. So their faith in us was more than a little unwarranted. Still, in this particular situation, I'd gladly accept any help going, and if the Ass Club could protect us while we ate our lunch, then so be it. Geraldine was wearing a black robe just like all of the other students, and her friend Angelica smiled warmly as we came to sit at the table beside them. Geraldine had already brought over a selection of sandwiches and bowls of French fries for us, and I dropped into my seat with a groan of longing after missing breakfast. I fell upon my food while listening with one ear to Geraldine rattling off the names of the newest members, and occasionally offering out my hand to shake when one of them moved forward excitedly to meet us. I doubted I was really what any of them expected from a princess on my best day, and I internally apologized to them for the fact that I wasn't going to be distracted from filling my face while these introductions continued. When I finally finished my fourth sandwich, I leaned back in my chair and started picking at an overflowing bowl of French fries. Diego was stewing over his missing hat, coming up with more and more pathetic ways to get it back while looking like he might start crying over it. "Why don't you just buy a new hat, dude?" I asked eventually. Darcy kicked me beneath a table, and I raised my eyebrow questioningly, but apparently her warning had come too late. Diego dropped his head into his hands and started murmuring about his abuela knitting it before descending entirely into Spanish. Sophia tried to comfort him, offering me a look that said it was my fault, and I rolled my eyes dramatically as I took a sip of my drink. I quickly placed the Coke back down on the table and glanced at the others. "Did someone want Diet Coke?" I asked, wondering whose drink I'd ended up with by accident. As much as I argued against Geraldine getting our food and drinks all the time, she insisted on doing it, and never forgot our preferences, so I doubted she would have made that mistake. Before anyone could respond, Geraldine and Angelica burst into a fit of hysterical laughter, drawing our attention away from Diego's display of self-pity. "Got you, Diet!" she cried, barely able to force the words out between her laughter. "What?" I asked in confusion. "The mayo in your sandwich was half fat, too," Angelica added, clinging to Geraldine as she wiped tears from beneath her eyes. "Why?" I asked in confusion. "Hell week!" Geraldine spluttered through her laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement. My lips parted, and I threw an extra dose of false outrage into my expression in response to the ridiculous prank, placing a hand over my heart. "How could you, Geraldine?" I gasped. "I thought we were friends." Her laughter turned to howling, and it was actually kinda addictive, forcing a laugh from me as I exchanged an amused look with Darcy. I almost didn't notice a figure winding their way between the ass tables, and I looked up at the guy from Terra House as he smiled down at me like we were best friends. "Can I help you?" I asked with a frown, wondering why he was interrupting our conversation. "I have a message for you," he said brightly. I eyed his black robe suspiciously, reinforcing my shield as best I could. "Okay." "Caleb says 2 minutes. "What?" I asked, glancing beyond him to the red couch where Caleb was perched on the arm of it beside the other heirs, who must have all appeared in the orb while we ate. The boy walked away having delivered his message, and I was left locking eyes with Caleb across the room. He smirked at me knowingly, and a little wave of heat built in my core. He lifted his atlas from his pocket and typed something on it. A moment later, my own atlas buzzed, and I pulled it from my satchel. "Caleb." "Tick-tock." I glanced down at my half-eaten French fries before catching Darcy's eye. "What?" she asked, reading my expression. I offered her my atlas to see the message, and she frowned. I'd told her all about the lead-up to Caleb and I hooking up in Acrux Manor, and she clearly understood what he meant by his message. "He's not seriously expecting you to play that crazy game now, is he?" she asked. "What game?" Sophia asked curiously, and even Diego peered between his fingers. Darcy raised an eyebrow at me, asking my permission before she told them, and I only hesitated a moment before nodding. There wasn't much point in hiding it from them if it was something that might become a regular occurrence. "She got Caleb to hunt her while we were at that party at the Acrux Manor. If he didn't catch her within 15 minutes, then he couldn't bite her," Darcy explained. "And you thought it was a good idea to do that with a vampire?" Diego asked in disgust. "Hey, less judgment, dude," I snapped. "I'm not the one sobbing over knitted goods." "Sorry, I didn't mean it like that," he muttered. It had seemed like he meant it like that to me, though. Caleb was still looking at me across the room, and as I caught his eye, he tapped the watch on his wrist, reminding me that I was running out of time for my head start. I pushed my chair back and got to my feet suddenly. You're going to play? Darcy asked in surprise. Orion said I shouldn't just accept getting bitten anymore. If Caleb can't catch me, he can't bite me. I reasoned as my heart rate picked up a notch. I don't think this was what he had in mind. Sophia frowned. Whatever. Caleb is the most powerful vampire in Solaria. This is the best chance I've got to avoid a bite, and my head start is going to run out if I don't go now. Class starts in 10 minutes, Darcy said half-heartedly. Cover for me. I'll be there. I promised before turning and running for the exit. I glanced back at the red couch in the center of the room just before I ducked outside and found all 4 heirs looking my way. Caleb was saying something to the others with a smile playing around his lips. Max and Seth seemed mildly interested, but Darius looked pretty damn pissed. As his heated gaze met with mine, my heart leapt a little at the anger I found there. I hadn't spoken to him properly since we'd fought together against the nymphs, and I really wasn't sure what I'd have to say anyway. In the moment, we'd been weirdly united. I'd saved his life, and he'd saved mine. I'd even cried while he lay dying in my arms. But then Orion had appeared and healed him, and the momentary insanity which had come over me, making me think I cared about him, had gone in an instant. I only had to remember the way he'd tossed me into that pit to know all I needed to about him and who he was. And he was my enemy. The look he was giving me right then said he felt exactly the same. I ducked out of the orb and looked around quickly, wondering where the best place to hide would be. I didn't have many options, and I didn't really have a good head start either, so I crossed the path and headed straight into Venus' library. The librarian wasn't at her desk as I entered, and I hurriedly shot down the closest aisle, racing between texts on Fey biology before swinging left at the end. I leapt onto one of the spiraling metal staircases which led to the upper levels, running up and down until I reached the 4th floor. I darted along a narrow balcony which looked down over the rest of the library and glanced over the railing just as the doors opened and Caleb stepped inside. My footsteps were ringing along the wrought iron walkway, and he looked up instantly, his eyes locking with mine. A devastating smile pulled at his lips as he spotted his prey, and I couldn't help but laugh as I kept running. I doubted I'd escape now, but he still had to make it up to me without the aid of his vampire gifts. As he disappeared between the stacks, I found a ladder leading down a level and quickly descended. Caleb's footsteps rang out as he started running up the staircase I'd used to get to the top floor, and I looked around, trying to find another way down. I tiptoed along the walkway, keeping my movements as quick as I could while trying to remain quiet, and I found another staircase hidden between 2 shelves in the far corner. I scrambled down to the bottom floor and sprinted between the shelves, aiming for the door again. Before I made it halfway, Caleb dropped down from above and landed in front of me, releasing his hold on the vines he'd magicked into existence to assist him in dropping 4 floors to catch me. I skidded to a halt, and he smiled widely as he stepped closer to me. Got ya. Before I could respond, Caleb shot forward, lifting me into his arms and propelling me through the library with his vampire speed until we ended up inside one of the private study rooms at the back of the building. I gasped in surprise as he kicked the door shut behind us and pushed me back against the wall before sinking his teeth into my neck. His grip on my waist tightened to the point of discomfort, and I tried to push him back a step, but he held on tight, releasing a growl. Ow! I protested irritably, and he finally released me with a sheepish grin. Sorry, I've been running on empty since the fight with the nymphs, and I don't want to bite anyone else. Orion thinks I should be putting more effort into fighting you off, I said, touching the tender skin where his teeth had pierced my skin. I'm thinking he has a point. Caleb stepped forward slowly, reaching out for me, and I let him. His fingers brushed against my neck, and his magic slid through the wound as he healed it. He stayed there, his hand on my skin as he held my eye. Don't look at me like that, I muttered, trying to shake him off, but he didn't budge. Like what? Like you didn't take part in that whole shoving me in a pit bullshit right before the nymph attack. Like we aren't on 2 different sides of some fight I never asked to be in, I spat, surprising myself with how angry I felt at him. We are on two different sides of it, though, he said, and there was no apology in his voice, just acceptance. But shit, Tori, you don't understand how freaking much I like playing this game with you. Ever since we got back from that party, I've hardly been able to think about anything else. The feeling of you in my arms, the taste of your blood on my lips, the rush I get when you run from me. My pulse spiked in response to his words despite myself, and as he drew a little closer to me, I didn't push him back. You're not even sorry, are you? I breathed. Can't be sorry for it. I've got responsibilities. To the other heirs, my family, Solaria. I have to think of what's best for all of them. And if you take the throne, then the nymphs might just get the leg up they need to win this war. You have to know I can't let that happen. He hadn't released me, and I found I didn't really want him to. I have a bit of a weakness for assholes, I admitted slowly. But I'm used to them lying about what they are. At least you own it. I do, Caleb said with a smirk, his hand traveling up my neck ever so slowly. I'm an honest-to-God asshole. Do you want to keep playing with me, Tori? Maybe, I breathed, because in that moment, I didn't even know anymore. I should have been trying to keep away from him and his psycho friends, but one way or another, our lives all seemed to be destined to tangle up with each other's. And at least Caleb wasn't lying to me. He wasn't offering me the world, but he was offering me freedom, at least in this. So maybe I could try keeping the two things separate. When we were alone, we could forget about being an heir and a lost princess. And outside of that, we could stay on opposite sides of this stupid feud. It seemed kind of like a recipe for disaster, but maybe I wanted a little rebellion. I'll take maybe. Caleb leaned forward to kiss me, and I didn't make any move to stop him. His mouth was hot and demanding against mine, and the passion that burned between us sprang to life instantly, urging me on. My heart thumped harder, and his fingers twisted into my hair, tugging just enough to elicit a moan from my lips. Before he could push me any further, I pressed him back. I have to get to class, I protested. I can't afford to miss lessons before my elemental trials. No, we wouldn't want you to fail the reckoning, would we? Caleb teased, moving his mouth across my jaw and working really damn hard to keep me here. I mean it, I said on a laugh, pushing him back more firmly. Caleb pouted at me, refusing to step back while he kept me caged in with his body. Come to Terra House tonight, then, he asked, his navy eyes sparkling with promises. I won't be going anywhere tonight. There's a curfew, remember? Those rules don't apply to me. Besides, I'll keep you safe if you're with me. You'll just have to stay the whole night. I rolled my eyes at him. I can keep myself safe, thanks. But now I'm going to be late. If I run you to class, will you come tonight? He asked, his mouth slipping to my neck and sending shivers right through my spine. If you get me there on time, I'll consider it, I replied. Caleb glanced at his watch, then cursed, sweeping me into his arms before speeding back out of the tiny room. I managed not to shriek like a 9-year-old on a roller coaster, but I did cling on to his blazer like my life depended on it, as the world shot past us in a blur so intense I couldn't concentrate on a single thing. Caleb skidded to a halt right outside the fire arena locker rooms and placed me back on my feet before leaning close to speak in my ear. 1 minute to spare. I'll expect you tonight, sweetheart. He pressed his mouth to mine, and my heart leapt a little at the fact that he'd done so in plain sight. I had no intention of being marked as his in front of the whole school, and I pulled back quickly, looking around to make sure no one had seen us. Luckily, we were already so close to being late that everyone else had already headed inside, so I was spared the drama. Don't go getting ahead of yourself, I warned as I headed into the girls' locker room. I only said I'd consider it. The door swung closed between us, and I bit down on a smile as I headed in to get changed. I almost considered refusing to wear the flame-resistant outfit required for the class. but I decided that today wasn't the day for me to have that argument with Professor Pyro. I'd just have to accept the fact that I wouldn't have the same level of control over my fire magic as I would without it. But I'd keep practicing without the outfit until I was confident enough to prove her wrong. In the meantime, I had to get through this class, and hope she would just be pleased that I'd finally managed to get in a training session with Darius. The thought of the dragon shifter set me on edge, but I'd known I'd have to face him sometime. Hopefully, there would be enough going on in class to ensure that that time wouldn't have to be now. I jogged into the locker room and found Darcy and Sophia waiting for me, already dressed for the lesson. "Did he catch you?" Sophia asked with wide eyes. "Yeah," I sighed, though the memory of him kissing me took the sting out of the bite. Maybe Orion had a point about me starting to like it. I'd have to consider going for the throat punch next time. "Well, maybe it's not worth playing his games if he's just going to catch you anyway," Darcy suggested as I started stripping out of my uniform. "It gives me a shot at escaping," I replied. "Besides, it's pretty hot." "There it is," Darcy said, rolling her eyes as Sophia laughed. I smirked as I quickly changed into the fireproof outfit required for the class, and we hurried outside. I plucked at the material irritably as we went. I was sure it was affecting my ability to shape my fire magic, but Pyro just wouldn't listen to me. I tied my hair into a high ponytail and headed out into the fire arena, keeping my focus on my sister and Sophia, not sparing a glance for the two heirs who were lurking at the back of the assembled students. We moved to join the other freshmen, and Pyro tasked us with creating a ring of fire, then shooting fireballs through it. Sophia moved away to work with the lower-powered members of the class, while Darcy and I made sure we had a good amount of space around us before we started so that we didn't end up accidentally hurting anyone. We began to practice, and my magic instantly started to go haywire, not listening to what I wanted from it, and alternating between blazing out of control and sputtering away into wisps of smoke. Darcy was in a similar position beside me, and I sighed irritably as I tried to decide how to best overcome these issues without removing the fireproof outfit. Professor Pyro approached us with a frown on her face, and I prepared myself for another lecture on how we were failing to grasp the essence of the flames. "Roxy managed a lot better than that in our session together, Professor," Darius called before Pyro reached us, and I glanced over at him in surprise. After the quote he'd given for that article in the Celestial Times, I'd presumed we were back to hating each other. But then everything else Gus Vulpecula had written was a load of shit, so maybe I shouldn't have paid much attention to the quote either. My gaze skimmed over Darius as I tried to gauge his mood. He was in the process of coating his fists and arms in gloves made of fire, and I couldn't help but stare at the impressive display of magic. "Well, perhaps you'd like to assist her again for this class?" Pyro suggested. I opened my mouth to protest, but what could I really say? "Of course, Professor," he said, offering her a wide smile like he couldn't think of anything better. "And perhaps Mr. Altair would help Darcy?" Pyro added, waving Caleb closer too. He was looking my way, but I ignored him, walking to meet Darius instead. There was no point in me trying to argue my way out of it, and I wasn't going to let him see that his company made me uncomfortable. "Let's see if your theory about that outfit has any merit to it then," Darius said as I closed in on him. His gaze swept over my skin-tight shirt and trousers, and I resisted the urge to fold my arms over my chest. Something about the clingy material made me feel more exposed than I would have in something more revealing. "At least if you agree with me, Pyro will have to listen," I muttered. "That's where you're going wrong, Roxy. You keep asking her to let you wear something else, but Fae don't ask permission to do what we want, especially when we're more powerful than the person saying no." "So you think I should just tell the teacher I don't agree with her and do whatever the hell I want?" I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. No doubt he was hoping I would so that I'd get into trouble for it. "I'm just telling you what I'd do," he said with a shrug. Before I could reply, he snatched my hand, and his power slammed into my body like a tidal wave. I gasped as my own magic fought back instinctively, shoving him out so that his power could only dance around the edges of mine. Darius grunted irritably. "You let me in last time," he reminded me in a low voice. "Why did you trust me then and not now?" I cleared my throat uncomfortably. "I didn't trust you then either. I just had to push past my natural inclination to protect myself from sociopaths. You'll have to give me a moment before I can easily do so again." The pressure of Darius's power increased against mine, and he tugged me a step closer to him. "Let me in, Roxy," he breathed, and for a moment it seemed like he was talking about more than our magic. Why did we have to hold hands for this? My palm was tingling, and it had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with the insanely attractive asshole in front of me. He shifted his thumb over the back of my hand, making heat dance beneath my skin, and I was sure it was intentional, but I wasn't going to let him throw me off my game. I looked up into his dark eyes and released a long breath as I removed the shields around my power. His magic tumbled into mine with a shudder of ecstatic energy which filled me from the soles of my feet right through to my core. My back arched involuntarily, and I shifted a little closer to him despite myself. Darius caught my other hand too, his gaze holding me captive as I adjusted to the feeling of his magic in me. "Push back," he commanded, his voice rough. I was about to ask what he meant, but his magic was so entangled with mine that I could feel what he wanted. Our power slid out of me like the pull of the tide and passed back into him through the point where our hands connected. There wasn't a moment of resistance as my magic tumbled into him, but as I held his eye, I watched his pupils dilate with the rush of taking in my power. I bit my lip as his grip on my hands tightened, and he tugged me closer again, our chests almost brushing as I looked up at him. "Stop power fucking her and start working on what Pyro wants," Caleb called, and I flinched, yanking my magic back again as I looked around at him and Darcy. "Are you afraid I'm going to steal her attention from you, Cal?" Darius asked Caleb with the hint of a smile playing around his lips. "Not likely," Caleb replied dismissively, but his eyes narrowed. "I'm still here," I reminded them irritably. "And neither of you are interesting enough to keep my attention for long, so there's no point in you getting your panties in a twist over it. Maybe we should just get on with this class." Darius smirked at Caleb tauntingly, and I rolled my eyes at him. "Well, I'm happy enough to practice without help if you want to leave me to it," Darcy suggested, not so subtly trying to tug her hand out of Caleb's grip. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I promise to be gentle with you," he said, ignoring her attempts to break free. My sister obviously had reservations about this activity, and I couldn't really blame her. She shot me a look which basically said she'd rather be pretty much anywhere else than holding Caleb's hand, and I glanced at Darius before raising an eyebrow at her as if to say, "Who's got it worse?" Darcy snorted a laugh, and the two heirs looked between us like they were trying to figure out what we'd just communicated to each other. "Come on, Roxy, let's see what you've got," Darius said, releasing one of my hands so that I could cast with it. He drew me away from Darcy and Caleb, and I threw an apologetic look back at my sister as we walked across the sandy arena. Darius was slowly pushing more and more of his magic into me as we walked, and heat was building in my chest with the force of it. I pulled on my hand, forcing him to stop walking when it seemed like he was going to drag me all the way across the arena to the shadows on the far side of it. I had no intention of being alone with him, and this spot right here in the center of the arena had plenty of space for us to work in. Darius smirked at me as he gave in and came to a stop. It was either that or release my hand, which he didn't seem to have any intention of doing. "Okay, Roxy, why don't you make a motorbike for me again?" he asked. "Well, I don't think you really know anything about them, so how could you correct me if I shaped something wrong?" I asked dismissively. I didn't really like that he discovered my love of bikes. It felt like I'd given him ammo to use against me, and I had no intention of letting him find out anything else or even letting him see how much that passion meant to me. "I know plenty about them," he assured me, "like how to ride them faster than anyone else I know." Those are very big words for someone who doesn't know a gasket from a gas tank, I shrugged. Well, how about, if you manage to make one with your fire magic, I'll let you back up your talk with a race, he suggested. I hesitated. This was not a good idea, but I really wanted to get back out on the road. I'd been missing the purr of an engine something chronic in the last few weeks, and Darius's collection of top-of-the-range speed machines were oh so tempting. If I win, I get to keep the bike, I said. You won't win, he replied dismissively. Then you won't be afraid to agree to my terms. Fine. What do I get when I win? He asked. I looked up at him, my mind whirling with anything at all I might be able to offer him. But what does an asshole who lives in a palace filled with gold even need? I'll work on one of your bikes, give it the mods you don't think it needs, and prove you wrong for a second time, I offered. But if I'm right, and it doesn't need your so-called modifications, then I'm not ending up with much of a prize, am I? He mused. I rolled my eyes. You're not right, but getting you to admit that is probably an impossible task. So what do you want instead? Darius pushed his tongue into his cheek as he considered it, his gaze trailing over me in a way that made me shift my weight onto the other foot. I'll think of something, he assured me. Sure, whatever you want. I'll be winning anyway, so it doesn't really matter, I said with a shrug. I turned away from him and pulled on his magic as I worked to create a bike out of fire. As expected, my magic was going haywire with this stupid suit on, and even with Darius's help, I really struggled to wrangle it under control. He even had to admit that the damn thing was causing me issues after 15 minutes of struggling against it. You could just take it off, he suggested, as I managed to turn my latest attempt at a bike into a fireball, which almost took out Marguerite's eyebrows as she scowled our way. Not going to happen, I replied dismissively. Pyro was looking rather unimpressed with my efforts, and I had to bite my tongue against my irritation as I rolled my sleeves back and folded the hem of the shirt up to reveal my waist. I'm going to use both hands, I said to Darius without looking him in the eye. He didn't need any further encouragement and stepped forward to grip my waist like he had before. This time I didn't press my body to his though, and instead focused on harnessing my magic in the way I wanted. My frustration meant I threw more power at the task than I'd intended, and I yanked on Darius's magic too. A full-sized motorbike materialized in the flames before me, and with a surge of triumph, I sent it tearing across the arena. Pyro stopped what she was doing and actually applauded me, and I grinned to myself as more than a few of my classmates joined in. I started making the bike weave between the students as it did a circuit of the arena, and Darius leaned close to my ear as he maintained his grip on me. Congratulations, Roxy. Looks like we've got a date Wednesday night then. I ignored the flutter in my chest as he called it a date, because it absolutely didn't take place. Maybe I've already got plans Wednesday, I said. Yeah, you do. With me. He released his grip on my waist, and my control over the magic faltered as the bike burst apart into 1,000 flaming tendrils, which burnt out quickly without anything to maintain them. I turned to give Darius a response to that comment, but he was already halfway across the arena on his way to the locker rooms. The rest of the class were disbanding too, and I rolled my shirt down again as I turned to look for Darcy. She was walking towards me, and I had to fight to school my expression before she arrived. From the few glances I'd cast her and Caleb's way during the lesson, it didn't look like they'd managed to power share at all. My plans for Wednesday night had definitely not included spending any more time with Darius Acrux. But if I backed out now, I'd be letting him win. And I really couldn't live with doing that. Chapter 5. Darcy. My stomach writhed with vomiting butterflies as I stood outside Orion's office, ready for my liaison session. I wasn't sure I could handle how awkward this was going to be. Maybe he could just assign me a new liaison? Yeah, I should definitely suggest that. That would make this whole off-limits thing a whole lot easier to deal with. I was annoyingly early, because I'd heard a bunch of air students plotting a massive attack for the freshmen in my house. To avoid being caught up in that, I'd arrived here at 6:45, and the prize for worst idea ever goes to... Orion appeared at the end of the corridor dressed in an immaculate suit, unlike the grubby pitball kit or shirt and slacks he usually showed up in. I guess the pitball pitch is still off limits. My mind reeled as I suddenly realized he was on time. And not just on time, goddamn early. I half expected him to do a U-turn and come back later, but he kept walking toward me. His atlas was in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. I didn't know if it was better or worse that he wasn't looking at me. All I knew was that the closer he got, the less air made it into my lungs on each breath. He finally stopped before me, dropped the atlas to his side, and looked up. Echoing silence seemed to fill the void between us. He scratched his beard, then moved toward the door to unlock it, his arm bumping mine as he did so. I quickly scooted back, hovering behind him, and decided now might be a good time to just call quits on this whole agonizing lesson, which was actually going to be a full damn session for once. Why today? Why would you be early today? Sir? I corrected halfway. Where did that come from? I almost said his first name. I don't speak French, Miss Vega. Hilarious. He stepped into the room, leaving the door wide, but I remained in the corridor. I moved halfway through the entrance and found his back to me as he walked across the room. Actually, I was thinking maybe it might be a better idea if I just get a new liaison, I suggested, but my voice was followed by another bout of excruciating silence. Orion settled into his chair and didn't reach for his bourbon for once. No, that won't be necessary. Come in, close the door. There was a large tan leather book on his desk, and as I moved into the room, I spotted the name on it, Orders of Fae. I shut the door and the click resounded in my ears. I wet my achingly dry mouth, heading across the carpet and lowering into the chair opposite him. The clock on the wall ticked so loudly, I swear it was making my left eye twitch. He pulled the book toward him, flipping it open to a page marked with a long blue feather, and started reading something in silence. While he did that, I studied his expression, trying to work out what he was thinking. My eyes shifted to his mouth, and heat surged up my spine as the memory of that kiss made me want to just... Dragons! Orion looked up. I think you and your sister might be dragons, though a kind thought to be extinct. Oh, I said, leaning forward to try and get a look at the book. My mind whirled with that idea. Darius always looked so incredibly fierce in his order form, and he was also so damn big. I couldn't imagine what it might feel like to have my body transform like that. Would it hurt? And would I know how to use my wings and shoot fire instinctively? It was absolutely insane, and so much to process that I finally forgot about the tension in the room. I tried to pull the book toward me, and Orion pointed out the passage at the same time, causing our skin to graze. White-hot energy raced under my flesh, and I immediately yanked my hand away. I sat back in my seat, combing my fingers through my hair just so I had something else to focus on. Right, so dragons? Dragons, he echoed, clearing his throat. Potentially this one. He pushed the book toward me, tapping on the passage before withdrawing entirely. I leaned forward, reading the paragraph with intrigue. The long-extinct Ismenian dragon was once a powerful order. As the largest of the dragon orders, its fire was 3 times the strength of its smaller cousins. Often darkest blue in color, it had a forked tongue and poisonous breath, which could kill a fae up to 10 meters away. I lifted my head, my mind spinning. How big does this dragon get? I asked, thinking of Darius and his already huge form. If we were one of these Ismenian dragons, we'd be even larger. And despite the kind of frightening possibility of actually shifting into something that size, I didn't mind the sound of being bigger and badder than Darius Acrux. Him and the other heirs would never be able to push us around again. I think they could be as much as double the size of a regular dragon. So... He didn't finish that line of thought, instead drawing the book away from me and closing it. He got to his feet, turning to place it back on the bookshelf which arched over the doorway in the center of the wall. "What's in there?" I asked just to break the penetrating silence. "A storage room," Orion said, taking another book from the shelf and putting it down on the desk. "Oh," I breathed. "Do you store anything interesting in there?" Orion gave me a taut frown. "Miss Vega!" I rolled my eyes and he stopped short, a low noise leaving his throat. "What?" I huffed. "It's really stupid that you keep talking to me like we didn't—" "Don't!" He growled and I sighed, my eyes falling to the book on the desk. The Wonders of Being a Dragon. I exhaled a laugh at the name, and Orion fought so hard against a grin that he almost busted a tooth. "Read it, and I'll sign you up to attend the Dragon Order Enhancement class tomorrow." He managed to get the moody mask back on his face, and I nodded, taking the book and putting it in my bag. "Don't we have enough to worry about with our elemental trials starting on Thursday?" "Finding out your order is essential," Orion said firmly. "I imagine you'll emerge any day now. Don't you want to be prepared?" I considered that and nodded. If I was going to burst into a 40-foot dragon, maybe a heads up would be nice. I checked the clock on the wall and found it was only 7:15, and my stomach dropped. I still had 45 minutes left of this session. Orion followed my line of sight, and a deep V formed between his eyes. He sighed heavily. "Fuck this. Come on, let's go for a walk." He got up, and I looked up at him in surprise. "A walk?" I asked in confusion, getting to my feet. "Yeah. Maybe you'd like to try out that fire again, huh?" "That almost sounds like fun," I teased. "Yes, well, I can be fun sometimes, especially when I'm not wearing this suit." I stared at him, and his eyes widened as he realized what he'd said. "I meant when I'm not working," he said quickly. "Right, yeah. And when you're diving into swimming pools and pressed against me with your tongue in my mouth." I moved toward the door, bumping into him as he moved too. Oh God, why are we even trying to pretend this isn't the most awkward evening ever? I was relieved when we exited the painfully quiet corridors of Jupiter Hall, and the evening call of birds, chatter of students, and music from the orb finally broke the pressure in the air between us. He took off at a purposeful stride down the path, and I headed after him, falling a step behind so we didn't have to look at each other. The air was icily cool, and the sky crystal clear, brushed with deepest orange and pastel peach as the sun began to set. My breath fogged before me, and I sensed the keen clutch of winter in the air. Orion headed through the wailing wood, and I practically had to jog to keep up with his long stride. We finally emerged in the howling meadow, and a gust of wind sailed through the long grass, causing a sweeping ripple all across the huge field. A smile pulled at my mouth as Orion stepped into the grass, and I headed after him toward the very center of the meadow. I reached into the well of magic inside me, wondering if I'd be able to cast that intense fire again. I could almost feel that power there, but it was like a sleeping beast, and I wasn't sure how to wake it. The breeze grew stronger as I stopped in front of Orion, dragging my dark hair out in a wild tangle of tendrils. His tense jaw relaxed a little, and his eyes skimmed over me in a way that unraveled me from the inside out. I took a breath, angling my face away so I didn't drown in memories of his mouth and hands on me. Okay, now we're in the middle of a field alone. How is this better exactly? "Raise your hands to the sky. Let's not burn the entire meadow down," Orion instructed, and I did as he said. "Order powers are different to your elemental powers. You should feel those channels in 2 different parts of your body." I kept my eyes on the sky, my hands raised as I nodded. I'm feeling a hell of a lot of fire in my body right now, but none of it is dragon fire. I can sense my magic, and it feels like there's another part of me, but it's not awake, I explained. What were you feeling when you used it before? He asked, and I couldn't blink, couldn't even breathe as I recalled the exact moment when Orion was about to die as two nymphs stood above him. I was afraid. Good. Afraid we can do, he said. Then a scream ripped from my lungs as I was launched 100 feet into the air. The wind rushed over me, and my stomach lurched wildly as I flew up on the magical gust Orion cast at my back. With a yell, I hit the peak of my momentum, the sky staring down at me as my arms cartwheeled like mad. Cast air! I forced out my palms, stifling my screams and trying to gain a handle on my terror. But I started tumbling, falling at a furious pace, hurtling towards certain death. Air exploded from my hands and blanketed my fall just a foot from the ground. My hair was a mess over my face, and as I released my magic and my knees hit the ground, I pushed it out of my eyes with a groan of relief. Did that wake it up? Orion asked casually. I looked up at him with a scowl, and he started laughing his head off. A feral noise escaped me, and I launched myself at him. I shoved him in the chest before I could even think about the consequences, and his eyes lit up with the challenge as he stumbled back a step. Oh, you want to fight? Come on then. No more physical contact though, Miss Vega. He brushed his shirt down like where I'd touched him had left a mark. So you keep reminding me, I said tauntingly. He gave me a taut frown in answer to that. I raised my hands, knowing this was a crazy, stupid idea, but I was sick of him having the upper hand on me all the time. A flick of his wrist just sent you 100 feet into the air. I squashed that thought away. I was powerful. At the very least, I could blast him across the valley through sheer force. Orion backed up through the grass, raising his palms with a demonic glint in his eyes, the grass rustling around him in a building storm. Oh, shit. Ready? He asked, flexing his fingers. I brought magic to my palms, planting my feet, then nodded firmly. Maybe this will wake up the beast. He threw out an arm, and water shot toward me in a swirling blast. I staggered to my right, throwing up a shield of air so the waves scored across the side of it and splashed over the ground. I used the power of earth to my advantage and willed the grass to grow longer behind him, wrapping around his arms. It worked to an extent, but he yanked his arms out of it easily enough, and I gritted my teeth in determination. He flicked a hand, and the power of air slammed into my shield. The force of a hurricane battered against it, and I dug in my heels as the sheer pressure pushed me back, tearing up dirt beneath my boots. I held out for as long as I could, but my shield finally crumbled, and I gasped as I was left exposed. With the feeling of being punched in the chest, I was thrown backwards across the meadow and slammed onto my back in the grass, wheezing heavily. Get up! Fight back! I couldn't see him from where I'd landed, the long stalks reaching high up around me. I kept entirely quiet, and my tactic paid off as he called out, Hey, are you all right? I rolled onto my knees, crawling deeper into the grass with a mischievous grin on my face. I'll be all right when I beat you. Darcy? Orion demanded anxiously, the sound of his footsteps pounding this way. My heart jolted at the sound of my name, and I wondered if he was genuinely worried he'd killed one of the Vega twins. That would certainly make headlines. Shit. He cursed the second he found the empty patch of grass. Very clever, Miss Vega. I stilled, making sure I didn't shift the long stalks brushing my arms as he hunted for me. Shame about the rain, though. He cast a torrential downpour into existence, and I winced as the ice-cold water soaked me through. I heard him moving to my right, shivering as I waited for my moment to strike, peering between the long stems. Through the sheet of rain, I spotted the back of his jacket and launched myself upright with my hands raised. In a heartbeat, I realized it was only his jacket, a gust of wind making it drift across the top of the grass in the shape of his body. I lurched around in fear, but I was already too late as he propelled me up into the air again on a ferocious breeze. I screamed as I was thrown around in a vortex, the world a tangled blur of sky and earth as I tried to figure out which way was up. My head pounded, my gut lurched, and frustration burrowed through to my core. I desperately tried to wrangle the wind around me, casting a gust of air and forcing it to spin in the opposite direction to Orion's tornado. The wind eased just enough for me to get my whereabouts, and I spotted Orion 10 feet below. I shot a propulsion of water at him, catching him in the arm and making him lose concentration. The vortex abruptly died, and I plummeted toward the ground with a gasp, colliding with him before I could get a handle on my power again. We slammed to the floor, and my arm got trapped beneath him, snapping my wrist beneath his weight and making me cry out in pure agony. He lurched upright and I fell onto my butt, cradling my arm to my chest and hissing through my teeth. Pain sliced across the bone, and I bit into my lip to stop myself from screaming. "Here, give it to me," Orion commanded as he knelt before me in the dirt, reaching for my wrist and gently curling his fingers around it. I winced as pain daggered down my arm, but a warmth built beneath his fingers which sank into my skin, soothing it away. It felt like heated wax pouring all over the wound. I drew in a breath, gazing down at the green light which shone beneath his palm. The pain ebbed away, and I felt the bone resetting, shifting into place and fusing back together. "Thank you," I whispered, swiveling my wrist to test it, and marveling at the magic he possessed. "Well, it was the least I could do, seeing as I broke it," he said, sitting back on his heels. "That was sort of my fault," I teased, and he grinned, making my heart squeeze hopefully. We were in a little cocoon, the grass beneath us flattened, and the stalks around us tall enough that no one would see unless they were flying overhead, which was an actual possibility in this place. "So I won, right?" I beamed, and he lifted a brow. "No chance. It's got to be a 5-second hold down or the game is still on." "Oh, really?" I threw out my hands, not giving him any warning as I cast a forceful gust of air to try and knock him onto his back. He was so fast to react that he blocked it before it even got close to holding him down. I cursed as he launched himself at me, trying to scramble away, but I wasn't fast enough. I didn't even really try to fight him off as he threw his weight down, pinning me to the ground with his entire body. "You're supposed to use magic," I said breathlessly, his throat bobbing as his mouth hovered an inch from mine. The scent of cinnamon rolled over me, and fire reached deep into my belly, making me consider leaning in for a kiss. We'd made a solid decision to stay away from each other, and look where we'd ended up already. Great effort. "Maybe brute force is just as efficient sometimes," he said in a rumbling tone which delved into my chest and sent a hungry shudder through me. "You said no physical contact," I whispered as his muscles hardened, keeping me caged beneath him. I was losing my mind. I should have tried to fight him off, but I didn't want him to go anywhere. And from the intense look he was giving me, I could tell how close he was to crossing this line again himself. "What if I'm having second thoughts?" he growled. "You're fickle," I pointed out, "and confusing." "I don't mean to be." He dipped his head so his mouth was by my ear, and goosebumps rose to meet the heat of his breath. "I can't think straight around you," he said heavily, his hand clawing into the earth beside my head. "I could have lost you in that battle, or I could have died without ever knowing how this might have played out." My throat thickened, and I almost gave in to the craving rising in me, but there was too much at stake for the sake of lust. It was stupid. He could lose his job and be power-shamed, and I could lose my place at the academy. "I owe you my life," he breathed, and my heart nearly detonated as he pressed his lips to my cheek. "Thank you." "The rest of Solaria aren't feeling so grateful," I said as he drew away, leaving a burning mark on my skin. Not after that Valpecula guy printed that article.
Fuck what he said,
Orion growled. Then he frowned as he realized he shouldn't have said it. You should be glad he's spreading lies about us. You're firmly team heirs. I jerked my chin up as I held his gaze.
You're right, he muttered. I am.
My heart sank at hearing him confirm it. On top of him being my teacher, we were on opposing sides of a feud which was never going to be bridged. With a sigh, I pressed my hands to his shoulders, pushing him back. He moved as easily as if I'd shoved him, standing up and pulling me after him. Our hands parted, and the wall grew thicker. I need a new liaison, I said through the gnawing lump in my throat. He nodded stiffly, looking boyish and broken for a moment as he hung his head. A magnetic energy hung in the air, trying to force me toward him. It was so powerful, I had to consciously take another step back to try and shake it away. This has to stop, I said firmly, then turned away and marched off through the meadow, not daring to look back, even though my heart pounded painfully in my chest. As I made it into the woods, I started running, racing in the direction of Air House, needing to hide away until I smothered this desperate longing in my heart. I was panting by the time I reached my room, hurrying inside and twisting the lock. I sank down against the door, knocking my head back against the wood as my pounding heart started to slow. My atlas pinged, and I took it out of my bag, my gut fraying as I found a private message waiting for me from Orion. Lance.
What if I don't want it to stop?
Chapter 6. Seth. I stripped off my clothes in the male locker room in lunar leisure, stuffing them into my sports bag. A splinter drove into my heart as I thought of Ashanti. Losing a pack member was like cutting out a piece of our heart simultaneously. We all shared this pain, and it was my responsibility to make sure we all pulled through it. Capella, Castro, Cray, you're up. Professor Prestos called beyond the door. I scratched a raging itch behind my ear as I headed out of the room, followed closely by the other two wolves. They weren't part of my pack. I was the highest-ranking alpha in the school, but I wasn't the only one. We tended to build packs in our houses out of convenience, though occasionally a beta would catch my eye from another group, and I'd have to challenge an alpha for them. I always won. I headed along the corridor of white walls, the scent of something minty rising under my nose. As the smell thickened around me, I was slammed back into my childhood in an instant. Werewolves emerged in their order forms younger than any other order, and I hadn't been flea-dipped since I was 8. It was damn humiliating to have to do it now. For a moment, I was just a white cub looking at my siblings as we splashed in a bath full of that minty potion which tingled my nose and made my eyes water. A child with no responsibilities and no reputation to uphold. I stuffed the memory away as I pushed through the doors into the huge pool room, the shining glass roof towering overhead. Heated air wafted around me, and that peppermint scent became even more powerful. The pool water was gone, replaced with the cool, creamy potion instead. The physical enhancement teacher, Professor Prestos, strode over to me with her atlas in hand. I couldn't help but check out her tanned legs beneath her tight shorts. Her dark hair was tied in a fishtail down one side of her neck. Prestos didn't take any shit, but I didn't plan on giving her any today. Shift and get in the pool for 15 minutes, Capella, she instructed, ticking me off on her atlas. A group of wolves were climbing out of the dip in their order forms, and my heart lurched as I spotted Frank amongst them. His huge black form seemed smaller with his hair coated to his sides by the flea treatment. My pack hadn't slept in my room since I'd somehow picked up these damned fleas. The night Darcy had come to see me. Now that I was down a member of my pack, my instincts were burning even more fiercely, telling me to initiate her. She wasn't even a werewolf. It was ridiculous. But I didn't know any other way to stop these wild emotions apart from ensuring she was made an official member of my pack. Maybe I'll ask Professor Canis. My order enhancement teacher was pretty knowledgeable when it came to our kind. If there was a way to break this bond I had to Darcy Vega, I had to know what it was. Since I'd made her my Omega,
The thought of hurting her was unbearable. I hadn't even thought I meant it. I'd just gone to her room that day to remind her of her place. But I was hardwired to protect my own, and now I'd claimed her for my pack. The longer I put off initiating her, the more I'd be driven to insanity. I cut off her hair. I broke her fucking heart. I can't bear it. I shifted into my werewolf form, my paws meeting the pale blue tiles beneath me. I stepped up to the edge of the pool and waded into the shallow end, followed closely by the 2 other male wolves. A handful of girls appeared too, and I spotted Alice amongst them. She'd been close with Ashanti, and I'd been desperate to comfort her and the rest of the pack, but they still wouldn't spend any time with me. It was understandable. Werewolf fleas were a plague. Their bites set off a searing itch that dug deep under the skin. So after this treatment, I hoped things could go back to normal, because being alone at night was starting to break me. I sank up to my neck in the pool and had to stand there in the thick substance as it tingled against my skin. Alice shifted into her mottled gray form and waded into the dip. I lifted my nose to beckon her over, but she turned away, grouping together with the other girls as they entered the pool. My heart thumped out of tune. Why were they still ignoring me? It was only fleas, and they'd be gone after this. Were they angry that I was putting them through this? It wasn't that bad, just a mild inconvenience, not worth shunning me over, especially as I was their fucking alpha. I barked sharply, and the sound echoed back to me off of the glass roof. Alice turned my way, baring her teeth in a clear warning for me to stay back. The other 2 males swam away, and I was left in a corner of the pool with fear threatening to swallow me up. Why are they doing this? I was jerked into the past again, this time reliving the worst week of my life. I could almost feel the snowflakes melting against my tiny wet nose, the cold inching into every part of me as it delved under my fur. A whimper escaped me as I blinked away that memory, forcing it down deep where it couldn't resurface anytime soon. "Time's up," Prestos finally called, and I waded back out of the pool, following the rest of the group through to the huge shower room. My instincts burned through me. I didn't follow. I led. I snapped at Alice's heels, trying to get her in line as I bounded to the front of the pack. She fell back but didn't look at me as I passed. What the shitting hell is going on? The hot water flooded over me from the showers above, washing away the milky liquid into drains around my paws. When my coat was clean, I shifted back into my fae form and snatched a towel at the far end of the chamber. The others shifted too, and the second Alice drew close to get a towel, I caught her arm and bared my teeth at her. "What's up with you?" I growled, and she snarled back at me. She yanked her arm free, grabbing one of the fluffy white towels and wrapping it around her body. She tucked a long ebony lock behind her ear, giving me a firm look. "The pack and I have been talking." "And?" I demanded, practically barking at her as the other wolves scurried out of the room. "And Frank says you made Darcy Vega an Omega," she hissed, her dark blue eyes narrowing on me with rage. "She's not even a wolf." "You don't know that. She hasn't emerged," I snapped. But I'd seen that hellfire she'd cast at the pitball pitch. She wasn't a wolf, and everyone knew it. Hell, it was all the school could talk about. And initiating some other order into the pack was an insult to our way of life. Alice yanked her hand free from my grip. "We love you, Alpha, but you need to get rid of her. We won't follow you again until you do." She stalked out of the changing room, and I was left alone, my shoulders trembling as the space seemed to grow too wide, too empty. "Alice!" I called after her, my voice pitchy. It wasn't that simple to get rid of Darcy. I'd already claimed her as one of my own. That meant I had to protect her, and banishment only happened when an alpha was challenged. If she fought me and I won, I could dismiss her from the pack. But the challenge had to come from her. I couldn't control that part. And a quiet, resilient piece of my heart didn't want her to either. I liked the idea of being her alpha a little too much. Shit, I am so screwed. I hurried back to the changing room, drawing off and pulling on my jeans and a shirt, throwing my sports bag over my shoulder. I tied my damp hair up into a bun, then checked my atlas, reveling in the way my skin had finally stopped itching. The message waiting for me soothed my rampant heart. Max.
We're staying at King's Hollow tonight. Get there before curfew. Orion's gunning for house points this evening.
Thank the stars for my brothers. If it wasn't for them, I really would be alone. I hurried out of lunar leisure, heading for the Wailing Wood as the icy wind brushed against me. At least I was myself again, no more fleas, no more scratching like a stray mutt. But my wolf needs were not being met at all, and I was growing desperate for affection. I ran the last mile to King's Hollow, pushing through the wards surrounding the huge oak tree and heading up to the door. I was admitted into the hollow tree trunk and hurried up the winding stairway into the wide lounge filled with wooden furniture and fur throws. A fire was burning to one side of the room, and Darius was stretched out on the sheepskin rug beside it, shirtless as he toyed with the fire in his palms. My eyes lingered on his abs for a moment, and I blinked sharply, turning away. Max was on his Atlas, splayed across the large couch, and Caleb was nowhere in sight.
You smell like mint.
Max looked up from his Atlas with a grin. Flea dip, I said, mirroring his smile. No more scratching. How's your rash? I couldn't see any sign of it now, but as Max lifted up his shirt, a faint raised line of flesh was revealed across his stomach.
Nurse says this should go in a couple more days, but the rest of it's gone. She said it was the worst case of griffin rash she'd ever seen. Well, you do have sensitive skin,
Darius said with a frown, sitting upright so the firelight danced over the broad muscles of his shoulders. He looked like a demigod, his skin so inked, and I bit down on my tongue. Man, I needed to get laid. Where's Caleb? I asked.
Where do you think?
Darius said, dropping back down on the rug again as he pointed to the door across the room. I'll go see him. I walked away, taking the short stairway up to the door and stepping outside. The wooden rope bridge stretched out ahead of me to the opposite tree where fayflies hovered and sparkled, weaving through the branches. I headed across it, the wind picking up and making the bridge rock beneath my feet. An owl hooted somewhere close by, followed by the distant call of wolves. My heart clenched as I froze, listening to the familiar call of my own pack running without me. It was as painful as if the moon itself had turned its back on me. I forced myself to keep moving, finding Caleb in his favorite spot. The treehouse on this side had a veranda built around it, and a swing bench hung from the roof. Fairy lights glittered along the railing and all the way up around the edge of the roof. Caleb was sitting on the bench, his Atlas in his hand and his face sketched with irritation. Hey man, what's up? I sat beside him, pushing away all thoughts of my pack running without me. Who was heading it right now? Fucking Maurice? Better not have been.
Tori Vega just shut me down. I asked her to come to my room tonight, but she just messaged me saying she's not coming, and that I should use this time to work on my personality.
He sighed, furiously thumbing through Facebook posts absent-mindedly, kicking out against the railing and making us swing backwards. The Vegas are hard work. I leaned my head back with a grunt. Caleb threw me a curious look.
You're not judging me, then? Because every time I mention her name in front of Darius, he looks like he's about to burst into flames.
Well, I've got a little Vega issue of my own. Can't exactly judge you right now.
You do?
I hadn't told them about Darcy being in my pack. I always told them everything, but this seemed like a betrayal somehow, even though I hadn't intended to do it. I accidentally made Darcy an Omega.
You what?
Caleb blurted, and I nodded, frowning at him. My eyes lingered on his mouth a moment too long, and I cleared my throat. Ugh. Damn wolf needs. I know, it's so fucked up. And now I can't stop thinking about her. She has to officially challenge me or please me so I can initiate her. So how well do you reckon that's going? Oh, and not to mention my entire pack have shunned me because I now have to initiate someone who isn't even of our order.
Shit.
Caleb breathed. Yeah. My gaze snagged on a Facebook post on his Atlas, and I snatched it out of his grip, my gut wrenching as I spotted a topless selfie of Maurice accompanying it. Maurice Galaxy. Heading out for a run with my new pack. Are alpha fights really necessary when you have abs like these? Hashtag top dog. Hashtag Seth who? Hashtag new alpha in town. Comments. Alice Telesto. Watch out, sugar, I might fight for the position myself, winky face. Maurice Galaxy. Well, maybe we should challenge him soon, but I want a proper taste of the pack first to make sure it's worth it. Lisa Canis. What's happened to Mr. Capella? Maurice Galaxy. He betrayed us, Professor. Frowny face. Hashtag traitor. Hashtag some wolves are better off alone. Lisa Canis. Oh no. Hashtag frowny face. I snarled furiously, tapping out a reply to Maurice's comment about challenging me in shout caps. Seth Capella. I am your alpha. If you challenge me, I will destroy you. Caleb wrestled the atlas from me before I could hit post, my finger still jamming down on exclamation marks as he finally got it from me. Don't rise to it, he demanded. You can't be seen losing your cool. The press could get access to this. Cal! I pawed at him. He has to know I'm his alpha. I've been giving them time to deal with Ashanti's death, but... He's trying to anger you. Caleb pressed, holding the atlas out of reach. I glanced at the screen and realized the newsfeed had scrolled down to a professional photograph of Caleb, which had been printed in the Rising Moon magazine last year. His chest was bare and his body gleaming with seawater as he smirked at the camera. In his hand was an ice cream he was leaning in to lick, but someone had cropped it out, replacing it with a glittering Pegasus dick. Caleb followed my gaze as I tried to reach for it before he could see. Assholes! He crushed the atlas so hard in his hand I could have sworn he was going to break it. Chill, I sighed. Take your own advice. Fine. Fuck them. He tossed the atlas into a chair with a scowl. A howl sounded off in the woods again, and a whine escaped me as rejection dug into my heart. Caleb patted my arm, and the contact made me ache. I needed more. I needed someone to just... I moved into his touch, invading his personal space and nuzzling against his chin. He knew I couldn't help myself, and though his order was almost the exact opposite of mine in terms of our tactile behavior, he let me do it because he knew I had to or I'd go mad. But tonight it felt like more than that. My senses came alive with the musk of his flesh and the heat of his body. Seth, Caleb warned as I moved my mouth to his ear. Remember that time in the Shimmering Springs last year? I burrowed my hands into his hair, and he released a deep growl in his throat. That was one time. And there was a girl there, too, he pointed out. Not the whole time, I said with a smirk, brushing my mouth across the line of his jaw. He still didn't push me away, so I planted a hand on his chest and ran it down the hardened lines of his abs. Are you tempted? He growled, catching my hand at the edge of his waistband and pushing me back. A whine left my throat, but I didn't force the issue. If he didn't want to go there, then that was up to him. I just needed to get some attention right now. Any attention. You have a girlfriend, remember? Caleb said. If you need a blowjob, go find her. Oh yeah, I do have a girlfriend. In the last couple of days I'd been all alone and so messed up over Ashanti's death, but I'd not once thought about going to Kylie for comfort. I seriously had to break that off. She'd grown up next door to me and had gotten crazy hot the summer before she was due to start Zodiac. I'd been home from the academy, and a series of sweaty nights with her had kept me thoroughly satisfied while I wasn't with my pack. We'd both had fun, and I'd maybe once or twice told her she was my girlfriend because, well, it had felt that way at the time. But now, the only girl I craved was Darcy Vega, which was an impossible dream. She'd never touch me after what I did to her. Unless I made things up to her somehow. I looked to Caleb, readying to voice something deeply traitorous. But he was screwing Tori, so I knew he'd understand. Do you think Darcy would ever forgive... Hey, are you talking about the Vegas? Max called, and we both turned to find him doing a pull-up on a low-hanging branch above the bridge. My eyes lingered on his muscles, and I let my gaze wander appreciatively. I didn't normally perv on my friends, but tonight felt anything but normal. Sort of. I shrugged one shoulder. We all need to talk about them. Come inside. Max dropped onto the bridge, and it shuddered from the impact of his weight before he headed away. I stood up, sensing Caleb following, but before I made it 2 paces, he caught my arm, wheeling me around and dragging me into a tight embrace. "Your pack will come back to you." He clapped me firmly on the shoulder. I wrapped myself around him, needing that hug more than anything in the world right now. "Ashanti," I choked out, and he held me tighter. "I know," he sighed. "Fuck the nymphs. We'll destroy them all one day." I nodded against his shoulder and he released me. We headed across the bridge, and I felt miles better by the time I reached the other side. With my brothers around me, I'd get through this. We could pull through anything so long as we stuck together. "And to think I almost got desperate enough to try and kiss you," I muttered as we walked up to the door. "Only in your dreams," Caleb whispered. "And memories." I cocked a brow and he pursed his lips. "I have no recollection of that," he lied. "Keep telling yourself that." I punched him on the shoulder as we headed into the den. Darius was standing up, his hands resting against the mantelpiece as he stared at the fire. I'd been so caught up in my own worries I totally missed how fucking stressed he clearly was. I walked straight up to him, wrapping my arms around him from behind and nuzzling his shoulder. "Dude," he growled, his body tensing beneath me. "You're upset," I insisted, and he sighed, letting me remain there. "Yeah, he is, but he won't let me siphon off his anger," Max said, dropping down onto the couch as Caleb joined him. "I don't want to let go of it," Darius snarled, and I released him so he could turn around. He clapped my arm and I gave him a nod, moving to sit between Max and Caleb, pushing them aside to make room. Max leaned a shoulder against mine, and I felt him drawing some of my grief over Ashanti away. I gave him a look of thanks, and he nodded, a silent understanding passing between us. Darius folded his arms, looking across us all. "My father just called. He believes our claim is officially under threat. Before Sunday, the Vega twins were easy prey. It was a joke to think they'd ever be considered for the Solarian throne. But now, that fire they cast was fucking powerful," Max said in agreement, sitting forward and resting his elbows on his knees. "They still don't actually want the throne, though," Caleb pointed out. "That's not what they said after the pitball match," I reminded him, a rumbling growl leaving my throat, and Caleb nodded seriously. "Even so, that article in the Celestial Times did a good job of downplaying what they did. They won't ever get the backing we have," Caleb said. "That's one newspaper, Cal," Darius said, shaking his head. "It will get out elsewhere. There's footage online already." "Let's address the elephant in the room here," Max said in a dark tone as he gazed at Darius unblinkingly. "It looks like they're going to emerge as dragons." A line of smoke left Darius's nostrils as he exhaled. His shoulders trembled, and I had the feeling he was holding back the urge to explode into his order form and take his fiery rage out on the sky. "Deep breath," Caleb encouraged, and Darius nodded slowly. "Well, look at the bright side," I said. "You could marry one of them and avoid marrying your buck-toothed cousin?" Darius' eyes whipped to me, his anger seeming to dissolve for a second. "That's not a terrible idea. Tori Vega has dry-humped me on more than one occasion, so I could probably win her round." "I do hope you're fucking joking right now," Caleb said in a deadly low voice, and I turned to him with a smirk. "Someone's jealous," I taunted, shoving his thigh with mine, and he pressed his lips together into a tight line. A smirk pulled at Darius's features as he played up to Caleb's reaction. "That would be one way to keep her in line, huh, Caleb? Surely you don't mind if I claim your plaything? You're only passing time with her anyway, right?" "Right," Caleb ground out, his shoulders becoming rigid, and I glanced at him, knowing that wasn't true. Caleb didn't do exclusive very often, but it seemed like he was trying to do it with Tori, which meant he actually gave a shit about her. And with my emotions all knotted up over Darcy, I sensed we were both about to cause a real issue when it came to keeping them both under heel. "That was the least convincing act I've ever seen," Max jibed. "And I can feel your jealousy from here, mate, so you're not fooling anyone."
She's my source. It's natural for me to be possessive. That doesn't mean I care about her. Caleb insisted, glaring at Max to try and make him back down. Their fighting made me uncomfortable, and I snarled at Max to try and make him back off too. He raised his hands in innocence, and I relaxed, getting to my feet and moving to stand next to Darius instead. Darius's playful expression fell away. If the Vegas are revealing their strength, we're all going to have to remind everyone that we're stronger. But we're not stronger. Not once they're trained, Caleb said. Max leaned back in his seat with a dark smile. But we are trained. We've got 4 years on them. No strength beats that, and you all know it. Even though we were only sophomores at Zodiac, we'd had private tutors since our early awakening at 15 years old. There was no way they could catch up on us. So what are you suggesting? I asked. We remind this school who the real monarchs are, Max said keenly. It's time we put the Vegas back in their box. I shared a brief look with Caleb, our secrets radiating between us. How am I going to put Darcy in her place when my body is telling me to protect her? And how is Caleb going to beat down Tori when he's clearly catching feelings for her? I sighed, knowing I had to say it as I looked to Max. Sorry, bro. I can't do shit right now. Darcy's my omega. What? Max snapped, and a low growl sounded from Darius. I raised my hands in innocence. It was an accident. Well, fix it, Darius demanded. I'm working on it, I sighed. But was I really? I'm enjoying my fun with Tori, Caleb said with a casual shrug, and Darius shot him a death glare. I say we just hope for them to fail the reckoning. And if they don't? Max snarled. We'll deal with it then, I said, and Caleb nodded in agreement. It's only a week. Fine, Max huffed, sitting back in his seat. But if they pass, we've got to come up with a better plan than the last one. Sure, I said offhandedly. I didn't like to admit it, even to myself, but I knew I was holding off on forcing Darcy from my pack on purpose. Heat radiated from Darius, and I could tell something was still bothering him. What is it? I nudged him, and his scowl grew. If they are dragons, Father is going to have his own thoughts on the best way to deal with them. Do you think you might really end up married to one of them? Caleb asked with a worried look. No, that's the thing. Darius shook his head, his brow heavily furrowed. If he believes they're about to emerge as dragons, I don't think he'll take that lying down. In fact, I think he'd rather kill them before that ever happens.
Chapter 7. Tori. Dragon Order Enhancement was held to the southwest of Fire Territory on an open plain close to the thermal pools, which divided it from Water Territory. The scent of sulfur hung thickly in the air, and steam rose from geysers and shallow pools which swept across the plain in coiling tendrils. I eyed the shimmering springs with interest, remembering Sophia suggesting we head to them for a swim sometime, but I still felt a little trickle of fear at the idea of getting into deep water, and I wasn't convinced the experience would be very relaxing all the time I felt that way. Although, as I thought about it, I imagined that the hot, thermal water could be a good place for me to work on facing my fear. At least it wouldn't be cold, reminding me so viscerally of that river I'd crashed into, or the pool the airs had frozen over. And if I wanted to make sure they couldn't use that fear against me again in the future, then I really needed to work on facing it. Not to mention the fact that if I went into my water elemental trial with a deep fear of cold water hanging over my head, I might be setting myself up to fail before I'd even begun. With that thought in mind, I decided to come back to the pools and see if I could do something to at least stifle the terror I felt when looking at deep water. Perhaps I could desensitize myself enough to make it through the assessment, although I had to wonder if a few days would be anywhere near enough for that. Darcy and I walked side by side as we approached the marker on my atlas to show us where the lesson was going to be held, and I wasn't sure which of us was dragging our feet more. Spending an hour with Darius A. Crux wasn't either of our ideas of fun, And I hadn't even spoken to him about the nymph attack where we'd fought alongside each other so ferociously. I'd gotten pretty damn up close and personal with his dragon form then, and I wasn't really sure why Orion thought it was necessary to make us spend even more time with him in lizard form. There were only 6 students gathered together when we arrived, and 5 of them were guys. I smiled widely as I spotted Geraldine's friend Angelica, who was surrounded by the other 4 guys, while Darius stood separate to them. She extracted herself from the group, much to their disappointment, and moved over to greet us with a wide smile. "Hey, I didn't know you were joining us today," she said, throwing a look at Darius, who shrugged dismissively. "I didn't realize it mattered," he said. "You could have just posted in the group chat," she complained. "It's not exactly hard." "I keep leaving that group chat for a reason," he replied irritably. "And I keep adding you again for a reason too," Angelica protested. "It's meant to be a way for the dragons who attend this academy to bond, and as you're the biggest—" "It's just a forum for these assholes to try and land you as a bride," Darius said, pointing at the 4 guys who said nothing to correct him. "And I don't need to read constant updates about the way your scales shimmer with the beauty of all the stars, or how your fire is so fucking impressive that they all have wet dreams over it." "You just have wet dreams about your own firepower then, do you, Darius?" I asked casually. His gaze slid to me, and he didn't miss a beat in replying. "Well, it is a lot more potent, so it would be more likely," he agreed. I snorted a laugh to spite myself, and Darcy raised an eyebrow at me. The other dragons were eyeing the 2 of us with interest, like the idea of 2 new female dragon shifters appealed to them. With my knowledge of the dragons' preference for breeding with their own kind, I imagined the idea of 2 new girls emerging in their order was great freaking news. But even if I did turn out to be a dragon, I had 0 intentions of marrying one, especially if Darius Acrux was an example of the kind of men their order produced. Distractingly good looks aside. "So, is the professor late or something?" Darcy asked, looking around. "There are no dragon professors at the academy," Darius said. "So I run these sessions as I'm the biggest and most powerful dragon here." "Could you try to take your head out of your ass the next time you say that?" I asked, and Angelica bit down on her lip to stop herself from laughing. The other dragons didn't seem inclined to say anything, but their eyes swiveled between Darius and us like they were watching a tennis match. "Can't do much about the truth, Roxy," Darius said, sounding every bit the cocky asshole he was. "And I think you know full well how big I am after straddling me during the nymph fight." "When I saved your life, you mean? I was wondering when you were going to thank me for that." "Well, I saved your life in that fight too, so we can call it even, I think," he replied. If he was at all grateful to me for what I'd done in that fight, he wasn't showing it now. But I didn't know what I expected. It was hardly like Mr. Full of himself was going to admit that he'd needed me in that moment. "Orion said that he thinks we'll be even bigger dragons than you if his theory about us is correct." Darcy cut in before I could escalate this little chat into a full-on row. "Well, Orion likes to think a lot of things are bigger than they really are," Darius joked, but I didn't miss the flicker of irritation that had passed through his eyes at Darcy's comment. "And there's a lot more to being a dragon than just size." "Such as?" I asked. "We're the most powerful order there is. There might be less of us than there are of other orders, but it would take a whole pack of werewolves to take on a single dragon in shifted form, and even then the dragon would likely win." The other dragons all perked up proudly in response to that, and I had to admit that I wouldn't really mind if I found out that I was one of them. "So, how does this go?" Darcy asked. "Are we going to ride you, or—" "No," Darius said firmly. "Dragons aren't pack horses. We don't offer out rides to people, ever." "But I'm sure I saw Orion jump from your back in the fight," Darcy countered. "I grabbed him and helped him cross the pitch so that the nymphs didn't kill either of you. If they got their hands on a power like yours, it would be disastrous. He did not ride me." The other dragons were all nodding firmly, and it was clear that this wasn't actually Darius being a dick, but really was a rule they followed. I tried not to let the disappointment show on my face. Riding a dragon through the clouds had been the one thing about this lesson that I'd been looking forward to. Do you want to try and create that nymph-killing fire with us? See if it can match up to ours? Darius challenged. We can give it a go, I shrugged. Neither of us had managed to summon the red and blue fire since the nymph attack, but I was willing to try it. Angelica smiled widely as the 6 dragons all moved to stand in a row. Darius beckoned us over to join the end of the line beside him, and I positioned myself just out of his reach. Angelica went first, throwing her hands up towards the sky and releasing a wave of fire which burned so hot that the grass beneath her withered away, even though it was in the opposite direction to the flames. The other guys followed suit, each of them managing to throw dragonfire up several meters above their heads into the sky. Darius planted his feet firmly before taking his turn, and the strength of his fire almost forced me back a step as it shot into the sky, further than I could measure by eye. I felt the heat of it warming me right down to the pool of magic in my core, which seemed to swell in response to the flames. I wondered if that could be a dragon thing, or if his power was just so intense that I couldn't help but have a physical reaction to it. My lips parted, and I couldn't deny I was impressed by the display of his power. Darius turned to me and Darcy with a smirk on his lips, gesturing for us to take our turns. I exchanged a glance with my sister, and she shrugged, raising her hands at the same time as me. I tried to call on that otherness inside me, which had awoken during the battle with the nymphs. It was like it was hiding behind a glass wall. I knew it was there, but I just couldn't get through to it. I scrambled with the attempt for several minutes, but eventually gave up. Darcy sighed loudly as she stopped trying too. Maybe it only works when there's nymphs around? She suggested half-heartedly. Or maybe you're not dragons at all, Darius said, and I wasn't really sure if he sounded happy about that or not. So what now? I asked. Now you two might as well go back to your houses, Darius suggested as he pulled his shirt off, exposing those muscles to the sun and forcing me to check him out, which he totally noticed. He smirked at me as he started to unbuckle his belt, and the other dragons began to undress too. We're going for a fly. Ugh, then I'm leaving before you flash me your junk again, I said, turning away from him before he could drop his pants. Your loss, Roxy. Darcy turned away too, and we started walking as the sounds of clothes hitting the ground followed us. Catch you later, guys, Angelica called. Hopefully you'll be flying with us soon. See you later, Darcy called back without turning around, and I threw a wave over my shoulder at her. We kept walking, but before we could get any distance, a huge roar tore through the air behind us, and a massive fireball blossomed to life above our heads. We both screamed, dropping to the ground in fright just as an enormous gold dragon swept over our heads, his wings almost clipping us where we cowered on the ground. I leapt upright as Darius twisted away, throwing my hands out and casting a spray of ice-cold water at his scaly ass. He deflected it with a flick of his powerful tail, releasing another roar before turning sharply and soaring towards the clouds. We watched as he and the other dragons flew higher and higher. Angelica's red scales glinted in the sun, and the other 4 dragons chased around her playfully as they tumbled through the clouds. Darius turned away from them, beating his powerful wings hard and disappearing in the direction of Earth territory to the north, clearly having no intention of staying with the other dragons for the rest of the session. Well, at least if we do turn out to be dragons, we won't have to worry about spending these lessons hanging out with that jackass, I said as I watched him fly away. He clearly prefers his own company over hanging out with his kind. The idea of transforming into that is insane, Darcy commented, her eyes on the group of dragons who still chased each other above us. But it does look like fun, too. A smile tugged at my lips as I watched them. Yeah, I agreed. Being a dragon would be pretty badass. Shall we head to the orb and grab an early lunch before the Hell Week pranksters show up? Darcy suggested. Yeah, I'll just grab my satchel. I moved away from her to retrieve my bag from where I'd left it on the far side of the plane, but stopped as Darcy gasped behind me. Oh my God, I've got to pee, she exclaimed. Okay, hang on, we can go as soon as No, like right now. I'll meet you at the orb. She turned and sprinted away from me before I could even get another word in, and I frowned after her in complete surprise. When you gotta go, right? Max called, stepping out from behind a craggy rock face and spinning an orb of water between his fingers casually. Did you do that to her? I demanded, drawing magic to my own palms as I waited to see what he was going to do. Manipulating the water in someone's body is fairly easy for someone as powerful as me, he said with a shrug. She'll feel better once she gets far enough from my influence. Why the hell would you do that? I demanded. I just need a word with you. I could have actually made her wet herself, but I was being nice. I come in peace. He crossed his finger over his heart, leaving a shining cross made of water hanging in the air before it, while he gave me an earnest expression. Not interested, I said coldly, turning my back on him as I made a move to follow my sister. I bumped into a wall of hard air and turned to glare at Max as he smiled at me. Just hear me out, he pressed. Why? Because you and me are in a pickle. You know my secret, and you're keeping it for me. I don't like being indebted to you. Just make sure you keep your freaky powers away from me and my sister, and you can forget about it, I assured him. I had no intention of blurting out the secrets of his heritage and weakening the Celestial Council while the nymphs were circling anyway. For a debt this big, that won't really cut it. I owe you, and I don't want to. It makes plotting against you awkward. So I have an offer for you. He smiled like he thought this offer was irresistible, and I pursed my lips. Spit it out, then. I'm willing to teach you any piece of magic that you want to learn. We're in a magic school, dude. There are teachers here paid to do that job, and I'm guessing they're better at it than you. I made a move to walk away from him, but he caught my arm. Isn't there something you need help with? Something you wish you didn't have to be afraid of anymore? Max asked, and he used his siren gifts to tug an answer from my lips before I could stop him. I don't want to be afraid of deep water, I breathed. I jerked my arm out of his grip and swung my other fist to punch him. He wasn't going to be caught out by me fighting dirty a second time, though, and he caught my fist before I could land the blow, grinning at me like we were playing a game. I can work with that. How about I take away your fear of drowning? He suggested. I don't want you in my head, I growled, yanking my fist out of his grip as I stepped back. Not like that. Sirens can't just pluck fear out of you and leave you free of it. That's moronic. We can't manipulate you once you're out of range of our power. Good to know, I said darkly. So how are you supposed to take my fear, then? You have air and water magic. I can teach you to breathe underwater. You'll never have to worry about drowning again. Max smiled widely, waiting for me to accept, and I hesitated. It was a damn good offer, but I didn't trust him one bit. How do I know this isn't some trick? I asked carefully. You'll have to trust me. No deal. I went to turn away from him again, and he closed in on me. Fire sprang to life in my palms, and I glared at him. You're so distrusting, little Vega. You should really work on that. But if you want, I'll let you take another peek into my head so that you can see I have good intentions. He offered me his hand and I frowned at him. Do you expect me to kiss you again? Not necessary this time, but we can if you want to. He waggled his eyebrows suggestively and I rolled my eyes. His outstretched palm hung between us, and I eyed it warily. On the one hand, I wanted to tell him to fuck off, leave him squirming over the fact that he felt like he was in my debt. But on the other, his offer sounded so damn good, I wanted to bite his hand off. With a sigh that let him know I still wasn't sure about this, I reached out and took his hand. It wasn't anywhere near as intense as kissing him when I was song-spelled, but for a moment, I felt his mind opening up to me. He let me feel the honesty in this offer, and I was quickly convinced that it wasn't some plot before he pushed me back out again. I moved to release his hand, but he held on for a second, a wicked glint in his eye.
"Do you want to screw Darius?"
He asked quickly, catching me off guard. "What?" I snapped, snatching my hand back. "Of course I don't."
"There was a lot of hate there, little Vega," Max said. "But there was lust, too. Maybe you should just do it to work through your frustration with him."
"I've warned you about messing with my head," I snarled at him.
"I didn't mess with anything,"
Max replied innocently.
"I just felt what you felt."
"Are you going to teach me this water shit or not? There are 1,000 places I'd rather be than hanging out with you. Like falling from a cliff into a pit full of shit," I snapped.
"Nice. Maybe we should work through this frustration too,"
he suggested with a smirk. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he held his hands up in surrender.
"No more siren gifts," he promised. "Come on, I'll show you what you need to know."
Max took off down a path towards the shimmering springs, and I only hesitated for a moment before following him. The smell of sulfur grew stronger as we approached the springs, and steam rose up all around us as little pools of bright blue water appeared between the rocks. It was beautiful, the sound of burbling water drowning out all else the further we went. Max finally stopped by a wide pool big enough for around 10 people to sit in, and dropped down to his knees before the water. He gestured for me to do the same, and I did, intrigued despite my reservations.
"You don't get taught this until junior year, but as I'm ahead of my class, I already have it mastered, and I'm sure with your power, you'll be able to do it too. The easiest way is using your magic to create a pocket of air around your mouth and nose and hold it in place. It's a little harder to do than creating a shield around you on land, because the water is pushing back against you all the time. But you can use your water magic to help with that too. And because you're strong, you should be able to maintain it for a good hour or more once you've got the hang of it."
"Really?" I asked. Now that he explained it, it seemed kinda obvious, but I'd never even considered the idea of creating my own air supply when I'd been trapped beneath the ice in that pool.
"Simple as that. Watch me, then try it yourself."
Max swiped a hand across his mouth and nose for a moment, creating a bubble of air around his face, before leaning forward and pushing his head beneath the surface of the hot spring. The clear water made it easy for me to see the pocket of air that remained in place around his face, and I grinned to myself at the thought of being able to do that. Max sat up again and gestured for me to give it a try. I took a deep breath, then ran a hand down my face the same way he had, working to create a bubble of air not unlike the shields that Professor Perseus had taught us in our air elemental class, just a lot smaller. Once I was pretty confident that it was in place, I leaned down and pushed my head beneath the water. I half expected Max to shove me in, but he didn't lay a hand on me, and I was able to concentrate on maintaining the pocket of air. The first breath I took was beyond strange. Water pressed against my eyes and neck, but I managed to breathe just fine in the pocket I'd created for myself. I could feel the water in the pool weighing in on my bubble of air, and I worked on guiding it away with my water magic until the pressure eased off. It took a fair bit of concentration to wield the two powers at once, but after a few minutes, I felt confident that I had the hang of it. When I finally drew back, I found myself alone beside the pool. I looked around in confusion, but Max was gone. As I stood up, I heard my atlas ping in my satchel and pulled it out, expecting a message from Darcy wondering where I was. Instead, I found a message from Max Riegel. Apparently waiting 2 minutes to speak in person was too much effort for the water air. Max.
"Now we're even, little Vega. Let's get back to being enemies."
I rolled my eyes and didn't even bother to respond. I was more than happy to have mastered that skill, so I wasn't going to complain about the fact that he'd felt the need to teach it to me. I'd be keeping his secret either way, just so long as he kept his siren manipulations to himself too. My atlas pinged again, and this time it was Darcy, wondering where the hell I was. I sent a quick reply, letting her know I was on my way, and started jogging back to the orb. I'd had more than my fill of airs for today, but somehow I'd come out unscathed. So maybe my luck was finally changing. Chapter 8. Darcy. Tori and I headed to our Earth Elemental class after lunch, moving through the Wailing Wood at a casual pace. As we drew toward the northern edge of the forest, a psst caught my ear, and we both paused. Tyler leaned out from behind a tree, frantically waving us over. I frowned, drifting nearer a little cautiously. "What are you doing?" He pointed up the muddy track and mouthed, "Seniors!" I'm sick of Hell Week already, Tori muttered as we moved into the trees to join Tyler. A couple more freshmen wandered up the path, and I spotted Kylie amongst them. Tyler encouraged us deeper into the shadows, and we stepped out of sight. They headed past us up the track, and screams carried into the air as a trembling earthquake rocked the ground. I braced myself on Tori's arm, my heart pounding a little harder. Tyler started stripping out of his clothes, placing them into a backpack. "I'll carry you guys there," he offered, and my mouth parted. "You don't have to do that," I said. "I owe you one," he shrugged, pulling off his clothes and stuffing them into a bag before passing it to Tori. I barely had a second to react to Tyler standing butt naked before us as he sprang forward and his body morphed into a beautiful silver Pegasus. He flexed his wings, arching his brows in a way which was so unhorsey that it made me laugh. "Hey, did you hear that?" a voice called from beyond the trees. "Fresh meat!" A stampede of feet headed our way, and I gasped. Tori and I hurried to climb onto him, but something latched around my legs and my stomach lurched. I was yanked backwards, tumbling through the undergrowth with a shout of anger. Tyler whinnied loudly, rearing up, and Tori clambered onto his back, desperately holding on to his mane. I kicked out at the vines binding my legs as I was dumped unceremoniously on the path before a group of older students in dark robes and creepy white masks. "Prepare to suffer," crowed the girl at the head of the group. The sound of cantering hooves filled my ears, and Tyler leapt over me with a furious neigh. His head bowed low as he aimed his shining horn at the seniors. They scattered around him and started casting vines to try and snare him in a web. I severed the vines around my ankles with a blast of fire, scrambling upright as Tyler leapt into the air with 2 powerful wing beats. "Darcy!" Tori yelled, thumping Tyler in the neck to get his attention. One of the seniors turned toward me, and I cast an air of shield around myself just in time as more vines shot my way. Tyler wheeled around, his head grazing the canopy and sending a smattering of orange-tipped leaves and a cloud of glitter tumbling down over the seniors. He swept toward me, and Tori leaned down, holding out her hand. I caught it with a whoop of triumph, forcing air beneath my feet so I was propelled up behind her. My thighs clamped around Tyler's belly as he broke through the canopy, and the seniors started laughing as we flew to safety. I was once again sailing away from harm on the back of a Pegasus, and I grinned widely, clutching onto Tori's waist as we soared over the Wailing Wood towards Earth Cave. Anyone who thought the Pegasus Order were weak was absolutely deluded. Being beautiful certainly didn't make them any less badass. Tyler swooped toward the rocky ground below, circling down to land outside Earth Cave, where students were filing inside for the lesson, eyeing us curiously. I spotted Kylie trudging up from the wood, covered from head to toe in mud, alongside a few other freshmen behind her. Her hair was in full snake mode, her eyes 2 raging slits. Tori and I started laughing, and Tyler neighed, trotting on the spot to show his amusement. She shot a glare our way, and the snakes on her head hissed at us before she stalked into the cave, a stream of curses leaving her lips as she went. I slid off of Tyler's back, and Tori passed him his backpack as he changed into his fae form, leaving nothing to the imagination as he stood stark naked before us. He grinned broadly, taking his bag and starting to dress. Thank you, I said. Yeah, seriously. If you ever need a favor, just let us know, Tori said as Tyler buckled up his belt. Well, there is something you could do for me, actually. He pushed a hand into his blonde-tipped hair. Anything, I said with a shrug. Your friend Sophia? She's cute. Reckon you could, big me up to her a bit? Maybe you could mention how I soared in like a hero and saved your asses? He eyed us hopefully, his soft brown eyes glittering. Oh, well, she's seeing, I started, about to tell him about Diego, but Tori elbowed me in the ribs. Of course we will, Tori said brightly, and Tyler beamed, his skin actually seeming to shine for a moment. I'll catch you up. He nodded to the cave as he continued to dress, and we headed inside. I linked my arm with Tori's, leaning in close. Why did you say that? Diego and her what? He's had plenty of time to define the relationship. I guess that's true. Maybe letting him know he's got competition will make him ask her out officially? Tori nodded. Exactly. It's a win-win for Sophia. She can take her pick. I grinned conspiratorially at her. Well, we'd better let her know at dinner then while Diego's around. Tori giggled softly. She's gonna freak. Do you think she likes him too? I glanced over my shoulder, but Tyler still wasn't following us. Who knows? Tyler's hot. Did you see those abs? I nodded, biting my lip to hold back my laughter. He'd be a solid 8 without those frosted tips. He looks like a 90s boy band member. I hope you're not talking about me. Seth's voice made my heart nearly stop. I looked up, finding him standing at the end of the tunnel. Caleb stepped up beside him, and they both started smiling, like actually smiling. Before I answered, Seth broke into song, cracking out the Backstreet Boys classic I Want It That Way. Caleb picked up the next line on cue, and Seth started clicking his fingers to the beat. They both started dancing, sashaying their way toward us, and I stared on in surprise. Seth looked at Caleb, and they both belted out the last line of the chorus together with their hands on their hearts. Oh my God, puke, Tori said, and I blew out a laugh. If you keep singing at us, I'll throat punch you like I did to Max. Caleb shot to her side in a blur of motion, slinging his arm around her shoulders. Oh, what beautiful poetry you weave for me, sweetheart. Gets me so hard. She ducked out of his hold, and we both glared at him in a perfectly symmetrical, back-off stare. I knew Tori was into him, but she wouldn't let it be seen in public. Besides, I couldn't really blame her when I looked at that roguish smile and set of stacked muscles. I wasn't really one to judge, considering my own fanged crush either. As we drew closer to Seth, he moved to my side, while Caleb kept to Tori's. I felt like we were being penned in, and it made my heart tick a little faster. Can I have a word, babe? Seth whispered to me, surprisingly not touching me yet. No, I said instantly. He looked to Caleb and nodded. My heart lurched as Caleb picked Tori up, tossing her over his shoulder and sprinting away into the cave system, her scream calling back to us. My mouth fell open and Seth grinned at me, catching my hand as I went to run after her. He twirled me around like we were dancing, pulling me into his chest and locking his arms around my waist. Don't worry about her. You know as well as I do those two have been hooking up. She's gonna be more than fine. Good for her. I'd like to be fine too. So if you could just get your grubby paws off of me, that would be swell. I pushed him and he released me. I backed up a step, then two, surprised when he didn't grab me again. I went to walk away, but his eyes softened, and he gave me a heart-melting expression that made me pause. What does that look for? I asked uncertainly, unable to help myself. Damn puppy dog face. I just want to talk to you for 1 minute. If you don't like what I have to say, you can walk away and never talk to me again. I like the sound of that second part, I mused, and his eyes grew wider. His hair was long and shiny around his shoulders, and I frowned as I realized he wasn't scratching. "How's your fleas?" "All gone," he said brightly. "Presto's ordered in the best flea dip in Solaria. My entire pack is clean." His face fell as he mentioned his pack, and a low whine left his throat. My throat tightened as I recalled the glassy eyes of his pack member Ashanti on the battlefield. "I'm sorry about your friend," I said gently. No one had deserved to die that day, and I could see how much it was hurting him, asshole or not. "Yeah." He cleared his throat, glancing away. I sighed. 1 minute? 1 minute. He turned to me, smiling again as he stepped forward, drawing back his muscular shoulders. I raised my brows, waiting for him to start, and spotted Tyler heading past us, nodding to me as he went. When we were alone again, I eyed the sharp lines of Seth's handsome face, and he took a measured breath, preparing for whatever he was about to say. "I have a proposal for you." "I'm not really looking to get married right now," I taunted, and he grinned demonically. "Not that kind of proposal. Although, now you mention it." He smirked and I rolled my eyes. 30 seconds are gone already. "Okay, so, don't say no to this immediately. But I want you to come and meet me tonight." "No." I cut over him. "No way." He bobbed on his heels, reaching toward me like he longed to touch me, but I jerked backwards so he couldn't. A frustrated growl left his throat, and he pushed his roaming hand into his hair instead. "You're making this really hard on me, babe." "I really don't care," I said with a shrug. His eyes darkened. "Look, I'm giving you a choice in this before I have to force it. Don't underestimate me being an alpha. It runs through to my damn soul, and you're in my pack. I have to initiate you. There isn't a way out of it, all right? If you keep making me wait, do you know what's going to happen?" "No," I said, my heart thumping out of rhythm. "I'll lose control. I'll put you in line whether you want me to or not, and it won't be the cuddly nice way." "But I don't want to be a part of your pack," I said in horror, and I certainly didn't want to be forced into it. I know, but we gotta jump through the hoops. First, I'll initiate you, then I'll work out the details to make sure I can kick you out, and we can all go back to normal." I frowned, considering his words. If he really was going to flip on me one of these days and force me into his pack, I didn't have much choice. "What do I have to do exactly?" I narrowed my eyes and he gave me that hungry look which made fear flicker inside me. "Meet me alone after dinner." "Yeah, that's not gonna happen." I folded my arms and he gritted his teeth. "Darcy," he snarled, "you're not getting the message here." "I'm getting it loud and clear. I don't trust you, Seth Capella. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to meet you alone after what you did to me?" His brows drew together, and he pulled his atlas from his pocket. "I thought you'd say that, so..." He lifted the atlas, tapping something on it, then mine pinged in response to whatever he'd sent. I went to take it out, but he shifted forward, taking hold of my wrist with a serious look. "That email is for your eyes only. I'm desperate here, and that's why I'm doing this. It will show you how serious I am about this. I don't want to hurt you, but if you refuse to meet me tonight, it will only be another day or two before I lose control." His grip on my arm tightened, and my breathing quickened from the intensity of his tone. "That message is ammo against me. I'm trusting you not to use it. But if I screw up with you tonight in any way, you've got it as a backup, okay, babe?" I nodded, falling still as his hand slid into my hair, fear dripping down my spine as I called on my magic, preparing to throw him off. He moved forward in a flash, pressing his lips to my forehead before darting away into class. The heated mark of his kiss turned cold as I swiveled around, staring after him and wondering what the hell he'd just sent me. I sat in the orb with my friends in a large group of the ASS at dinner time. I still hadn't looked at the email Seth had sent, not having had a moment alone to do so since classes had finished. Diego and Sophia sat opposite us, and Tori gave me a pointed look before resting her elbows on the table. So, guess who we bumped into today, Sophia? I don't know, the heirs? She said with a frown. Nope. Tyler Corbin. He swooped in and saved us from a bunch of Earth seniors who were about to go mega Hell Week on us. Tori beamed and Sophia nodded, seeming confused as to why Tori was telling her this. That's nice of him, she said with a smile. And he mentioned something that might interest you, I said with a grin. What? Diego questioned before she could, frowning as he looked between us. He has a crush on Sophia, I whispered, glancing across the room to where Tyler was sitting with some of the Pegasus crowd. Liar! Sophia squeaked, her cheeks flushing pink. Nope, it's totally true, Tori promised. Diego looked over his shoulder, his eyes not so subtly narrowing on Tyler. That pendejo? He muttered. I don't trust him. Well, I do, I said brightly, and Diego looked to me, his lips pursing. I sensed Tori holding back a laugh beside me and felt one bubbling in my own throat. Well, if Diego wasn't going to define things with Sophia, why shouldn't she have other options? You should go over there, Tori said in encouragement. Geraldine shifted closer, clearly having been listening in, and I spotted Angelica smiling over at Sophia without blinking. Did I hear correctly? Geraldine asked. Do you have a suit of vying for your hand, Sophia? I wouldn't put it like that, Sophia giggled, hiding her face in her hands. You must go to him. Your love awaits. Geraldine said loud enough to draw attention from the Pegasus table and plenty of others. Tyler glanced at Sophia hopefully, then turned back to his friends who all started prodding and elbowing him. Oh my God, I said excitedly as Tyler rose to his feet. What? Sophia hissed, her eyes Bambi wide. He's coming over, I laughed, schooling my expression as Tyler arrived behind her, and Diego's hand curled tightly around his fork. The entirety of the ASS fell quiet, looking at him expectantly. Hey, Sophia, Tyler said, clearing his throat, turning slightly red himself with so many eyes on him. Hi, Tyler, Sophia breathed as she turned around. Geraldine was half out of her seat, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Tyler, totally absorbed in the moment. So, there's a fair on in Tucana on Sunday. I thought maybe, after my Earth trial in the morning, we could head over there. Together? Say yes! Geraldine whispered as she cupped her mouth with her hand. Yeah, I'd like that, Sophia said, smiling shyly as Tyler sucked on his lower lip and nodded. Well, I'll see you then. He moved backwards as if to leave, then swooped down and planted a kiss on her cheek. The Pegasus herd started slapping the table and neighing as he headed back to join them, leaving Sophia bright scarlet and grinning her head off. Diego looked ready to skewer Tyler with his fork, but Sophia looked so happy that I couldn't feel too bad for him. You should have asked her out then, Diego. I sipped my orange juice, smiling as Tori started helping Sophia decide what to wear on Sunday. I sensed another online shopping delivery in the works, and wondered if she might be forming an addiction. Well, gravy on toast. This calls for a celebration, Geraldine announced, jumping from her seat and heading off toward the spread of food and drinks on the other side of the orb. She returned a moment later with a huge pitcher of some bright pink cocktail, placing it down at the heart of the table and pouring out glasses for everyone. Hey, I know a drinking game we can play, Diego offered, his mood taking a brighter turn. He looked to Sophia, nudging her hopefully. She eyed the alcohol with a giggle. I'm in. Me too. Tori picked up her glass. Geraldine took a large swig of her own drink. I must sadly decline. I'll stick to one glass when my wild and wicked side will come out. And as it's a Tuesday night, I'll keep her locked up tight. Boo! I want to meet her, Tori complained. I sighed with disappointment. I really want to play, but Seth begged me to meet him tonight, and apparently if I don't, he's gonna go wolf crazy on me. No! Tori leaned against me dramatically. Don't go. I'll come back, I promised. She leaned in to whisper in my ear. Okay, but be careful. Me and the Ass Club will be on hand for backup. Oh, and you have to tell me what's in that email the second you open it. I hooked her little finger with mine. Promise. I rose from my seat. I'll catch you later, guys. A chorus of goodbyes sounded from the Ass Club, and I waved as I headed away. Part of me wanted to just stay here and open the email, but it didn't seem right doing it in front of the whole ASS. Not that I owed Seth anything, but the way he'd acted earlier made me think it was a good idea to open it in private. As I jogged away from the orb, I headed along a winding path which passed through fire territory. It was a slightly longer route to Air Tower, but I'd be less likely to meet any Hell Week opportunists along the way. I breathed in the night air with a smile on my face, taking my time as I headed north through fire territory, then curving east to avoid the Wailing Wood. It was still another hour until curfew began, but the sun was long set, the path lit by burning torches. My atlas pinged and I took it out, wondering if it was Seth shooting me a reminder about tonight. Was I really going to meet up with him alone? I guess that depended on whatever he'd sent me. Instead of finding a message from him, my heart pumped out of rhythm as I found one from Orion instead. I hadn't replied to his message last night. I just couldn't. I didn't know what he wanted from me. It was too confusing. He said he couldn't think straight around me, and I seriously reciprocated that feeling. But I also knew that I wasn't going to make some rash decision just because my libido went from 0 to 1,000 every time I was around him. If we went down that route, gave into that urge, it could end in absolute disaster. But hell, it was the strongest temptation I'd ever resisted. I took a steadying breath and opened the message. Lance. You do like keeping a guy in suspense, don't you? Darcy. For someone who was very clear about what does and doesn't happen above swimming pools, I'm surprised you're still looking for the answer to your last question. Lance. What about the question before that then? Green or blue? A smile gnawed into my cheeks as I thought up my reply. Darcy. What difference does it make to you aside from being able to tell me and my sister apart? Lance. Blue means you like me. A surprised laugh tore from my throat, and I rolled my eyes to the sky as I closed in on Air Tower. Darcy. That makes no sense. Besides, blue hair meant something to me once, but I don't need it anymore. I reached Air Tower just as my atlas pinged again, but I stuffed it firmly away, casting air at the triangular symbol above the door and heading inside. I hurried upstairs with a burning need to read that message, but I held out all the way until I got into my room. I pushed the door closed, dumping my bag on the bed and fishing my atlas back out. I stripped my blazer off, dropping onto my desk chair and switching on the lamp beside my sketchbooks. When I checked my messages, I found 2 from Orion. Lance. I know what it meant. Darius told me after the fall party. But I have my own, better meaning, and Solaria has one too. P.S. I fully intend to break that guy's legs once you give me his name, by the way. Lance. I guess you're about to go back to radio silence, so for what it's worth, in Solaria, blue means royal, and to me, blue means you. I swear I reread that last sentence 100 times, my ears ringing and my heart thrashing in my chest. Blue means you. My eyes whipped back to the first message, and pockets of heat burst in my cheeks. A knock came at my door, and I jolted out of my reverie, standing up and pulling it open. Seth stood there with a vulnerable look on his face, and magic automatically rushed to my fingertips. Yes, I demanded, fire blazing in my palms. Have you watched it yet? He asked with a strange smile pulling at his mouth. Watched what? I frowned. The video I sent you. It's your ammo against me tonight. Oh, no, I haven't. I glanced over at my atlas and my heart smashed into my throat as I spotted the gleaming Aquarius moonstone sitting beyond it. Oh, shit. I'll watch it now. I slammed the door in his face, rushing to my desk and stuffing the moonstone into the top drawer. If he ever found out what I'd done, he'd kill me. He'd lost his entire pack because of the fleas I'd summoned, which had been a definite bonus, but now meant his fury would be tenfold. That hit me in the face, you know, he said from the other side of the door, and I answered with a laugh. I'm just gonna wait right here. Do what you want, mutt, I said under my breath, navigating my way to the email he'd sent me and clicking the video to play it. The recording was taken in Seth's room, and I frowned as he stepped in front of the camera in his school uniform. You Can Leave Your Hat On by Tom Jones started playing, and my mouth fell open as Seth tugged off his blazer to the raunchy music, swinging it over his head and tossing it onto the bed. Oh my God, I breathed, unable to stop watching as his strip show played out. He was overdramatic on purpose, pulling out his hair and whipping it in a circle before ripping off his shirt and sending buttons flying everywhere. I started laughing and heard Seth chuckle out in the corridor. In the video, he sprang onto the bed, looking like stripper Tarzan as he dove off of it and skidded across the floor on his knees right up to the camera. As he started unbuttoning his pants, I had the feeling this strip show was going to go all the way, so I tapped the screen to turn it off. I got to my feet, shaking my head with another laugh as I opened the door again. I folded my arms, trying to school my expression as I leaned against the doorframe. And what exactly was that video supposed to achieve? That's not ammo. You get naked 10 times a day to change into your order form. True, but did you watch until the end? He quirked a brow, and I shook my head. He nudged his way past me, his fingers brushing my arm as he went. He picked up my atlas, sliding the video to the last frame and holding it out to show me. This better not be a freeze frame of your dick, I muttered, and he snorted as I took it from him. You'd need a wide-angle lens to fit it all in if it was. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I looked at the screen and found he was now holding a sign over his junk that said, I renounce my claim to the throne of Solaria. If you sell this image to the press, I'm royally fucked, Seth said with a grim smile. Seth, I gasped, looking up at him with my heart in my throat. Why would you give me this? Well, it's only yours for the next. He checked his watch. 4 hours. At midnight, it will automatically delete. So you've got that long to destroy my life if you choose to. My throat tightened, and I stared at him for a long moment before finally nodding. This Wolfpack initiation thing must have meant a hell of a lot to him if he was willing to risk me giving this video to the press. So my instincts told me I was safe. Do you trust me then, babe? Just for tonight? He asked hopefully. I'll never trust you, I said bitterly. But so long as I've got this, I know you'll behave. Good, that was the plan, he said brightly. So what do I have to do? I asked cautiously, recalling how he'd rubbed himself all over me the last time this subject had come up. Well, like I said before, you have to challenge me or please me. You can't challenge me because I'll win, and I can't hold back or it doesn't count. I think I'd prefer that to the other thing, though, I said, wrinkling my nose. He reached out to touch me again, then withdrew his hand, shifting uncomfortably, like it was really difficult for him to keep his paws off of me. Well, you don't have to screw me to make it work. As much as my particular pack like to go all the way with each other, that's not the only way to please me. Good, because like I said before, you'd rather never fuck anyone again than screw me. Yeah, I remember, babe. Kinda hard for a guy to forget something like that. He arched a brow at me, and a laugh escaped my throat. That sounded even better being echoed back to me from his lips. What do I have to do then? Buy you a present? I jibed. He barked a laugh. Nope. He held out his hand. Come with me. We're going on an adventure. I ignored his hand, grabbing my coat and picking up my atlas. I forwarded the email to Tori with the message, if you don't hear from me by 11:30, send this to the press. Seth watched the whole time, making no move to stop me. Then I tucked my atlas into my pocket. "Lead the way," I said, wanting to get this over with. He grinned devilishly before snatching my palm and tugging me out of the door. I turned back, scrambling to lock up before he pulled me away, running into the stairwell and dragging me after him. "It's nearly curfew," I warned as I tried to keep up. "Sure is." He led me out of the exit at the bottom of Air Tower, and my atlas pinged. "Tori." "Holy shit. Be careful, Darcy. We're still drinking in the orb. Come join us when you're done." I looked up with a grin, tucking my atlas away, and Seth tugged me into a run. "What are we doing?" I laughed, unable to help it as the cold wind blustered around me and the lambent moon shone down on us, its bulbous form nearly full. "Ah, woo!" Seth held up to the celestial being above, and the sound set my heart pounding and the hairs rising along the back of my neck. "You're coming on a run with me." He released my hand, pulling off his clothes and stuffing them in his backpack before tossing it to me. I caught it, putting it on as he twisted away from me and tore into his huge white form, his fur rippling in the crazy wind that beat around us. He lifted his head, and a true howl left his throat, the piercing sound sending a shiver right down my spine and setting my pulse racing. He lowered down to let me get on his back, and I climbed onto him with a little thrill dancing in my chest. With the weapon I had against him, for once I really believed he wasn't going to risk pissing me off. I locked my knees behind his shoulders, winding my fingers into his silky fur as he rose to his feet. I clutched on tighter, having forgotten how large he really was as he bounded away across the sprawling flatlands that led to the eastern cliff. The air swirled around us, bringing the briny tang of the sea under my nose. The sound of crashing waves grew louder as we neared the cliff edge, and I gasped, clutching on tighter as Seth veered sharply right, racing alongside the sheer drop. The moonlight caught on the cresting waves, making the wild ocean sparkle like rhinestones. A whoop of excitement escaped me as I held on tightly, adrenaline bouncing through my veins like lightning. Seth turned down the steep steps that led to Air Cove, and my heart lurched upwards as he sprinted down them at high speed. I clutched onto him for dear life as he sprang from the final few steps, and his paws smashed into the sand, spraying it up behind him as he bounded toward the sea. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" I cried as he made a beeline right for the waves. "Seth!" I screamed, and he released a bark which sounded an awful lot like a laugh. He turned at the last second, splashing through the shallow tide as it drew in around his paws, and racing for the other end of the beach. The world became a blur as he charged across the land, intermittently howling to the moon as he went. He eventually slowed to a halt, and I couldn't stop smiling as I slid off of him and leaned back against a large boulder, shaking with adrenaline. Seth returned to his Fae form, and I passed him the backpack of clothes, turning away as he got dressed. After a minute, he cleared his throat, and I glanced back to find he dropped down to sit on a flat rock jutting from the sand. "Are you going to join me?" "It must be almost curfew," I said hesitantly, vaguely wondering if Tori and the others might have headed back to one of our houses so I could go meet them. 5 minutes?" he asked with a soft whine. "We'll be back before any teachers find us." I bit my lip, the thrill of the ride still running through my veins. I did have that video after all, and I wasn't totally untrained these days. If he tried anything, maybe I'd be able to blast him to smithereens with my newfound fire powers. I moved to the edge of the rock, sitting a few feet away from him and gazing out at the dark ocean. "Have I passed your initiation yet?" I asked, glancing at him. "Not yet," he murmured. "What else have I got to do?" I asked suspiciously, the high of the run starting to wear off. "We need to bond a bit," he said stiffly. I narrowed my eyes. "Like how?" "Nothing sexual, babe. Jeez. I gave you my word, didn't I?" "You've lied to me before," I reminded him. "I know," he sighed. "This isn't like that." "And what was that like exactly?" I asked coldly. "That was business. This is pleasure." He grinned mischievously, and some of my rage ebbed away a bit, but certainly not all of it. I'd kind of enjoyed the evening so far, but it was definitely easier to like Seth when he was a giant fluffy wolf who couldn't talk. I waited for more of an explanation on what I was supposed to do, and he slid closer so he was within arm's reach. I gave him a stare that warned him not to touch me, and he didn't. He sighed, looking up at the stars blazing above us. "Sex is so much easier than this." I watched him in my periphery, not sure how to respond to that. "Do you want to hear a story?" he asked, and my brows arched. "Okay," I agreed, and he dropped his head to stare at the sea. "In my family, we have this tradition called forging. Every cub has to go through it to prove they're strong enough to be a part of the pack." I turned to look at him, intrigued by that. "What does it involve?" His throat bobbed, and he didn't look at me as he continued. "You have to survive a week on your own on Fable Mountain in northern Solaria." He glanced at me. "This will sound a little fucked up, but it's the way of wolves, so don't judge my parents too hard." "All right," I breathed, my skin prickling at the tension in his voice. "Cubs don't get named until after they're forging, because a lot of them don't make it back. The idea is to weed out the weak to keep the pack strong. It's been done for generations, but a lot of werewolves have given up the custom because it's so ruthless." I nodded, my mouth drying up at the idea of parents leaving their children to fend for themselves like that, knowing they might not come home. "What was it like?" I asked in a strained voice. "I was only 5, he said quietly. "Dad told me to spend the week in my wolf form. He said it was easier that way. It was so long ago, but I can still remember every day vividly." He cleared his throat, a vulnerable look gripping his features. "I remember my parents walking me up the mountain through the thickest snow I'd ever seen. I thought it was a game. I remember laughing and playing. I didn't really get it until they left me there in a cave with no food, no water, nothing." He swallowed thickly, and my heart stung as I pictured him as a small white wolf cub abandoned to fend for himself like that. "That's awful," I whispered, threading my cold fingers together. "I don't blame them. I love my parents. They made me strong," he said fiercely, and I could see he really meant that. "How did you survive?" I asked. "I nearly didn't," he muttered. "There was a blizzard that week. The snow was so thick, I only had to step outside the cave to be blinded by the endless fog. So I holed up in there, frozen to the bone, starving and alone." His jaw tightened. "I'd never been alone before. I've got a lot of family. We always slept together, and I didn't realize how painful it would be to be cut off like that." He rubbed a hand over his face with a sigh. "Do you remember what you said to me the other week? How I didn't break you, I forged you?" He looked to me, and my stomach clenched as I nodded. It made me realize how much I've become like my parents. After I survived that week on the mountain, I vowed that if I ever had a family of my own, that I'd never put them through that. But somewhere along the way, I forgot that promise I made to myself. We sat in silence, and I tried to imagine what it would have been like to grow up in this cutthroat world. Would I be as hard-hearted as the heirs if the king and queen had raised me? "How did you survive that week?" I asked. "Well, the snow packed up so high outside the cave that it eventually kept the wind out. I got water from the ice, but I didn't eat anything. I was weak as hell by the time my parents came back and dug me out, but I survived, so I passed." I reached out, resting a hand on Seth's arm, my eyes watering at the horrible image he'd conjured in my mind. He looked to me with a taut frown, releasing a low whine. An instinct rose in me, and I wasn't sure if I should act on it, but he seriously looked like he needed a hug. I shuffled closer as I decided to give in to the feeling and wrapped my arms around him. He buried his face in my neck, and as I tried to pull back, he held me there a moment longer, making my heart judder. "Seth?" I warned, and he quickly released me. I scooted away again with a lump in my throat. There really was something to this whole alpha wolf thing. His aura was designed to dominate, to make me want to bow to his commands and please him. But I wasn't a wolf, and I wouldn't ever act like I was either. He gasped suddenly, resting a hand on his chest. "Oh, thank fuck for that." "What?" I asked in confusion. "Welcome to the pack, babe. You're officially initiated."
Chapter 9. Darius. My head was ringing, and my pulse was slamming into my eardrums loud enough to make me lose focus. "Are you listening to me?" Lance asked, and I realized I hadn't been. I blinked a few times and shook my head, trying to force the dizziness away. "Say it again," I asked, drawing in a deep breath and releasing it slowly. Lance caught my arm and pulled me to a halt. We were at the top of the cliffs in air territory, walking along the path that led to the orb. It was after curfew, but that actually made it easier for us to meet. No one was around to see us. "Did I push you too hard?" he asked, a trace of concern leaking into his voice. "No." I shook my head and took another deep breath of the sea air rolling over the cliff. "I skipped dinner, though, so—" "I warned you about that," he growled, concern shifting to anger easily enough. "You need your energy when we do this. If anything, you should eat more when you know we're going to." "All right, I fucking get it. I just got caught up talking to Xavier and the time got away from me." I tipped my head back to the sky, looking at the black star-speckled blanket above us as I got my mind straight again. "Are you going to tell me what's going on with him?" Lance asked. I sighed. It wasn't my secret to tell, but I needed to talk to someone about it. And Lance had been keeping my secrets for as long as I could remember. If I couldn't trust him with this, then why the hell was I trusting him with my life every other night? "His order emerged," I said, my eyes on the stars as I searched for the constellation which may have been responsible for my brother's fate. "He's a Pegasus." To Lance's credit, he only swore once. "Lionel knows?" He confirmed. "He does. I think he would have killed him to cover it up, but Mother stepped up. She's put a plan in place to release the story if anything were to happen to her or Xavier, so he's, well, I wouldn't say safe, but he's not likely to die just yet." I blew out a breath and forced myself to look at my friend. "I know you want to protect him from this, but it isn't your job," he began. "It wasn't your job to protect Clara either, but you did all you could, didn't you?" I asked. Lance's jaw ticked. "Not enough." "No, not enough to save her from my father, and he didn't even want her to die. What chance does Xavier have?" I blinked a few times and found that the dizziness had passed. Lance assessed me through narrowed eyes and reached out to clasp my neck without bothering to ask. The heat of his healing magic slid through me, and I waited patiently for him to finish. "Better?" he asked. "Yeah," I admitted. We started walking again, giving Airhouse a wide berth in case anyone was looking out of the windows. "You want to help Xavier hide what he is, but maybe that's the wrong way to look at it," Lance said as we walked. "Once the story is out there, it's out there. If everyone already knew, then what could Lionel do? He'd just have to front it out." I thought the same thing, but Xavier is terrified of what would happen if anyone found out. He thinks Father would punish Mother. He said he's already accused her of having an affair. "Well, neither of your parents have ever been faithful in their marriage, but that's hardly a secret," Lance muttered. "And Catalina might be many things, but she's not an idiot. She would have cast the spells to prevent pregnancy." "I know. He knows that too, or he would have ordered a paternity test. But you know how he is. The Acruxes are pure-blooded dragons, as far back as anyone can count. That's why he wants to marry me to fucking Mildred, even though she's his cousin's daughter and looks like a warthog made love to a dishwasher to conceive her. He can't bear the idea of even risking bringing impure blood into the mix for this very reason. And poor Xavier, He's like the cutest fucking Pegasus I ever saw. I ran a hand over my face and groaned. If it wasn't so goddamn serious, it'd be hilarious. We walked in silence for a few minutes as Lance stewed over that little nugget of shit. I take it Lionel won't let him join a herd either? He asked eventually. I snorted a humorless laugh. He's pretty much shackled to the bed. I don't even think he sees daylight half the time. They trotted him out for a half an hour at that goddamn party with the Vegas just in case the press made note of his absence. But aside from that, he's been hidden away. Fae of the Pegasus Order need a herd, just like werewolves need a pack. He needs to come to terms with who he is and embrace that part of him. He needs to meet others like himself, Lance said. It doesn't even look like he'll be allowed to attend the academy next year. I honestly think Father is just planning to lock him away forevermore and hope the world will forget he exists. I don't know what I can do to help him, and I just feel so useless. I'll try and think of something, Lance said. Perhaps a herd could be paid off and we could come up with some cover story for them spending time at your family's manor. Can you really see Father allowing that? Think of the glitter on the lawn. He'd shit a brick. I'd like to see that. Lance laughed. I'll think on it some more. Did Xavier happen to mention anything about Lionel's movements this week? He said he's been away from the manor a lot, but he had no idea where. He didn't know anything which might help us figure out who he's planning to use on the lunar eclipse for his shadow magic. I considered asking him to dig around, but if Father caught him... I understand. It's better not to put Xavier in the firing line if we can avoid it. Is there any chance you can come up with an excuse to visit the manor this week instead, then? We need to find out who he's planning to use before it's too late. I already have, actually, I said with a smirk. I'll head there tomorrow night and try to find out more. He's got a big council meeting that night about the nymph situation, so I should be able to search his office. With a bit of luck, it'll give us the answers we need. At the very least, I should be able to get something of his that's personal enough to let us use it for a reading. Good, Lance replied, and I could see the relief weighing on him. We need to figure this out before the eclipse. We walked on in silence for a while, both of us considering the repercussions if we failed to figure out Father's plans. But I couldn't let myself get caught up in what-ifs. I had to presume we'd stop him before he got that far. We reached a fork in the path and paused to say goodnight. Get something to eat before you head back to your house. And if you get caught, then I'm not covering for you. I already had that FIB asshole sniffing around, asking questions about us, Lance said. Anyone would think you were embarrassed about luring students out to sneak around after dark with you in your secret cave, I teased. I'm mostly embarrassed it's you, he replied scathingly. You're not even hot. Bite me, I joked. Don't tempt me. I looked at him a little more closely and noted the bags beneath his eyes. Maybe you should go get your Vega out of bed, I suggested. What do you mean, my Vega? He asked, shooting me a sharp look as we paused where we were due to part ways. Gwendolina, I reminded him with a frown. You know, your source. Unless you really are planning on biting me tonight. Oh, right. No, I'll just catch her in the morning, he replied, looking out into the trees. If I bite you before I sleep, I'll end up fucking dreaming of you again. Oh, come on, Professor. We both know you dream of me anyway. I flexed my muscles at him as I began to back away, and he rolled his eyes. You want to lose 250 house points for disrespecting a teacher while breaking curfew? He asked. You want to tell me if that's a dagger in your pocket, or if you're just excited to see me? I taunted. He flipped me off before turning away and shooting off towards Asteroid Place. I grinned to myself as I took the path to the orb. If I headed there now, I could grab some food before going back to the house and make up for the meal I'd missed while talking to Xavier. Although I didn't feel like I needed it so much now that Lance had healed me. He was right, though. It was stupid of me to take extra risks like that unnecessarily. I'd be more careful to eat before the next time we met. I shouldn't really have risked being seen by any more teachers after curfew like this, but being an heir bought me a lot of leeway, and it was doubtful that I'd incur any punishment even if I was caught. The orb appeared ahead of me through the trees, but as I stepped out onto the path, a shadow peeled away from lunar leisure and moved into my way.
Tut, Mr. Acrux, breaking curfew? You naughty boy.
Washer waggled a finger at me as he moved closer, and I stopped before him. Just had a little business to attend to, I said, layering my voice with enough friendliness to get him on side.
Of the female persuasion?
Washer asked knowingly, throwing me a wink. I gave him a smile, which let him believe that.
Well, perhaps I can let this little transgression slide, if you offer up a taste of that lust for me. I'm sure a peek at your exploits would see me through the night.
He purred, slinking closer, as if I'd give you a look at my sex life to jerk off over. Not tonight, I said firmly. I'm a little low on reserves myself. Not true, but he could fuck off if he thought he was getting into my head.
Oh, come now. A taste to buy my silence? You've been having fun while I've been out here patrolling. We can keep it between us boys.
I felt a wave of his power flowing towards me, trust and friendship mixing with some lust as he tried to twist my emotions to his desires. I slammed a wall of heated energy up around me and squared my shoulders at him. That was a no, Professor, I snarled, and he backed up a step, fear flickering through his eyes before he could hide it. A tense beat of silence passed between us, and then he tittered a laugh. I dropped the wall of heat, and he visibly relaxed.
Oh, well, you can't blame me for wanting a piece of your power,
he said, dipping his head to me just a little in deference. I didn't often have to pull the power rank on a teacher, but a little reminder of who I was didn't go amiss every now and then, and I certainly wasn't going to be prey to any of the parasitic orders outside of the other heirs, and even then, it was only with my agreement.
Scamper on back to your house, then, you scallywag, and I'll waive the punishment for breaking curfew this once.
Thank you, Professor, I said brightly, like we hadn't just had a face-off which ended in my favor. I walked around him, and Washer headed off into the trees to continue his patrol with a slight pout on his face. As I strolled into the orb to grab my late meal and a few beers to take back to my room, my mind focused on the conversation I'd had with Xavier again. He'd overheard Father saying he might have a way to fix him, and I was just as concerned about that idea as Xavier had been. I glanced around as my skin prickled, sensing someone close by without actually seeing anyone. I frowned, drawing on my magic as I pushed back at the strange sensation, and suddenly a glamour fell away, revealing 3 figures at the back of the huge room. Raucous laughter drew my attention, and I looked into the far corner, spotting Roxy Vega clambering up onto the table while 2 of her powerless little friends watched excitedly. She still had her uniform on, and I wondered how long they'd been there, hiding themselves with that spell. It was a pretty clever way to avoid the Hell Week chaos going on back at the house, even if they were being stupid by staying out after curfew. But then, I could hardly talk on that front.
Far be it for you to not go through with the... For me to not go through to do the daring.
Roxy was slurring and she stumbled, almost falling from the table even though she was only wearing flat pumps. The guy leapt up and caught her waist to steady her, and my gut lurched irritably as his hands skimmed her ass. I bit my tongue, turning away from them as I crossed the room in search of my drinks. I didn't think I'd seen her that wasted before, and a Tuesday evening in the Orb seemed like an odd venue to choose for a bender. But that was her business.
I only came up with that dare because I didn't think you'd actually lose,
the girl protested.
I'm not usually one for losing, Sophia. Roxy agreed. But I will never back out of a dare, and you ordered a strip show. I paused a few meters from the ice chiller, fighting against the urge to look back over to them again. Roxy Vega might have been the most irritatingly rude and stubborn girl I'd ever met, but she was fucking hot. And with the stupid games we played together while I was tutoring her in her fire magic, I had to admit that I'd imagined her stripping for me more than once. The guy muttered something in Spanish, and the tone of it made me think she'd started to pull her clothes off. I fought the urge to turn with clenched teeth, then continued my mission for beer, deciding to skip the food in favor of sleep. I snagged a six-pack from the chiller and turned back, meaning to head for the exit. Of course, my goddamn dick wasn't going to let me leave without looking over at Roxy again. It didn't care that I had to get rid of her, or that she irritated me more than any woman ever born. Her blazer already lay in a heap on the floor, and she was fumbling with the buttons on her shirt, her inebriation obviously slowing her down. But the way she was swaying her hips and tossing her long black hair still made her look sexy as hell. Her pleated skirt fell to her mid-thigh, giving me a look at several inches of bare flesh between it and the top of her knee-length socks, but the elevated angle of looking up at her on the table made it seem like her bronzed legs went on forever. "Why don't you do another dare?" the boy protested. "Go for a run in the Wailing Wood." "Don't be crazy," Sophia objected. "There could be a nymph out there." "Stop doubting my amazing stripping skills, dude," Roxy teased as she continued to struggle with her buttons. I was about to force my eyes away from her when she cursed and yanked on her shirt hard enough to rip every button off of it. Beneath it, she was wearing a gold push-up bra which accentuated her perfect tits and made her look like something out of a dragon's wet dream. She tossed her head back with laughter, taking a playful bow for her friends, but her foot slipped and she tumbled off of the table instead. I took a few running steps towards her before I could stop myself, but the guy had leapt up to catch her before she could hit the ground. "Tori," he asked, as she slumped against him, seeming to have fallen unconscious. "Oh, shit! Help me!" The girl Roxy had called Sophia scrambled to help him with her, and they struggled to move her towards one of the cushioned chairs close to where they'd been sitting. I shook my head to clear it of the image of her in that gold bra and spun on my heel, striding towards the exit, and quite possibly a cold shower. Just as I made it to the door, a loud scream halted me. I turned back to see Roxy's friends backing away from her in a panic, as the thick sheet of ice spread across the ground away from her, tinting everything in its path a frosty blue. "Wake up, Tori!" Sophia yelled desperately. "Maybe you should run for a teacher," the boy said. "I'll try to get through to her." Sophia turned to run for the exit, and her eyes widened in panic as she found me striding towards her instead. "What's wrong with her?" I asked, my tone clipped. Sophia hesitated, clearly not wanting to trust me with her friend's condition while battling against the inclination to do whatever I told her. "She passed out, and now she's using magic in her sleep and we can't get close to help her." Roxy whimpered behind her, and I stepped around Sophia to inspect the damage for myself. I dealt with this kind of thing with the other heirs once or twice, when our powers had first been awakened. We were just so powerful that if we got too drunk, sometimes we'd lose control over our magic in our sleep, and Roxy had seemed wasted to me. "He's fine, we'll look after her," the boy said firmly, but I ignored him as I walked closer to Roxy where she was slumped in the chair. I drew on my fire magic, pushing it against the ice and melting some of it, but Roxy's power fought back as she whimpered again. "Roxy," I growled as I made it to stand before her. The ice was still spreading and thickening. She was trembling in the chair, and I noticed a few tears sailing down her cheeks. "Not again," she breathed, her fists balling as she curled in on herself. "Roxy, wake up," I snapped, moving forward to grab her arm and shake her. She didn't wake, but the ice around me thickened even more,
and her friends cried out as they were forced to back up again. My breath rose before me, and I dropped the six-pack beside her chair, crouching down before her so that I could shake her more firmly. She started coughing, and water burst from her mouth like she'd been drowning. I pulled her forward, slapping her back to help her get it all up, and the tremors rocking her body reverberated through mine as she pressed against my chest. More cold water flooded from her, drenching her as she cried out in panic, and I pulled her against me more firmly. "You need to wake up," I commanded.
"I don't want to die like this,"
she breathed, and my heart lurched as the ice thickened around us again. This wasn't a dream she was having. It was a nightmare, and I got the sinking feeling that I knew exactly what it was about. The ice kept thickening, and I was shivering now too. If she didn't snap out of this soon, she could really hurt herself, and it would be my fucking fault. "Shit," I breathed, taking her hand in mine and squeezing her cold fingers as I pushed my magic into hers. For once, the well of her power didn't burn with overwhelming magic, and I thanked the stars that she'd obviously gotten through a good amount of her reserves today. The display she was currently putting on was clearly burning through her power, and I'd only topped mine up after class, so I was confident that I could wrangle hers under control. I pressed my magic into her body, expecting the fight she'd put up when we trained together, but to my surprise, her power welcomed mine like greeting an old friend. The surge of excited energy I felt when power sharing with her zipped through me, but this was even more intense than usual because she wanted it. On some base level, at this moment in time, she fully trusted me. I tried not to focus on how good that felt, and shifted my attention to helping her reshape her magic instead. I had to fight to pull her away from her water magic, which clearly wasn't helping anything right now, but she started to writhe in my arms, looking for an outlet for this panic that gripped her. My natural inclination was to encourage her towards fire, but if she managed to overwhelm my control with that element, then it could be disastrous. I'd had a little practice with the other heirs in power sharing, and had managed to help them wield the elements I didn't possess more than once, even though it wasn't as easy. Essentially, as I wasn't the one shaping the power, it was doable, so all I had to do was encourage her towards it. I decided that earth magic was probably the safest bet while she was so out of control, and fought to push her towards that. My grip on her tightened, and I ground my teeth as I twisted my power in the unnatural direction. But all of a sudden, Roxy grabbed onto my suggestion, and I felt the magic flooding from her. I opened my eyes, glancing around to find the entire orb springing to life with flowers of every color imaginable. I kept my leash on her magic intact as she slowly relaxed in my arms and released a juddering sob. She pressed her face to my chest, and my heart leapt a little as she leaned into me like I was someone who could protect her. Once she relaxed completely, the flood of magic stopped pouring from her, and I pulled my own power back, releasing her hand. Her hand shot out and caught my arm, her fingers gripping my bicep as I tried to pull away.
"Don't leave me,"
she begged, and I cleared my throat as I looked down at her. Her eyes were still closed, and she was pretty much unconscious. I very much doubted she had any idea who was holding her. If she did, she would likely be telling me to get the hell off of her. But she asked me not to leave, and I found that I didn't want to. Besides, she'd only had that nightmare because of what me and Max had done to her in that swimming pool. So maybe I owed her my help with this, if that's what she wanted. "I won't," I replied, as I shifted her against my chest and scooped her into my arms. I stood and headed for the exit. The orb was absolutely filled with ice and flowers, and I guessed that the faculty wouldn't be overly impressed when they had to come and clean it up tomorrow, so I couldn't just leave her here to get caught. Besides, she'd be easy prey for a nymph in this state too, and even with the extra security in place after the attack, we couldn't be sure one wouldn't slip past the defenses. I hadn't spent the last few weeks trailing her around campus to protect her from them, just to quit now and leave her vulnerable. If the nymphs managed to get hold of a power like hers, it could be disastrous. And that was the only reason I'd admit to for getting her out of here. The way my heart was beating as I held her close had nothing to do with it. Her friends had been forced to retreat all the way to the door by the onslaught of magic, but they moved forward as they saw she was all right. "I can take her now," the boy said firmly. I eyed his scrawny arms and raised an eyebrow at him in disbelief. There was no way in hell he'd be able to carry her any distance. "Not necessary," I replied dismissively. "I'll take her back to our house. You're not even from Ignis anyway, so why don't you trot along home?" I made a move to pass them, but Sophia stepped into my way, squaring her shoulders as she prepared to argue with me. I vaguely knew her from around the house and seeing her with the Vegas, but her power was practically irrelevant to me, so I'd never paid her much attention. She was also barely over 5 foot tall, which meant I was looking down on her by over 1.5 feet, but she still didn't back down.
"Thank you for your help, but Tori wouldn't want you to be holding her like that,"
she said firmly.
"Diego and I will manage to—"
"I said I'm taking her back to the house," I replied flatly. "Diego and you can try to stop me if you think you can." I snorted dismissively and tried to sidestep her. She shifted right back into my way, and her skin began to glow a glittery pale pink as her order tried to push its way from her skin with her anger. She had pretty big balls for a low-powered Pegasus, I'd give her that. "What is it you think I'm going to do to her?" I asked. "I'm not a goddamn monster." Sophia scowled at me like she didn't agree with that statement, and I released a breath of frustration before pushing past her anyway. I set a fast pace back towards the house, and their footsteps followed close behind me, punctuated with hissed fragments of conversation as they tried to figure out what to do. As we closed in on the glass building, the boy declared that he was going to seek out Darcy and left us, his feet hitting the path at a thumping pace as he ran. I ignored them both and kept going all the way back to the house, taking the stairs 2 at a time before striding through the common room. I received several curious glances as we passed, but most people had headed to their rooms already, and the look I threw the others was enough to stop them from taking photographs or asking questions. I made it to my bedroom door before Sophia caught up to me again, and she was even brave enough to grab my arm to halt me. "What?" I asked, lacing my voice with a bit of threat. Sophia blanched at my tone but didn't back down, and I found myself equally surprised and impressed by the devotion of this nothing little fae to the girl in my arms.
"Why are you taking her to your room?"
she demanded.
"I've got her bag right here with her key and—"
"And while she's in this state, she could lose control again and burn the whole house down," I replied. "I'll have to stay with her tonight until she sleeps off the alcohol you watched her consume." There was more than a hint of accusation in my tone, but the girl didn't even flinch this time.
"And that's all you're going to do?"
Sophia demanded.
"You're not going to play some trick on her or hurt her or—"
She didn't finish that accusation, but her gaze flickered to the point where my hand was gripping Roxy's bare thigh as I held her. "I'm not a fucking rapist," I snapped. "I could have any girl I want in my bed any night of the week. Why would I want to molest an unconscious one who hates me?" Sophia backed off instantly, seeming satisfied by whatever she'd seen in my eyes as her shoulders sagged a little.
"Okay, I didn't mean to imply. Just look after her,"
she said, frowning at Roxy again with concern as she passed me her bag and backed up. I made to turn away from her. Then an idea occurred to me. "Wait, Sophia, right?" I asked, trying to sound vaguely friendly. It wasn't something I attempted often, and the frown she gave me said I was terrible at it.
"Yes?"
I have this cousin, third cousin actually, who just emerged as a Pegasus."
"Good for her. Why are you telling me this?"
she asked suspiciously. "It's a him. He's called Philip."
"Philip?"
She looked at me like no one in the world was actually called Philip, and I had to admit I'd never met one. Damn it. Why did I pick that fucking name? Yeah, well, as you can imagine in a family of pure-blooded dragons, Philip isn't coping so well with the shame of...
Shame of what?
She asked, a clear challenge in her eyes for me to dare to finish that sentence. And in hindsight, implying her order was shameful probably wasn't the best way to get her to help me. I shifted Roxy in my arms and sighed, wondering if I should just abandon this idea. But this girl had impressed me tonight, despite her weakness, and I didn't really have anyone else to ask, so I barreled on. I'll level with you. Me calling your order shameful is about the closest to a compliment he'd get from a member of my family on the subject. He's been locked in his house, hidden away from the world. His father has actually considered killing him to conceal his true nature. He's alone, and he could really use someone of his order to talk to. My throat felt tight. I didn't know if this was a terrible idea, but Xavier had sounded so broken on the phone earlier, so desperate. I just wanted to try and help him. And maybe having another Pegasus to talk to would help him see some good in what he was. Sophia just stared at me, and I shook my head, turning back towards my door as Roxy mumbled something against my chest. Forget it, I muttered, my gut twisting as I failed him again.
You know,
Sophia said softly behind me.
Everyone says Darius Acrux is heartless and cold-blooded just like the dragon he turns into. But you're not, are you?
I gave her a flat look over my shoulder, but she carried on anyway.
You actually give a shit about other people, don't you? You want to protect them, look after them.
Her gaze fell on the unconscious girl in my arms like that was proof, and I growled at her. Is there a point to your inaccurate analysis? Sophia had the nerve to roll her fucking eyes at me.
I'll message you my number. You can tell Philip to message me whenever he likes.
I raised an eyebrow at her in surprise, and she threw a final look at Roxy in my arms before turning and heading away from us. I unlocked my door awkwardly while still holding her and headed inside, kicking it closed behind me as I dropped her bag and crossed the wide space towards the bed. Roxy's head lolled back against my shoulder, and her hair hung over my arm. She was still soaking wet, and I hadn't realized how much she'd been shivering as I walked here, but now I could feel the tremors of her body where it was pressed to mine. I quickly used my water magic to pull every bit of moisture from her clothes and hair, then pushed some warmth from my body into hers. She drifted near to consciousness as she stopped shivering and shifted in my arms, mumbling something incoherent as she pressed her cheek to my chest. My heart thumped a little harder than usual, and I cleared my throat uncomfortably as I lowered her down onto the bed. Her brows pinched, and she started mumbling something again as I released her. I pulled her shoes off and tossed them on the floor, and she kicked out at me, forcing me to step back.
I can do it myself, Darcy,
she muttered, still slurring.
You shouldn't have to look after me like this.
Before I could stop her, she lifted her hips up, pulled her skirt off, and threw it at me. She still hadn't opened her eyes, and I didn't think she was really awake at all. The gold panties she wore matched the bra, which I could still see as her buttonless shirt had fallen open. I tried not to stare at her. I really tried. But I couldn't stop looking at her bronze skin, her narrow waist, the swell of her breasts as they rose and fell in time with her deep breaths. Fuck. It's like someone picked apart my deepest desires and brought every fantasy I've ever had to life. Why did it have to be her? Why did I have to lust after one of the only people in the whole of Solaria who I could never have? I knew I was going to have to marry a dragon shifter one day, but that didn't stop me from having other women. But this one would never be mine in any way. She hated me more viscerally than I thought anyone else ever had, and I couldn't even blame her. I'd hate me too if I was her. What we'd done to her, what I'd done, it was necessary, but I still didn't like it. I was supposed to be working with the other heirs to get rid of them. And instead, here I was protecting her like I'd lost my fucking mind. I took a step away, pulling my sheets over her, and intending to take a position in the armchair by the fire for the night, but she caught my hand before I could leave. I looked at her in surprise, and found her eyes open, her gaze locked on mine.
Don't go,
she breathed, her grip tightening. I don't think you really...
Please don't leave me alone,
she begged, and the vulnerability in her voice broke down any further protests I'd been going to make. She sat up a little and tugged on my arm, trying to pull me down into the bed with her, and I couldn't really deny the fact that I'd thought about getting her in my bed more than once before. Not that I'd lay a finger on her in her current state, but even seeing her here, surrounded by gold and half undressed, was sending zips of turbulent energy right through me. She pulled on my hand again, and I gave up trying to talk myself out of it as I kicked my shoes off and got in beside her. She smiled at me, and it wasn't sarcastic or taunting. The difference that made taking my breath away for a moment. I settled back against the pillows, and she rolled against me, pressing her nearly naked body flush to mine. I could feel myself getting hard just from that small amount of contact. I tried to prise her away from me, but she wriggled closer, pressing her full breasts against me and giving me a clear view of them trying to break free of the confines of her bra. Fuck, Roxy. I can't sleep next to you while you're dressed like that, I said, rolling her away from me more forcefully. She blinked up at me in confusion for a moment before pushing herself upright and looking down at her undressed state.
Oh, sorry,
she mumbled before pulling off the unbuttoned shirt and throwing it to the floor.
Better?
My mouth dried up and a growl escaped me as the dragon writhed beneath my skin. You need to be putting more on, not taking things off, I said tersely. She huffed like I was the one who was being ridiculous.
Give me your shirt then,
she demanded, reaching out to pull at my black t-shirt. I don't think it will help if I start taking off my clothes too, I said, catching her wrist to stop her.
You are so fucking bossy,
she muttered, a bit of her usual fire rising to the surface.
Just do as you're told for once.
Before I could respond to that, she shoved my hand aside and moved to straddle me in one quick movement. I was so surprised that for a moment, I couldn't even react as she yanked on my shirt and pulled it over my head. My hands found her waist, my thumbs brushing against her hip bones as she looked down at me with her dark hair tumbling around her shoulders, and that sexy as sin underwear begging me to touch it. She laughed as she waved the shirt at me triumphantly, doing a little victory dance which meant she was grinding right against my hard-on and sending my body haywire. Before I could say or do anything, she pulled the shirt over her head and covered herself with it. I was so much bigger than her that it fell right down to pool around her thighs, trapping my hands beneath the material where I still held her. Her gaze locked with mine, and for a moment, it was like none of the shit that had passed between us had ever happened. And we were just us, alone, in my bed.
Do you want to know a secret?
She breathed, her voice lowering seductively. What? I asked, wanting to hear anything and everything she might ever want to tell me. She leaned a little closer, and her long hair tickled my skin.
I think,
she breathed softly,
that I'm going to puke.
She leapt off me so quickly that the bed bounced beneath me as she darted to the ensuite. My dick was straining so hard against my fly that I thought it might actually burst, and I had to rearrange myself before I could follow her. By the time I got there, she'd already emptied her stomach contents into the toilet, and she flushed it before stumbling towards the basin where she washed her mouth out. She proceeded to steal my toothbrush like a goddamn animal, and I leaned against the doorframe as I watched her, trying not to look at her ass too much as she bent forward over the basin, but I was clearly failing at that. I should have been pissed at her for intruding on my space like this, but somehow, I didn't mind at all. When she'd finished, she sauntered back towards me, pushing a hand into her hair as she fought to walk in a straight line. She failed. I caught her as she almost face-planted into the tiles and hooked her into my arms before returning her to the bed again. She tugged me down too, and I was past the point of protesting. The moment her head hit the pillow, her eyes fell shut, but she turned towards me, draping an arm across my waist. I flicked the lights off, and the room was only illuminated by the fire which was burning low in the grate.
"You're unbelievable. You know that?"
She mumbled. In what way? I asked, wondering if she just might be about to admit that she felt this heat between us too. She shifted nearer to me, and I pulled her close as she laid her head on my chest. My heart was hammering wildly, and I couldn't quite believe the strange turn of events that had led us here. For the longest moment she didn't speak, and I began to wonder if she'd fallen asleep, but then she carried on.
"You have the biggest goddamn jacuzzi I've ever seen in your bathroom,"
she said, and I couldn't help but laugh at the way that conversation had gone. "Do you like it?" I asked.
"No, it's just unbelievable. Like you. You're just such a dick."
Her breathing grew heavier, and I was sure she'd passed out again. A smile pulled at my lips in response to her comment. It might have been nice for my ego if she'd started declaring how attractive she found me, but in all honesty, she just wouldn't have been herself without her smart mouth. And I was beginning to realize that I might like that, and a few other things about her just a bit too much.
Chapter 10. Tori. When I was a kid, I used to have the same dream over and over again, to the point that I could almost convince myself that it was real. It wasn't anything special by most people's standards. I just used to imagine myself curled up in bed between the loving arms of my mom and dad, the parents I'd never known, warm and safe and loved. It had been a secret I'd never even shared with Darcy, because I didn't want to admit to her that I'd believed we were missing something in our lives. Having a twin was a blessing, which meant I'd never been truly alone. But growing up without knowing you had people there to love, nurture, and protect you, no matter what, was hard on a kid. As I grew up, I grew out of the dreams, steadily learning to rely on myself and my sister for love and support, growing a thick skin in the knowledge that I'd never have that kind of endless protection from a parent, and I'd certainly never look to claim it from any man. So this dream seemed oddly familiar, and yet completely alien to me at the same time. Once again, I was tucked in a bed, being held and protected against anything and everything the world might have to throw at me. But instead of the soft embrace of parents I'd never known, my head lay on the chest of a man whose strong arms were wrapped around me like he never wanted to let me go. His heartbeat thumped beneath my ear. My arm and leg were coiled over him while he held me against him, his hand resting on the curve of my thigh. He was warm unlike anyone I'd ever known, his skin almost seeming to hold a fire within it, which filled my soul with strength and peace. My eyes were closed so I couldn't see him, but I just felt oddly at home, like this was where I was meant to be. My hand lay on the hard muscles of his abs, and I slowly started tracing the lines the muscles created with my fingertips, not wanting to shatter the peace of the dream by opening my eyes. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising beneath me while the arm holding me pulled me a little closer still. I continued my sleepy exploration of his stomach, my fingers tracing the lines lower and lower until they suddenly skimmed against the edge of a rough waistband. I frowned to myself at the sensation of denim against my fingertips. Who would sleep in a pair of jeans? What kind of weird dream man had I conjured up? I ran my fingers along the top of the jeans, the rough material tickling at the edges of my memory, but my head was too foggy to place it. If you keep doing that, I'm going to stop being a gentleman about the situation. My hand fell still, and I froze at the sound of that voice. There was no way even Dream Tori would be deluded enough to feel safe in his arms. My heart pounded a panicked rhythm against my ribcage, and I peeled my eyes open, blinking a few times against the darkness I found waiting for me. Pain thundered through my skull, and my tongue was thick in my mouth. I cringed against the headache, trying to focus on something around me as I slowly realized that this wasn't a dream at all. I spotted the fire burning low in the grate across the room first. There was a black fire guard standing before it, and a plush cream chair beside it. I knew this room. I'd burned it down once, and somehow I'd ended up right in the center of Darius Acrux's goddamn golden bed. I was too horrified at myself to move, my brain hunting for answers in a foggy sea of alcohol-infused memories. I'd been drinking in the orb with Sophia and Diego, while she shielded our presence with a spell to deflect attention so that no one would spot us and play the Hell Week pranks on us, or notice the fact that we'd stayed out after curfew. I remembered playing a strange fey version of Truth or Dare with them while we worked our way through too many shots, and Diego came up with ideas to retrieve his hat from Orion. Then, nothing. Certainly nothing that could explain to me how I'd ended up in Darius Acrux's arms. My gaze slid across the wide armchair, where I spotted my academy skirt hanging over one arm. I swallowed a thick lump in my throat, turning my attention to what I was wearing, or wasn't wearing. I plucked at the huge t-shirt, which clearly wasn't mine, pulling the neck wide so that I could look down inside it. A moment of relief found me as I spotted my bra still in place, but he hadn't released his hold on me, so I couldn't be sure my panties were still there too. Darius slid his hand from my thigh, running it up my side over the fabric of the t-shirt until he found my hair, where he began twisting it through his fingers. This was too damn weird. Why was he touching me like that? What the hell had we done last night to make him think he could? And why the hell was I letting him? I still hadn't moved. My head still lay over his pounding heart. My fingers still rested on the edge of his waistband. Please tell me we didn't. I couldn't actually bear to say it, but I had to know, because my memory was turning up blanks. I prefer my girls a little less blind drunk and a little more eagerly responsive, he replied. Besides, you wouldn't forget it if I'd fucked you. Heat rose along my spine at that insinuation, but I ignored it in favor of focusing on the relief his words provided. Thank heaven for small miracles, I sighed, but for some reason, I still hadn't moved. No need to sound so pleased about it, Darius muttered, but he sounded kind of amused at the same time. So, why am I here? I asked, because this still made no damn sense to me, and for some unknown reason, I seemed to be frozen in place. You got yourself so wasted that you passed out and started using magic in your sleep. I frowned at that. I'd been drunk, yeah, but I could handle my alcohol. Passing out in a public place was pretty full-on even for me, and I was fairly sure I wouldn't have drunk that much. Would I? Darius kept explaining when I didn't respond. I had to use my power to bring yours back under control, and then I brought you back here so that I could make sure you didn't set your bedroom alight in the night or anything. At his words, I noticed the feeling of his magic coiling around mine, where it had obviously been all night. He hadn't actually pushed it to merge with mine, but it was dancing along the edges of my power as if it was asking to join it. On instinct, I let the barrier around my power drop, welcoming his in. Darius sucked in a sharp breath as his magic tumbled into mine, and a breathy moan escaped my lips before I could stop it, as the thrill of his magic caused every muscle in my body to tighten for a moment. The ecstasy of our magic combining was kind of addictive, like I could feel the heat of his power filling every dark space in my body, and I had to fight to make sure it didn't burn me. I pushed his magic back out before I could get lost in the feeling of it, and we lay in silence for a few long seconds, neither of us commenting on what I'd just done. I was glad he didn't ask me about it, because I really didn't know why I'd done it, but now every inch of my skin was alive with the memory of his magic filling me. His fingers kept moving in my hair, and I frowned, wondering why he was doing that, and why the hell I still hadn't moved. It was like we were under some spell where peace existed between us, and we both knew it would be broken if either of us made any sudden movements. "Did you undress me?" I asked slowly, heat clawing along my spine at the idea of that. Darius released a breath of laughter, and I inched back a little, moving so that my head was on the pillow beside his instead of resting on his chest. He rolled towards me, moving onto his side and shifting so that his hand rested on my bare thigh. He didn't move his hand once it landed there, but the heat of his touch was burning through me like magma. "You don't remember putting on a strip show for your friends in the orb?" he asked, looking into my eyes. I frowned a little. I could remember playing some fey drinking game and forgetting the rules, so that I lost a hell of a lot and consumed more than my share of the drinks. I had to admit that I wouldn't have shied away from a dare like that, but it didn't really explain our current situation. "No," I said eventually. "Well, you ripped all of the buttons off of your shirt right before you passed out. I brought you back here to keep an eye on you, much to the disgust of your little Pegasus friend, I might add." "Sophia?" Yeah, I could imagine she wouldn't have wanted Darius Acrux taking me off to his room after all the shit he'd put me through. He obviously hadn't listened to her complaints, though. "She's pretty loyal to you," he said. "But as she couldn't exactly challenge me, she had to accept that I was just going to look after you. You took care of stripping off the rest of your clothes after that, right before you straddled me and stole my shirt." I opened my mouth to protest against the idea of that, but it actually sounded vaguely familiar. Darius was just watching me like I was somehow fascinating to him, and I couldn't help but stare back into his deep brown eyes. His thumb shifted, painting a line of fire across my thigh, and my heart thumped a little harder in response. "And then we just slept?" I confirmed. "I wouldn't have touched you while you were wasted like that," he said, his gaze traveling over my face and landing on my mouth. "But I'm not wasted now." I reached out slowly and pressed my palm down on his chest so that I could feel his heart pounding to the same fierce tune as my own. I dropped my gaze to the back of my hand so that I didn't have to see the way he was looking at me anymore. His skin was flaming hot beneath my palm, the depth of his fire magic burning within him like an inferno. I wanted to look up again and catch his gaze with mine, but if I did, then I was fairly sure that I knew what would happen. And this dark temptation before me was so much more monster than man. I'd never had an opportunity to really study the tattoos which marked his flesh before, and I let myself look at the patterns which wove their way over his shoulders and chest in the dim light. A wing swept across his ribs from some design on his back, the feathers burning like they were made of fire themselves. The red Libra symbol on his forearm began a network of constellations and star signs, which formed a sleeve over his bicep, though it stood out starkly as the only image with any color in it. Flames climbed over his left shoulder from the tattoo covering his back, which I knew spurted from the mouth of a dragon. I was sure I could have lost myself in the art on his back if I could see it, and I itched to ask him about them, but it seemed too personal somehow, and I held my tongue. I shifted my gaze back to my hand above his pounding heart, where his skin was bare of any marks. I cast about for something else to ask him as the silence spread, and a kind of expectant energy seemed to build between us. I could still feel him watching me, waiting for me to look up and give him the answer to the question which was hanging between us. "So, what was I dreaming about that made me use magic?" I asked, as I tried to piece together the missing lumps from my evening. Was I trying to grow a fairy forest or create a tornado filled with cupcakes? "No, it was more of a nightmare than a dream," Darius admitted slowly. "Well, I only ever have one nightmare, so—" I frowned as I stopped myself from going on, wondering why I'd been going to tell him about that. This hangover must have been making my brain fuzzy, or maybe I was still drunk, and honestly, that seemed like the only reason to explain why I was keeping company with him instead of leaving. But if he was right, and I'd been having a nightmare, then I wouldn't have been growing trees or playing with wind. There would have been water and ice and panic. "You were freezing everything around you," Darius said quietly. "And then you started coughing up water." "Right." I pursed my lips as I nodded. Suddenly, everywhere that had felt hot between us felt cold, and that same ice slithered through my veins as I tried to push myself out of his hold. He wrapped his arm around me more tightly, stopping me from rising. "Don't go," he breathed, and there was a strange kind of plea in his voice. I pushed harder, my limbs growing cold with the same ice he said I'd been casting last night, and he flinched where my hand pressed to his chest before releasing me. I managed to sit upright, and Darius pushed himself up too, catching my hand as I started to scramble backwards, having every intention of getting the hell out of here. "Tell me about it," he begged. "Don't just leave." "Tell you about what?" I demanded, meeting his eye again, and thankfully finding the spell between us broken. "Your nightmare. You said you only ever have one, so you must know what it was about." His grip tightened on my fingers. "It's not the same as it used to be anymore," I said coldly, wondering why I was even bothering to have this conversation. But I wanted him to know. I wanted him to see exactly what he'd done to me, even if I didn't really believe he was capable of feeling bad for it. I used to relive that car crash again and again. I'd be stuck in the car as it sank to the bottom of the river, and the cold water raced up over my head. My ex, Zane, just swam away and left me there to die. I used to think he was the worst person I'd ever met, but really he was just a coward. He saved his own ass and didn't risk it for me. He left me there to die, but he didn't put me there intentionally. Darius scowled darkly, a low growl rumbling in the base of his throat as I told him about Zane. Like the idea of that asshole pissed him off, which was about the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard, because I was sitting in a bed with someone 1,000 times worse than him. I snatched my hand out of Darius's grip as he continued to hold on to me like he thought he was comforting me or something. Now, when I have that nightmare, I manage to get myself out of the car and swim for the surface. I breathed, forcing myself to hold his eye. But when I get there, it's frozen over, and there's no way for me to get out. I'm stuck, drowning, holding my breath, while the last of my energy fades away, and I know that I'll die as soon as I take another breath. And when I wake up screaming, I know full well that there are people a lot worse than Zane in this world. Tears were burning my eyes, and I scrambled backwards, getting to my feet and wincing against the banging in my skull as I moved. I began hunting for my clothes in the dark, wondering if I should just abandon them and run back to my room as I was. I'd had a newspaper article published about me claiming I had a sex addiction, so I doubted looking like I was on the walk of shame could hurt my reputation much more than that anyway. "When Max pulled that fear from you, I don't think he looked at it as closely as he should have," Darius said slowly from the bed. "If I'd known that—" "What?" I snapped, looking up at him angrily. "What is it that you think you can possibly say about that night that might make me see you any differently at all? Why do you even care anyway?" I demanded. "I don't know," Darius replied on a breath, and the way he was looking at me made me pause for a minute. "But for Faye, fear is weakness. Our parents force us to face our fears and overcome them to make us stronger. If we can't, then it's just proof that we aren't good enough. We only wanted to show everyone that you weren't strong enough to face yours. I guess we didn't really think through all the repercussions for you, though." "Good enough for what?" I demanded, ignoring that last part, because I didn't care if he realized he should have thought through the repercussions more. That didn't help me now. Everyone has fears. And yeah, maybe facing them is good sometimes. But what you and your friends did to us wasn't out of some sense of trying to make us stronger. It was cruel and calculated, and it was fucked up. I know. Points to him for not trying to excuse it, but I didn't want to see the pain it was causing him. He didn't have a right to be looking at me like that. Well, good for you. You know exactly how much of a dick you are. Next time I'm having a nightmare, feel free to leave me to it. I don't need help from the monster who gave it to me in the first place. I managed to locate the light switch and flipped it on before wincing heavily as a knife drove right through my skull in response. I spotted my satchel by the door and moved to grab it with relief, flipping it open to make sure my key was still in there. My fingers brushed against the stolen dagger, and I gasped as its presence washed over me, filling me with a desire to wrap my fingers around its hilt and take it into my grasp. I froze for a moment as its power called to me, begging me to wield it. I'd brought the stupid thing out with me last night because for some reason, I'd thought it might be helpful if we were attacked by nymphs again. But that thought kind of felt like it had come from the blade instead of me. And as I looked at it now, I wondered why the hell I'd brought it with me. Darius got out of the bed and moved into my personal space, making my heart leap with fear as I quickly released the dagger and flipped my satchel closed again. My powers were awakened 3 years before I came to this academy, so that I could spend that time mastering them with various tutors alongside the other heirs. He said slowly, like he thought he might spook me if he said too much at once. During that training, my father did 1,000 things to me to make me face my fears. He'd make me walk through fire, jump from cliffs, lock me in tight spaces, beat me, drown me, whip me. Pretty much anything and everything he could think of so that he could forge me into a man who showed no fear. It's what we do. It's who we are. Well, congratulations, I muttered as I backed up, my hand closing on the door handle. Yep, I was abandoning my clothes, because there was no way in hell I was staying here for another second. Now you're just like him. Darius's face fell like I'd just punched him, and the door spilled open behind me. I turned and darted out into the corridor, jogging away from him and heading straight for the stairs. I didn't stop until I made it into my room, miraculously avoiding any of my housemates on the way. I locked the door behind me and pressed my back to the smooth wood as I released a long breath. I didn't know what Darius had been trying to prove by taking me back to his room last night, but if he thought I was going to thank him for it, then he was insane. The only reason I'd needed his help at all was because of what he'd done to me in that swimming pool. And maybe a little because I needed to learn when enough drink was enough. But I had no intention of altering anything at all about the way I felt about him. He may have been strangely nice to me for one night, but it didn't change anything between us. The past spoke for itself, and there wasn't anything that he could say to me to justify that. I just wished my racing heart would agree. I locked my door, then dragged my nightstand in front of it too, needing a solid barrier between me and the outside world. Fuck. I breathed as my pounding heart finally began to settle. Why did I let myself get into these situations? I could only be grateful that nothing else had happened between us, because that would have been goddamn catastrophic. I grabbed my atlas from my satchel, then dropped the bag on the floor. I tapped the device but found it dead, and sighed as I plugged it in to charge before heading for a shower. The bright lights in the bathroom drove more daggers through my skull, and I groaned. It had been a goddamn school night. What had I been thinking getting wasted like that? I'd wanted to have a drink, but the stars only knew what had pushed me to have so much. I could remember feeling buzzed, and then it just went black. How had I managed to hop from tipsy to blackout without seeing it coming? I set the water running in the shower and looked at myself in the mirror. My hair was a mess of curls and eyeliner had smudged beneath my eyes a little. But the most horrendous thing in the reflection was the look in my eyes. It wasn't even shame. My eyes were alight with the thrill of Darius's magic. Hopeless. I mocked myself before pulling his t-shirt over my head. The scent of cedar and smoke coiled around me like a caress, and for half a second I was back in his arms. I tossed the shirt away from me with disgust at myself, and it landed back in my bedroom. My underwear quickly followed, and I dove into the shower to wash Darius Acrux off of my flesh. I cranked the heat up to scalding for good measure and washed my hair twice. The feeling of his hands on my skin didn't wash off, though, and eventually I had to leave the imprints there. I dried myself quickly, dressing in a fresh uniform, before realizing my shoes were missing. I cursed Darius and applied makeup while squinting against the harsh lights of my bedroom. Cardinal magic with Orion was going to be a goddamn nightmare with this hangover. My atlas started pinging like crazy as it came back to life, and I reached for it with a groan, needing that noise to stop. The first thing to flash up was my horoscope. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your day. After a turbulent start, you may begin to see things in a new light today. Sometimes things aren't just black and white, and though you may be tempted to stick to original assumptions about certain situations, if you open your mind to the possibility of change, you might be pleasantly surprised. A Libra and a Pisces will work to dampen your flame today, but keep heart. If you can make it through the hard part, you may just find your luck changing as the day wears on. Well, if a Libra was going to dampen my flame, then I had a fair idea that would be Orion. Peachy. As I closed down my horoscope, I found multiple messages from Sophia, Diego, and Darcy, all in a panic about Darius Acrux kidnapping me and wanting to know I was all right. I sent a quick reassuring message to our group chat telling them I'd survived the dragon and would fill them in on everything over multiple coffees in the orb ASAP. The one thing I did know was that I wanted to get the hell out of Ignis' house before I ended up running into Darius again. I snagged a pair of black stilettos from my wardrobe, cursing the fact that I'd left my shoes in Darius's room. But I'd sooner spend the day in the ridiculous heels than have to go knocking on his door in search of my pumps. The mere thought of that made me want to curl up in a ball and scream. Nope. Crippled feet from heels were far preferable to the agony of that interaction. Why had I let myself begin to forget all the things the heirs had done to us? We hadn't even made any more moves against them since the pitball match. Time to change that. I grabbed the bag I'd hidden in the bottom of my closet and stuffed it into my satchel with a surge of determination. I slid the nightstand away from the door and wrapped a thick jacket around myself before opening the door. I almost tripped over the pile of folded clothes sitting outside my door, and my heart pitter-pattered as I snatched them up. I quickly switched out the stilettos for my pumps, trying not to think too much about the dragon who'd returned my things. Perhaps Darius was 5% not an asshole. Still 95% a dickwad who'd tried to murder me, though, so I wasn't going to be sending him a thank you card. I pulled my headphones on, but my pounding head couldn't take the hell of music, so I didn't turn any on. I just wanted to discourage anyone who might want to talk to me from doing so. I needed coffee. Darcy and coffee in that order. My stomach was churning, and just the thought of all the food at the orb made me feel like I might puke, but I had to get out of here. The common room was filling up as I crossed it, and I spotted Darius instantly, sitting in his usual spot, surrounded by his fan club. His hair was wet, and he'd dressed in his uniform with one of those black robes over it already. His eyes followed me as I crossed the room, but I pulled my hood up, withdrawing into the darkness within it as I tried to banish the painful light which wanted to split my head in two. Fresh meat! The sound of approaching footsteps followed the yells as I was spotted, and my gut dropped dramatically. Fuck no. Do not mess with me right now. I threw my hands up, automatically sending a shockwave of air magic tearing away from me in every direction. People and furniture went flying everywhere as I threw way too much force into the attack, and only Darius and the people around him were spared the hit as he shielded them just in time. Half a smile tugged at his lips, but I looked away from him, jogging straight for the stairs to escape before the hell-weak assholes could come at me again. "Let her go!" Darius's voice followed me out, and heat raced down my spine, but I refused to even wonder why he'd done that. Probably just didn't want me to puke on the carpet. The day was beautiful, the sky pale blue and clear of clouds as the sun rose to fill it, and birds cried out joyfully. I scowled at it. Stupid sun. I needed a gray day to go with my gray mood, and all of that bright light was going to cause me serious issues. I fished a pair of sunglasses out of my satchel and placed them on with a groan. Why did I have to drink so much? Why did he have to be the one to find me? Why did he have to look so damn good in the mornings with his hair all mussed up and his shirt off? As I finally made it into the orb, I paused in surprise, looking around at the flowers which covered every available surface in every color imaginable. As I looked closer, I realized they were growing through a thick layer of ice, which sparkled in the shimmering lights which burned around the curved walls. I guessed that this was the result of my out-of-control magic, and I marveled a little at what I'd managed to create. My lips parted, and awe almost drove my headache away, until the smell of food sent my stomach tumbling over itself instead. There weren't many students here yet, but a couple of teachers were looking at the ice and flowers and discussing them in low voices. "I say we leave the decorations up for a while. Enjoy the change," Washer said, rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. "The choice is really between burning the whole thing away or trying to encourage the ice to melt and the plants to wither." Pyro disagreed. "We can't leave the place covered in ice and flowers, but the magic is so damn strong that it doesn't want to budge. I'm guessing this prank is courtesy of the heirs. We should figure out which of them did it and dock house points. At the least, they should have to clean it up. Oh, those rascals would never admit to it even if it was them," Washer said, waggling a finger. "Do you want me to give melting it a go then? I might get everyone wet, though." I passed by them before hearing Pyro's response and glanced around to check no one was paying me any attention before casting the spell Sophia had taught me last night. My skin tingled as the glamour fell over me, and I was hidden from the sight of anyone looking my way. It worked by simply making people look past me, and could be broken if someone concentrated hard enough, so I needed to hurry. I crossed the room straight towards the red couch where the heirs always held court, and smiled to myself as I pulled the bag from my satchel. I grabbed a glittering purple Pegasus horn vibrator out first, and quickly wedged it between the cushions. Next, I pulled out a riding whip, which we'd gotten personalized so that Caleb Altair stood out in silver letters along the length of it, and laid it at the edge of his usual spot, with my heart pumping adrenaline into my limbs. I headed straight for the coffee machine with a smirk playing around my lips, and dropped the glamour again as I looked around to make sure no one had seen through my spell. I grabbed a tray and quickly made 6 coffees, before carrying them to a set of curved couches in the corner where we'd have a good view when the heirs arrived. I shot Darcy a message to let her know what I'd done, so that I wouldn't have to risk telling her while people might overhear us, then reached for my coffee in desperation. The first mouthful of my hot drink drew me a little closer to feeling human again, and I released a soft moan as I drank it down. "Holy shit, Tor! What the hell happened to you last night?" Darcy demanded as she jogged towards me. I barely managed to deposit my coffee on the table before she wrapped her arms around me. "Diego practically broke my door down looking for me, and then Sophia called me and told me Darius Acrux had kidnapped you. But there was a teacher lurking outside the exit to Air House because of the curfew, and I couldn't leave to find you." "It's all right. He didn't do anything bad," I reassured her. "The reason I look like shit is purely self-inflicted." Darcy plopped down into the soft armchair opposite me and claimed her coffee as I started on my second. I still had my sunglasses on like a total douchebag, but I couldn't bear to lower them. "I can't believe you got wasted on a school night," she said, rolling her eyes at me. Well, you ditched us, so I had to have your drinks too, I joked. So what happened with Darius? She pressed. I let out a heavy breath. What the hell had happened with Darius? I filled her in on all of it, and she gave me a report of what Sophia and Diego had told her too. By the end of it, I still didn't really know what to make of the fire heir's behavior. When she told me what had happened with Seth, my eyebrows practically got lost in my hairline. Maybe the stars are doing something weird at the moment, I said eventually, because that now means all 4 heirs have managed to behave in less than asshole-like ways in the last 24 hours. And that sure as shit isn't natural. Darcy barked a laugh and relaxed back into her chair with a shake of her head. You're right. Maybe Neptune is twisting their personalities into those of non-jerks for a while. Long may it last, I murmured over my 3rd coffee. Well, I'll drink to that, she agreed. We clinked coffee cups, and I winced at the sharp sound. Whatever the hell was going on with the heirs, I just hoped it was going to stay this way. As that thought occurred to me, the 4 assholes in question appeared. I raised an eyebrow at Darcy to draw her attention, and she slid from her seat to take a place in the chair beside mine, which offered her a better view of them as they drew closer to their couch. Maybe pissing them off again wasn't the best idea, I muttered, though it was too late to back out now. Pfft, this is nothing compared to what they did to us, Darcy replied, taking a long drink from her mug. Seth dropped down into his seat, tipping his head back and howling in that way he did to make sure everyone noticed he'd arrived. Like his ego just needed the hit of having all eyes on him for 2 seconds every morning, or he'd self-combust. Darius looked my way as he took his seat, but I didn't react, knowing he couldn't tell I was looking back at him with my sunglasses shielding my eyes. Darcy busied herself with pretending to scroll through something on her atlas as she watched them through a veil of her hair, and I had to fight to keep the preemptive smirk off of my face. Max dropped into his seat the same moment Caleb did, and he instantly shifted to yank the horn vibrator out from under his cushion. Geraldine was walking past them and stopped to point, calling out loudly as she spotted what Max was holding. For the love of sanitary sausages! Please tell me you aren't bringing your depraved hobbies in here where we all eat our meals! She cried. It's bad enough you paid a griffin to take a dump on your chest without bringing your randy rocket out with you for breakfast. Darcy and I nearly choked on our laughter at what she'd accused him of. It was goddamn genius. Silence fell as everyone looked at Max, whose mouth had fallen open in shock. In the seconds it took him to scramble for a response, Geraldine swept away, heading for us with mischief glimmering in her eyes as laughter broke out around us. This isn't mine, Max shouted, getting to his feet. No, that looks like it must be Caleb's, someone called from the back of the room, and the rest of the heirs were suddenly on their feet too. A laugh burst from my mouth, and Darcy gripped my arm as she fought to hold her own laughter back. Geraldine dropped down opposite us, a restrained smile on her lips as she took a coffee from the table. As Caleb got up, he knocked the whip with his knee, and it fell to the floor with a clatter. Darius bent down to retrieve it, his grip tightening on it as he held it up for the others to see. What the fuck is this? Darius growled, his eyes shooting around the room, though thankfully not lingering on us. Did you really pay a griffin to take a dump on your chest, Max? A girl shouted. Because I'd do it for free. Max's face turned a violent shade of purple, and a wave of anger slammed through the orb from him, a second before he launched the horn vibrator across the room. It hit the metal wall with a dull thunk, then fell to the ground, where it promptly started vibrating and bouncing all over the place. When we find out who's behind this shit, you're going to wish you were never born. Caleb bellowed as he snatched the whip from Darius's hand and snapped it in half with a loud crack. My chest was hurting as I fought against my laughter, biting down on my lip almost hard enough to draw blood, but it was a losing battle. There were more than a few sniggers breaking out from all around the room, and I clutched onto Darcy as I lost control. The heirs stormed from the room, and a cascade of laughter followed them as they went. "Galloping gargoyles! That might have been the best one yet," Geraldine gushed, and even though the laughter was definitely making my headache worse, I was pretty sure I had to agree. Chapter 11. Darcy. Orion arrived at Cardinal Magic with bags under his eyes and a pale look that said he was running low on magic. He shot toward me in a blur, and two thoughts collided in my head. One, that I kind of wanted to give him the energy he needed, and two, that I was Faye and I needed to start fighting back. He dragged me out of my seat, and my heart stuttered as I made my decision and slammed the heel of my palm into his chin to throw his bite off. Tori whooped, and Orion laughed as he locked his arm around my waist, tugging me close. Adrenaline scored through my blood as I flexed my fingers to cast fire, but he snatched my wrist at speed, sinking his fangs into my skin, his venom immobilizing my magic in an instant. Damn. His heated mouth on my flesh, and the way I was pressed right into the arc of his body, sent electricity skittering through my veins. A noise left my lips that was bordering on sexual, and I was just glad the whole class were still chattering loud enough not to hear it. My free hand lay flat against his chest, and the solid thumping of his heartbeat drummed against my palm. He didn't take as much magic as I expected, extracting his fangs and brushing his thumb over the wound to heal it. Without a word, he sped away from me toward the head of the classroom, stripping off his suit jacket and tossing it over the back of his desk chair. I sank back into my seat, my emotions all over the place as I came down from the high of his hands and mouth all over me. Orion cleared his throat, a mischievous grin pulling at his lips as he wrote today's inspirational quote on the board. "You are all a bunch of horny teenagers." My eyes widened, and it sounded like someone actually spat out their drink behind me. "Yes!" Tyler bashed his palm on the table excitedly as Orion turned to look at us all with a smirk on his face. I sank lower in my chair, glancing at Tori as she gaped at what he'd written. "Please tell me this isn't a sex ed class," I said under my breath. "This is sexual education for Faye," Orion announced, and I sank lower, wishing I could use my air magic to turn myself into a breeze and slip out the window. Of all the professors to teach this, why did it have to be him? I thought of my horoscope this morning, and a line in it suddenly made perfect sense, but not in the way I'd hoped. A Libra will make you blush harder than you ever have before today. I'd maybe spent an extra 10 minutes in bed daydreaming about how said Libra might achieve that. But not like this. Why did it have to be like this? My eyes drifted to Orion's desk, and I noticed the watermelon wearing Diego's hat now had lots of friends around it, consisting of bananas, peaches, and one pineapple. Orion folded his arms, moving to stand in front of the fruit selection, looking thoroughly amused. "With the coming lunar eclipse, it's coming so hard," Tyler cried out, and Orion shot a blast of water at him that sent him crashing to the floor, his seat flipping over with him. Orion looked back to us all with a challenge glittering in his eyes. "Anyone who makes a joke in this class will get wet, just like Tyler got wet. So is anyone else getting wet?" He baited us, and I covered my face with my hand, unable to bear looking at him. A few stifled giggles sounded around us, and I felt one rising in my throat, desperate to break free. I simply could not adult my way through this. I glanced out from behind my hand and found Orion barely concealing a grin as he looked my way. "As I was saying, with the lunar eclipse coming on Monday, we will all be under the powerful influence of its sway, which tends to bring out the more carnal side of our orders." Holy shit. I hope that means I'm safe as I don't have an order yet. "Principal Nova has deemed it necessary that you are all prepared in case your libidos get out of control. And I'm sure none of you want any accidental pregnancies before the first term is even up." He tapped the board, and the class sat up straighter as the titles sprang onto the screen. Sexual Education for Fae. This is so not good for my hangover. Tori groaned quietly, and Orion whipped around to face her. Hungover, Miss Vega, he growled, and she sighed, realizing her mistake. Yes, sir. If you fancy sending any of your healing magic this way, that would be swell. Orion gave her one of his darkest smiles that said he definitely wasn't her friend right then. Oh, I won't be doing that. If you turn up to my class hungover, you can deal with the consequences. He shot to her side at a fierce speed and bellowed, "Can't you?" in her ear. It even made me flinch, but Tori winced with pure pain. Ah, no, shh. She covered her ears, and Orion stalked back to the board with a chuckle. He tapped the screen, and the strangest list I'd ever read sprang up on it. Pegasus glitter, pink crystals, moon rock, enchanted birthstones. My cousin said Pegasus glitter is the only way to kill werewolf sperm. Kylie piped up, and Orion gave her a hollow look. Well, your cousin is a moron, he deadpanned. It works for me, Kylie insisted. Me and Sethi have never had any issues. Ew, where does she get the glitter from? Sophia whispered, gathering her hair over one shoulder and wrinkling her nose. Orion pressed his fingers into his eyes for a moment, then dropped his hand. Miss Major, that is a myth. I assure you the reason you're not pregnant is because Mr. Capella is protecting himself from any accidents. But it isn't 100% effective unless you protect yourself too. So listen attentively, unless you want to be carrying a litter of puppies the next time I see you. Tyler started laughing. Kylie's got a glitter muff. He shouted across at her, and Orion smacked him over the head with a slap of air. He gestured to the board again. What do these all have in common? He pointed at a girl in the front row who shook her head and buried her face in her atlas. Sophia raised her hand, but Orion pointed at Diego. Mr. Polaris? They don't work? He guessed. Correct, Orion said brightly. In fact, there's only one spell you need for contraception. He started passing out the bananas to the boys and peaches to the girls. He tossed one to me with a smirk, and I fumbled the catch, but held on to it, placing it down on my desk with a blush lining my cheeks. You need to perform it every 30 days to keep the spell working. Boys must face the direction of Mars, and girls the direction of Venus, which you can calculate on your atlases. It is only 100% effective if both parties, or more, are protected by the spell. I highly suggest you don't rely on your partner to maintain contraception, as the spell will also protect you from STIs like chlamydia, centiphilis, grifferia, and manticrabs. I hope he gives us a live demonstration of the spell, a girl whispered behind me, and several giggles sounded in response. Heat rose in my blood, and my hand tightened around my peach. Orion picked a banana off at the desk, and he suddenly had everyone's full attention as we waited to see what he was going to do with it. What's the pineapple for? I muttered to Tori. Orion grinned as he overheard me, setting my pulse racing as he locked me in his gaze. That, Miss Vega, is to go with my lunch. Oh, I giggled. A knock came at the door, and an air of disappointment filled the room as Orion placed the banana down and headed over to answer it. My heart thrummed out of tune as I spotted the beautiful Francesca standing there. Her full lips slanted into a heart-stopping smile. Hi, Lance. Sorry to disturb you. I need to see those memories of yours from the nymph attack. It really can't wait any longer. Can I borrow you for 10 minutes? Professor Washer agreed to cover for you. My heart lurched as Washer stepped overly close behind her, and she moved further into Orion's personal space, resting a hand on his arm as she escaped him. I looked between the two of them with my heart in my throat, trying to figure out if this seriously hot woman meant more to him than I knew. Those thoughts weren't helped by Tyler, who hollered, Is that your girlfriend, sir? I hope she knows her way around your banana. Orion knocked him out of his chair again with a gust of wind, not even glancing in his direction as he did it. Francesca's gaze slid across the fruit on everyone's desks, then to the title on the board. "Oh, sorry, guys. I'll bring him back to you as soon as I can." She beamed, taking Orion's hand and tugging him out of the room. There wasn't a single drop of moisture left in my mouth. Have I been a complete idiot in thinking he was single? "I'll only be 10 minutes, Brian. It's not necessary for you to oversee my class." Orion growled loudly out in the corridor. "Nonsense! It's my pleasure," Washer replied. "Franny told me she'd be stopping by this morning, so I came prepared to cover for you. I used to teach sex ed long before you worked here, remember? I taught you all the ins and outs of the physical act, so I'm sure you have a lot to thank me for." Washer swept into the room and shut the door firmly behind him before Orion could reply. He had a large bag under his arm, and he surveyed us all with a keen enthusiasm that made my skin crawl. "Oh, please, God, no." My stomach churned, and Tori grimaced as he moved to the front of the class, his leather pants creaking as he went. His white shirt was tucked into those awful trousers, and several buttons were open at the top, revealing his sun-baked chest beneath. His tongue swiped out to wet his lips as he gazed hungrily at the class, and I had the urge to run for the exit. "With the lunar eclipse fast approaching, I'm sure you're all getting a lot of urges already." "Pervertido," Diego breathed. "So I'm sure you all want to know how best to deal with those frustrations, whether you have a partner or not." He laid his bag down on the desk, slowly unzipping it in a way that seemed somehow suggestive. "Actually, sir," Kylie called out, "Professor Orion was just about to show us the contraceptive spell, and then we were done, to be honest." She sounded as desperate for him to stop opening that bag as I felt. I did not want to know what was in there. "Well, that's quite simple. I'll show you that in due time," Washer said, taking something from the bag which appeared to be a spiraling black horn made of plastic. I turned to Tori in horror as I realized what that must have been for. "Is that a minotaur horn?" Sophia breathed, her mouth wide as she stared at it. He started laying all kinds of strange sex toys out on Orion's desk, including a fake werewolf tail, a bunch of feathers, a scaly clawed glove, and a set of fake vampire fangs. "Fetishes are perfectly normal," Washer purred. "We don't tolerate order shaming at Zodiac, so if anyone has a particular fondness for werewolf fur or vampire bites, no one's judging you here. In fact..." He moved into the aisles, his pants creaking as he walked up the row toward us with the minotaur horn in his hand. "You can use this time to get comfortable with your desires." He placed the large horn down in front of Diego, pressing a button which made it start twirling vigorously so it rolled across the desk. "Don't be shy. Pick it up and pass it along," Washer encouraged, and Diego snared it between 2 fingers before tossing it onto the desk behind him like it was infected. Washer proceeded to pass out more of the sex toys, brushing his hands over our shoulders as he moved. When the fake dragon foot glove landed on Tori's desk, she prodded it away from her with a pencil. "I bet they're his," she whispered to me, and a new level of horror invaded me. Washer made a beeline for us, and I looked away, desperate not to catch his eye, but he moved in front of me and Tori so we were eye level with his bulging crotch. I leaned as far back in my seat as I could, looking up at him as I kept my hands firmly under the desk where he couldn't get a hold of them. "Sexuality is perfectly normal. It's best we're all open about what we like. Let's all share some of our deepest desires." He reached for Tori, and she shrank away, but not fast enough, as he caught hold of her wrist. "Maybe Mr. Altair likes to use that earth magic of his to tie you up with vines, He wiggled his eyebrows, and magic tingled in my hands, my hackles rising as he sifted through my sister's memories. "We like to play a game where he hunts me. It's so hot," she said, her voice husky, and I lurched forward, catching her arm to tug her away. With my hands free, Washer caught me in his snare next, his fingers winding between mine as he smiled down at me. "And what's your naughtiest memory, eh?" Panic flooded me. He couldn't find out about Orion. I felt Washer sifting away my panic, pushing against my will and hunting for my darkest secret. I held on to it as hard as I could, desperate for him not to see it. But he dug in deeper, sending a flood of calm into my body to try and coax it out of me. He pushed harder, but I somehow kept up my walls against him through sheer desperation, a burning sensation flooding my veins. "Well, if you really don't want me to see it," he sighed, releasing me, and I took a deep breath, overwhelmed with relief as he walked away, moving further into the classroom. "Did you just fight him off?" Tori whispered, her eyes wide. "Yeah," I said in relief. "I have no idea how, though. Damn it. When you figure it out, you've got to teach me." She held her pinky out to me, and I hooked it with mine to bind the promise. Washer trailed through the class, closing in on Kylie, who looked anywhere else as she tried to ignore him. His hand landed on her, and she winced for half a second before his power slid over her. "That Seth Capella must be an animal in the sack. Give the class some insight so they can all learn a thing or two about werewolf copulation." As much as I disliked Kylie, no one deserved to get perved on by Washer, and I cringed as she opened her mouth to speak. "He likes to do it doggy style, and sometimes he makes me howl for him." "Do you enjoy that, Miss Major?" Washer purred, and I glanced at Tori, wondering if we should lead an intervention, though I was sure we'd only end up in detention with him for it, and nothing in the world was worth that. "Yes," Kylie sighed. "I like it even more when he howls back." Washer released her, sweeping through the classroom while everyone desperately tried to avoid his eye. He approached Elijah, who was standing behind his table, with a nervous look on his face. Washer's hand wrapped around his, and he smiled keenly as Elijah relaxed. "Tell me about your sex life, Mr. Indus. Any troubles?" "Well," Elijah clenched his jaw as he struggled against Washer's power, and my stomach churned with sympathy. "No need to be shy," Washer urged. "When me and my boyfriend have sex, he only wants to do one thing." Elijah blinked hard, trying to fight back. "Which is?" Washer pressed. "He asks me to dress up like... Elijah was turning red, and I bit into my lip with discomfort. "Like Darius Acrux," he gasped. "I have to use a smoke machine and growl like a dragon while I boss him around, and he asks me to call him..." "Yes?" Washer pressed. "I can't," Elijah said in horror, gaining some self-control back as he shook his head. "You're in a safe space," Washer promised. "What does your boyfriend ask you to call him?" "Prince Caleb," Elijah choked out, and Tori descended into stifled laughter beside me. My mouth was wide open and Washer grinned, leaving Elijah ghostly pale as he walked away from him. "Role play is perfectly natural," Washer said, strolling up the aisle toward the front of the class with a grin. Tyler was furiously tapping away on his atlas, and I had the feeling Faybook was exploding with everyone's darkest secrets right now, so I couldn't feel particularly bad for him when Washer's hand landed on his, halting him mid-post. He glanced up in horror before his eyes glazed, and a dreamy look took over his expression. "Pegasuses have a reputation for being wild in the bedroom. I'd know, of course. I've had my fair share of glittery companions. I'm still washing the glitter out of my sheets, in fact." Washer chuckled, and some part of my soul withered and died. "Who is it you lust for, Mr. Corbin?" "Sophia Cygnus," he said without missing a beat, and Sophia turned bright red, covering her face with her hand. "I see," Washer purred, glancing over his shoulder at her. "And what is it you'd like to do to Miss Cygnus?" "Seriously, dude?" Tori said, but Washer ignored her. "I want to make her feel so good she glows." Tyler sighed, and I glanced at Sophia, unable to fight a grin. And does she want that back, I wonder? Washer walked away, making a beeline for her, and Sophia sat up straighter. I do, she blurted before Washer could force the answer from her, and he raised a brow, moving on past her. Tyler shot her a look over his shoulder, biting down on the inside of his cheek, and she gave him a shy smile in return. Go Sophia! Washer continued on through the room, and when he'd pulled memories from half the class, passed out all of his sex toys like they were part of some sick show and tell, and run his hands all over us in the process, he finally returned to the front of the room. I now knew way too many details about the sex lives of my classmates, and I wondered if we had any grounds to complain about this to Principal Nova, or if this counted as acceptable because of his order. Now I'll teach you how to do that contraceptive spell for all your naughty escapades on the eclipse. He picked up the banana Orion had left on his desk and held it against his crotch, wrapping his hand around it. I grimaced, wanting to crawl under my desk just so I didn't have to watch as he started rubbing it. The door opened, and a genuine breath of relief seemed to leave the lungs of every class member in the room as Orion strode back in looking fierce. He took one look at Washer holding the banana and started snarling like a wild animal. Take your sex toys and get out of my classroom. He pointed them out on students' desks, and Washer rolled his eyes as he moved to gather them up. Oh, you need to loosen up, Lance. Your students would benefit from my years of experience. I can just finish up here for you. Out! Orion growled, sending a quiver through me. Washer tucked the toys into his bag and headed out of the door with a huff. Exhales rippled through the room, and my shoulders sagged as we were finally relieved of his company. Orion slammed the door behind him with a blast of air, facing us with a deep scowl. I got back as quickly as I could, he sighed, glancing around at the horrified faces of his pupils. Let's move on to that spell. He scooped up the banana Washer had left on the desk, holding it way above his crotch. Don't let your magic take any form, especially if you have fire, he warned, and some nervous laughter sounded around the room. Face Mars if you're a guy, which is that way, and Venus is that way for the girls, he pointed. Heat rushed up my neck, and I just wanted to fade away and not have to watch this anymore. Isn't there just a pill we can take, damn it? Cast your magic into a shield like this, and you're done. A vague glow ignited beneath his hand and ran down the length of the banana. He placed it back on his desk and folded his arms. Now you try. I picked up the peach with a frown, looking to Tori for backup, but her forehead was pressed to the table. Oh, it's so cold and nice, she sighed. You need to cast a shield on your peach, I said, nudging her. She lifted her head, showing me her hand which had a juicy pit in it. I ate it. I started laughing, looking to Orion to get her another one as she struggled to survive. He was standing in front of Tyler's desk, frowning while Tyler kept accidentally wrapping his banana in vines. No one is to cast this spell on themselves until you can do it on fruit, Orion demanded, and no one complained about that. Sir, I called, and he looked over, raising a brow. Can Tori have another peach? He headed to his desk, picking up another one and shooting over to Tori's desk at high speed. Here you go, Miss Vega, he boomed, and she covered her whole head with her arms. Why? She moaned. I couldn't fight a laugh, and Orion threw me a wink, remaining where he was. Let's see it then. Oh no, no, go away. He chewed the inside of his cheek, his eyes firmly on me, and I knew he was purposefully trying to unsettle me. I sighed, dropping my eyes to my peach as Diego fiddled with his banana in the corner of my eye. I took a breath, trying to ignore the hot teacher staring at me while I held my hand over the peach and shut my eyes. You're not facing Venus, he pointed out, and I opened my eyes again, biting my lip as I glanced up at him. Right, yeah. I got my star chart up on my atlas and swiveled in my chair, placing my peach at the edge of the desk and summoning magic to my fingers. The different elements kept rising in my veins, trying to interfere with the pure energy beneath it. I pushed them back again and again, readying to cast the spell. I imagined a shield into existence, willing it to surround the peach. The fruit pinged off of my desk as air exploded from my palm, and it smacked right into the center of the board, bursting into a cascade of orange pulp. Whoops, I breathed, while Tori fell apart beside me. Oh my God, Darcy, do not try that on yourself, she laughed. Again, Orion commanded, speeding back to his desk in a blur before returning to me and placing another peach down. Concentrate. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Could you just look away or something? I ushered him back, and his brows lifted in surprise. No, I'm happy right here. He smiled cruelly, and I clenched my jaw. Is this because I didn't reply to your messages again, Professor Unprofessional? Fine, I said, pushing my shoulders back. Screw him. I'll do this whether he's here or not. I focused once more, drawing back the other elements and shutting out everything around me as I released the power from my palm. A light shimmered in my hand and floated down around the peach. I smiled victoriously, but I was too cocky. Fire exploded from my palm and disintegrated the entire thing into a gloopy puddle. Orion barked a laugh, running off to get me another peach, while tossing out more fruit to other students who destroyed theirs. As he returned, Diego sent his banana shooting out of the skin and flying over Orion's head. He folded his arms, gesturing for me to try again, and I narrowed my eyes at him. Could he seriously go and watch someone else now? Why is he so intent on monitoring me? When Orion finally left me to practice, I started to get the hang of it. By the end of the lesson, I'd attempted it successfully a couple of times, but I was still nervous about trying the spell out on myself. It was so not worth any accidents. Besides, I was definitely not going to be having sex anytime soon anyway, lunar eclipse or not. The moon was not going to control me. The classroom was a mess when the bell rang, and everyone started filing out of the door. Miss Vega! Orion caught my wrist as I headed for the exit, pulling me back, and heat scattered through my body. Stay and help me clean up. My heart tripled its pace as I nodded, terrified and thrilled about spending time alone with him. I'll catch up, I said to Tori and the others, and they waved goodbye as they left the room. I still had my peach, intending to practice on it later, and tucked it into my blazer pocket as the final students exited. Silence descended, and I decided to play innocent as I picked up the trash can and moved to the board, cleaning up chunks of fruit which were splattered all across it. I felt Orion's eyes burning into me as I continued cleaning up just like he'd asked, and my heart pattered excitedly. You didn't reply to my message, he said, and a smile pulled at my mouth. Is that your new catchphrase? I asked airily, placing the can down. He was behind me in a flash, one hand on my throat and one on my stomach as he jerked me back into his chest. His teeth grazed my ear, and my whole body convulsed with pleasure. You're supposed to fight back, he growled. I will if you try to bite me, but that's not what you want. I turned in his arms, gazing up at him under my lashes as my heart fell into a rampant beat. Is it? He swallowed, and his Adam's apple rose and fell. The lunar eclipse is approaching. All Fae act crazy when that happens. I can't be blamed. A smile danced around the corners of his mouth, revealing the dimple in his right cheek. That sounds like a very convenient excuse to break the rules, I accused, my eyes flipping to the door and back. And what would your girlfriend think? I gave him a stern expression, my gut nodding tightly as I waited for his response to that. What girlfriend? He asked lightly. Francesca, I said, trying to step away from him, but he held on tight. He grinned wickedly. You're jealous. I inhaled sharply as he scooped me up, turning around and planting me on the edge of his desk. He stepped between my knees and desire rippled through me. She's not my girlfriend. His thumb skated across my inner thigh, feather light, lasting only a moment, but the reaction was pure chemical. His skin was weaponized, and I was the victim of his lethal touch. "She's not?" I asked, and he shook his head. He released a measured breath, his gaze falling down all the way to that place where my skirt rode up and his fingers lay against my flesh. He glanced at the door with a taut frown. "You should go," he said, his tone deep and soft, like he'd meant to say the exact opposite of those words. I nodded, leaning forward to get up, but he didn't move, and I fell into the trap of his scent. I was too close, and his hand was still between my thighs. "I'm going to get up, push him aside, and walk out of here before I do anything stupid." I pressed firmly against his chest, and the heat of his skin flooded into my own. I applied more pressure, but he still didn't budge. "This is a bad idea," I warned. I let my hand glide down his body, taking in the firm press of his muscles, the soft rise and fall of his chest, every line and plane I'd studied in class. Gah, why does he have to be so irresistible? "I'm going to go now," I said with about as much conviction as he'd used. "Are you?" he asked, his free hand sliding around my waist, his fingers curling, reeling me in as he stepped further between my legs. "I am," I said, breathless, desperate, and not to leave, but to touch him without fear of what would happen if we crossed this line on school property, of the trouble we'd both be in if anyone ever found out. "Yes," I whispered a lie, and his eyelids lowered halfway, his seductive gaze drawing me in even further. We were baiting each other. This was inevitable. He knew it, I knew it, and frankly, we were fooling ourselves to believe we hadn't already crossed a threshold into forbidden territory on multiple occasions. Our movements were slow and so delicate, as if the softness of them meant this wasn't happening. I shifted my hand to his right bicep and let it ride the swell of his muscles all the way to his bobbing throat. I reached up to the crook beneath his neck and his ear, where heated skin met rough stubble. My gaze lingered on the spot where my fingers brushed his flesh, but I felt his eyes on me like a hawk's. "If you don't kiss me, I'll go mad." His voice rumbled through his chest, and a magnetic heat tugged me toward him. It was my call. Kiss him and bring the world down on our heads, or let go, walk away, and never look back. I'm the sister who makes sensible decisions. I don't play games with the devil. And yet here I am tempting him with my own two hands. The drumming beat of his heart matched mine. It seemed to sing my dilemma. Walk away, stay. Walk away, stay. A knock came at the door, and I scrambled backwards over the desk in my haste to put distance between us, dropping down over the other side of it. If my heart had been beating hard before, it was nothing in comparison to this rioting panic. I flattened my skirt. My cheeks flushed as I tried to hide any evidence of what we'd just been doing. Orion straightened his tie and gave me a look that said, "Don't tell." Did he really think I would? He cleared his throat, dropping into his desk chair. "Come in," he called, sounding bored. The door swung open, and Principal Nova stepped in, barely seeming to notice me as her eyes locked straight on Orion. "I've called a faculty meeting in my office about enforcing curfew. The students are totally ignoring it. You don't mind giving up your lunch to sit on it, do you?" Orion's jaw ticked, the only sign this irritated him beyond belief. "Very well. Miss Vega was just leaving." Nova nodded, looking to me with the barest hint of acknowledgement. The lines under her eyes spoke of little sleep, and she kept wringing her hands together in a way that said she was on edge. I guess the nymph attack was causing her a lot of sleepless nights. No doubt the FIB were on her case and the press, too. She nodded to me, turning and hurrying back out of the door. Orion moved to follow, sweeping me along with him by pressing a hand to the base of my spine. His fingers circled for half a second, then he shot away after Nova at double speed. I felt him everywhere for a lasting moment. Then he was painfully absent all at once. Chapter 12. Tori. We made it into the orb for lunch while managing to avoid any Hell Week pranks, and I slipped through the tables towards Geraldine and the Ass Club with my sunglasses back in place and my stomach rumbling. The idea of food still made me a little queasy, but it was time to bite the bullet and go for something greasy. "Oh my, your majesty!" Geraldine gasped as she spotted me. "Whatever is the matter? You look positively frightful, like a cat took a dump on your pillow." I snorted a laugh and dropped into a soft armchair with a sigh. "I'm suffering, Geraldine," I admitted. "Though it's through no fault of the cat. I can only blame Mr. Jack Daniels and his friend of the comforting southern variety. I spent a little too much time in their company last night, and I'm suffering the consequences." "Oh, well, holy banana bread, why didn't you say? I have a home remedy for what ails you. I can whip it up in 3 shakes of a manticore's honey. Just you wait there, and I'll see if I can find the salmon slugs and whispering onion dew." She hurried away from me, and I grimaced. "I'm not consuming anything with slugs in it," I groaned. "I just need something nice and greasy." "Let me see what I can find," Sophia offered, getting to her feet. "I feel responsible anyway." "I'm a big girl. I can make my own terrible decisions," I said dismissively, though I was still surprised at just how drunk I'd ended up. I guessed I'd just lost track somewhere and let it get out of control, though that wasn't usually like me. "But I will love you forever if you feed me, so I'm not protesting that idea." I looked around for Darcy, but she still hadn't appeared. I guessed Orion was making her find every exploded bit of peach and banana in the classroom, and I was just glad that he hadn't singled me out for that task. If I'd had to scramble about on my hands and knees looking for manky bits of fruit, I was sure I'd have hurled. A blur of motion shot towards us, and my heart leapt as Caleb appeared in the chair beside mine, kicking his feet up on the table and leaning back as if he'd been there the whole time. "Morning, sweetheart," he said with a grin. I guess he was over his embarrassment from this morning already. We'll just have to work harder next time. Diego straightened in his chair opposite us, eyeing the earth air warily. No, I said, waving Caleb away from me. "I can't do perky this morning. I'm in a decidedly downbeat mood. Please take that sunshine smile away from me." "Ouch," Caleb said, clutching at his heart like I'd wounded him, but I only tipped my head back against my chair to close my eyes for a moment. "I'm unaffected by your pain," I assured him. Caleb lowered his voice seductively, but made no effort to stay quiet enough not to be overheard. "But I was going to ask if you want to play a game with me." Diego spat a mouthful of his coffee out, and it sprayed the table between us. "Shit, man, watch out!" Caleb snapped, giving him an ounce of attention as he wiped at his uniform, though I was fairly sure Diego hadn't gotten him. Diego apologized, hurrying off to find some napkins, and Caleb watched him retreat through narrowed eyes. "Washer dropped in on our sex ed class," I explained before Caleb decided to seek vengeance against my friend. "He's taken a bit of an interest in you and me, and he got me to admit to our hunting game in front of the whole class." I couldn't hide the grimace which followed those words, and Caleb leaned towards me with a frown. "When you say he's taken an interest in us, do you mean he's been looking at your memories?" Caleb asked darkly. My heart thumped a little harder in response to the threat laced in his voice, and I could only nod in response. "I'll sort that out, sweetheart. That old pervert needs to remember who he's spying on." He got to his feet suddenly, and I reached out to catch his hand before he could speed away. "What are you going to do?" I asked, and he looked down at me in surprise. "I'm going to make sure he stays out of your head," he promised. "And in the meantime, you can have your lunch and get your energy up for our game." Caleb leaned down like he was going to kiss me, and I shifted back. "I can't play today," I said, shaking my head even though it made the ringing in my ears get louder. "I'm half dying here. I drank way too much last night." "Oh, is that all? You were starting to make me think you didn't like me anymore," Caleb teased. He reached out to cup my cheek, and my lips parted to make some protest about him touching me like that in public, but before I could, the warm flow of magic slid through my veins. The pounding in my brain retreated, quickly followed by the sick feeling in my gut, and every other symptom of the hangover from hell which had been plaguing me. I stared up at Caleb in surprise, and he leaned down to speak in my ear. "Will you play with me now?" His stubble grazed my cheek, and I turned to look up at him as he drew back a few inches. "What if I don't want to today?" I breathed. Caleb pouted, and a smile tugged at my lips. "Then I guess I'll just have to bite you here." He pushed my hair back over my shoulder and touched his lips to my throat. The contact made my skin tingle, and I bit my lip. He kissed my neck, shifting an inch higher and kissing me again. I cleared my throat and pushed him back a step as I tried to hide the reactions my body was having to him. But as he could probably hear the fast pace of my heart, I doubted he was fooled. "I want to eat first," I warned him. "I'll play with you at 20-1. That way I'll have 5 minutes to get to class after I win." "You won't win," he assured me, brushing his fingers over my knee for a moment before shooting away from me. I glanced around from within the confines of my sunglasses to see just how many people had noticed that exchange. I didn't really want to be publicly marked as Caleb somehow. I wasn't his girlfriend, and I didn't want anyone to think I was. As I glanced over at the heir's couch, I found Darius looking right back at me, and my heart leapt in surprise. I couldn't really figure out the look he was giving me, but something about it made me feel uncomfortable. I dropped my gaze and pulled my sunglasses off, tossing them back into my satchel as I ran my fingers through my hair, super subtly making a curtain out of it to block my view of Darius. Sophia and Diego reappeared at the same time, and they placed a few big pizzas on the table with some bowls of fries. I thanked them with a wide smile as I dug in. "Where's the bloodsucker gone?" Diego asked, not bothering to hide the sneer on his face. He hadn't seemed quite so keen to show his dislike of Caleb to his face, though. "I think he's actually gone to tell Washer to stay out of my head," I said, which I have no complaints about. If he can keep that sleazebag away from my dirty thoughts, then I'm all for it. "I imagine he'll want something in return for that favor," Diego said darkly. "The heirs don't just do things out of the kindness of their hearts." I shrugged, not wanting to get into it with Diego. I knew I should have been keeping my distance from all of the heirs, but Caleb kept drawing me in. And at least with him, there was no confusion about what he wanted from me. My body and my blood, though sometimes I wasn't sure which he desired more. Darcy reappeared as I was tucking into my second slice of pizza and dropped into her chair with a sigh. "Orion being an ass?" I asked, gauging her mood. "When isn't he?" she replied, avoiding my eye as she grabbed some pizza for herself. I got the feeling she was holding back, but decided not to push her on it with the others around. I imagined it involved Orion being a mega dickwad, though. "How are you feeling about the air trial tomorrow?" Sophia asked, and I was pleased to jump on a subject which didn't involve my sex life. We spent the rest of our meal discussing our theories on what the trial might involve, and I kept an eye on the time surreptitiously. Just before 22, I pushed my chair back and said goodbye to my friends. Darcy gave me a knowing look when I didn't really say where I was going, and I promised to meet her outside tarot class in 20 minutes. Caleb still hadn't reappeared, but I was sure he'd start the hunt on time. I wasn't going to make the same mistake as last time, though. Hiding inside made it easier for him to find me because he could pick out my heartbeat in the silence. There was a strong wind blowing today, so I intended to hide in the woods where the creaking branches and wind whistling through the leaves should mask the sounds of my body from him. I cut a quick path between the trees and the wailing wood, moving off of the main track until I found a huge tree which had half rotted out, leaving a hollow area in its base. I pushed my way inside, using the warmth of my fire magic to dry out the space before settling down to wait. I took my atlas from my bag so that I could watch the time and smile to myself. Let's see if you can find me now, Altair. I opened up Facebook and glanced through today's posts. Caleb had been tagged in several Pegasus porn videos, which I refused to click on despite the amusement they caused me. The hashtag #GetDumped was trending too alongside multiple pictures of Max Riegel, My favorite of which included a badly photoshopped image of him riding a griffin and wearing a cowboy hat. The rumor Geraldine had kickstarted about the griffin poo he'd been coated in at the pitball game was catching on like wildfire. As I was scrolling, a new post popped up, and as the comments came in, I had to battle not to laugh out loud. Max Riegel. Anyone entertaining bullshit lies about me on here will find themselves waterboarded the next time we meet. Hashtag remember who I am. Hashtag vengeance is sweet. Comments. Tyler Corbin. Yeah, guys, don't dump on him. Hashtag true about the poo. Hashtag stop the plop. Hashtag have you heard about the turd? Katie McKenzie. Don't be ashamed of who you are. Love and support with you always, Max. Hashtag sniffin' the griffin. Hashtag be poo to yourself. I had to stop reading them, or I was definitely going to give myself away by laughing loud enough for Caleb to hear me. The minutes ticked by achingly slowly, but the closer we drew to the end of the deadline, the more my excitement built. There was just 1 minute left, and I still hadn't heard any sign of Caleb drawing close to me. Just as I began to think I had it in the bag, the sound of my name carried to me on the wind, and I spotted Caleb stalking through the trees ahead of me as he searched. I was deep within the shadows in the hollow trunk, and I was confident he wouldn't be able to see me unless he got a lot closer. My heart was pounding, and I fought desperately to stay completely still. The wind blew wildly through the trees, making the leaves rustle and the boughs creak and groan. I was sure it was enough to hide the soft sounds of my heartbeat and light breaths. He was right there, but I definitely managed to hide well from him, and the timer on my atlas went down to its last few seconds. 3, 2, 1. For fuck's sake! Caleb yelled from the direction of the path. A huge crash followed, and I peeked out of the hollow trunk I'd been using to conceal myself just in time to see a tree go crashing to the ground. I flinched at the tremor which rocked through the earth at my feet, and hesitated short of drawing attention to myself. I stepped out slowly, unsure whether I should approach him yet or not. He seemed really angry, like insanely upset for someone who had just lost a silly game. Before I could decide whether or not I wanted to find out how much of that anger was directed at me, Caleb turned and spotted me. I offered him a victory smirk. His eyes were burning with fury, but triumph flared in them at the sight of me. Before I could say anything, he shot towards me using his vampire speed, and I gasped as he drove me back against the huge trunk of a tree before claiming my mouth with his. A flare of pain shot along my spine at the force he'd used to slam me into the tree, and I jerked away from his kiss to swat his arm. Ow, you asshole! I grumbled, and a flash of excitement filled his face for a moment before he dipped his head in apology. Sorry, he breathed, leaning in to trail kisses along my neck and speaking between them. But I've been thinking about doing this all morning. And then when it looked like you'd escaped, I just lost control for a moment and it didn't look like I would escape, I corrected. I did escape. Time's up. I win. So you don't get your prize. I placed my hands on his chest and forced him back a step, though he resisted for a moment. But Caleb's brows pulled together as he looked at me, and the hunger in his gaze made me bite my lip. As much as I wanted to hold firm and refuse him anything at all, the call of his flesh was really making me doubt that choice. You don't get to bite me, I said firmly. The rest I wasn't quite decided on yet. Come on, Tori, I almost had you. Not good enough. Almost doesn't get you your prize. His gaze drifted to my neck anyway, and I narrowed my eyes. If you bite me after I won, I won't play with you again. I added to drive the point home. If we don't stick to the rules, then there's no point in it at all. Caleb scowled, and for half a second, I thought he was going to lunge at me and drain me anyway. Instead, he turned suddenly, scraping his fingers into his hair as he started pacing. He released a groan of frustration, and my smile widened with victory as he paced back and forth before me like a caged beast. I watched his motions with my heart hammering, feeling the frustration pouring from him, and wondering if I might have to try and fight him off. It certainly looked like he was battling with the decision of whether or not he was going to stick to the rules. He stopped as suddenly as he'd started, turning to look at me with a wicked smile. "Okay, then. What do you get for winning?" he asked, his voice deep and alluring. My lips parted, but I didn't have an answer for him. All I'd ever thought about when we'd played this game before was the fact that I could avoid a bite. I'd never considered claiming a prize myself. "Seems like you need a reward," Caleb pressed, moving right into my personal space. He kissed me slowly, his lips moving against mine in an achingly soft dance. He pressed me back, parting my lips gently and pushing his tongue into my mouth to stroke across mine. A groan of longing escaped me as I gave myself to the kiss, his hand moving to cup my cheek as he pulled me closer. Caleb drew back and looked into my eyes for a moment, a smile pulling at his lips as he slowly lowered down onto his knees before me. "What are you doing?" I breathed, looking around in alarm. We were in the middle of the Wailing Wood, and I could see the path which led from the orb to Air Tower not more than 10 meters behind him. If anyone came along, they'd see us for sure, and it was a pretty popular route. "What's the matter, Tori? Are you afraid?" Caleb breathed as he placed his hands on my knees and started to skim them up my thighs beneath my school skirt, keeping his gaze locked with mine the entire time. The sensitive skin on my inner thighs came alive as his fingers trailed higher and sparks raced to my core, making my heart thump harder. An ache of longing built in me as he moved, a wild part of me wanting to give in to him. My breath hitched as he made it to my panties, and he caught the sides of them before slowly tugging them down. My gaze flipped back to the path again, and I caught his wrist to halt him. "Someone could see us," I said hesitantly. "Don't worry, sweetheart," Caleb replied. "I promise to stop if I hear someone coming. Aside from you, of course." I couldn't help but laugh at that, and he took that as confirmation, pulling my panties down to my ankles until I stepped out of them. My heart was pounding, and I looked around again nervously, opening my mouth to protest. We were close enough to Terra House. We could just go back to his room and... Caleb caught my knees and pushed them apart half a second before his mouth landed on me, and I sucked in a breath in shock. Any objections I'd been thinking of making were driven from my mind as he dragged his tongue right up the center of me and I released a breathy moan. He repeated the move a few times before switching to circling, sucking, even a hint of biting. I fought against the impulse to cry out, gripping the rough bark of the tree at my back as I fought to remain upright, while he pulled me apart. "Fuck, Caleb!" The pressure of his tongue increased as his hand shifted up my thighs, pinning my hips in place to give him better access. My eyes fell shut, my head lolling back as he pushed me closer and closer to the edge, my whole world circling around the movements of his tongue. I was losing control on the noise I was making, and Caleb released a dark laugh, the noise of it echoing right through the center of me. I shifted a hand to his hair, fisting his golden curls between my fingers as I urged him on. Pressure was building between my thighs, and I was falling captive to him, my body bowing to his demands as he coiled me tighter and tighter. His grip on me tightened, and I could feel myself falling apart as he moved his mouth with expert skill, pushing me towards ecstasy. I swore as he slowed his pace, keeping me hanging in the final moments of this torture as he devoured me. "Please," I moaned, needing him to put me out of my agony, and with one final drag of his tongue, stars burst before my eyes and his name spilled from my lips. Caleb got to his feet, gripping my waist and pinning me to the tree as he kissed me, hard. "You are so fucking hot, Tori," he growled, kissing me again. I gripped the front of his shirt as I drew him closer, my body aching for more of him, even though I knew we must be late for class by now. I could feel how hard he was as he ground up against me, and I was gripped with the desire to demand more of him, all of him. His lips moved to my throat, and I could feel his fangs resting against the skin there as he toyed with the idea of biting me. Are you really going to break the rules? I teased as I managed to regain control of my breathing. Caleb hung there, his muscles tight and his teeth oh so close to piercing my skin. He groaned longingly and forced himself away before looking into my eyes. Next time, I'm going to win, he promised me. My eyes sparkled with the challenge, and I reached between us to run my hand down the hard length of his arousal beneath his pants. I leaned in closer to him as I rubbed against him a few times, drawing a growl of desire from his lips. Maybe then I'll return the favor. Caleb groaned again, stealing another kiss for a long second before drawing back. He shook his head like he was trying to clear it, and I laughed. Can I have my underwear back now? I asked, holding my hand out. Caleb pulled my red panties from his pocket and gave me a teasing smile. I think these would make a good consolation prize for me, he objected. I rolled my eyes and tried to snatch them from him, but he used his speed to shove them back into his pocket. See you later, Tori. He kissed me for half a second, then shot away so quickly that he was out of sight before I could even say a word in protest. He'd made me late for tarot class, and now I was going to have to show up with no underwear. Damn vampire. I let out a shaky breath and ran a hand through my hair self-consciously as I pushed away from the tree and started hurrying towards my tarot class. I was nearly 15 minutes late by the time I got to Mercury Chambers, and I steeled myself as I opened the door to the underground classroom, ready to face whatever punishment Washer decided to give out. Sorry, Professor. I began as I pushed the door wide, and he looked around at me as I clearly interrupted a talk he'd been giving. I got held up by... Mr. Altair informed me you'd be late to class. Don't worry about it. Please feel free to tell him that I was accommodating to his, use of his source, Washer said quickly, glancing at me, then dropping his gaze as he clasped his hands together in front of him. For a moment, I could have sworn his hands were trembling, but he curled them into fists before I could be sure. Oh, okay then. I headed towards my seat beside Darcy, frowning at her in confusion. Sir! Kylie Major piped up, her face written in outrage. You took 10 house points from me for arriving 1 minute late. How is it fair that... As I said, Mr. Altair had need of his source. I'm hardly going to deny one of our most promising and influential students a favor when he requests it so... nicely. Do not forget that the heirs are the future leaders of Solaria, Miss Major. Now, can we please return to our lesson? Kylie scowled but dropped it, and I slipped into my seat. Darcy raised an eyebrow at me, and I shrugged in return. I'd known Caleb was going to tell Washer to back off, but it kind of seemed like he'd scared the shit out of him in the process. I pulled my books and tarot deck out of my bag and sat back to listen as Washer went on with whatever he'd been saying before I interrupted. Yes, this will be the final tarot lesson I'm covering for you, I'm afraid, he said, and I didn't even bother to hide the grin on my face in response. Principal Nova has just confirmed that next week, those of you who survive the reckoning will be taught by Professor Knox, who has recently decided to take up a profession in teaching. He has the true gift of sight, which means he sees actual glimpses of the future from time to time, and despite his young age, he qualified at the top of his class, so I'm sure he will be an adequate replacement for me. Though, of course, many people value experience over youth, so maybe you'll all be begging me to come back and satisfy you before long. He winked at us, and I recoiled, though thankfully his gaze wasn't on me. I'd take anyone over him. I whispered to Darcy and the others in an undertone. If he's young, maybe he'll be nice to look at like Orion, Sophia joked. No way we'd end up with 2 teachers that hot. Darcy scoffed. And you call Washer a pervertido? Diego grumbled, and I rolled my eyes at him. As if you'll be complaining when we start physical enhancement with Professor Prestos, I said. You've just got a bug up your ass because you still haven't got your hat back. My abuela needed that hat for me before she died, Diego growled. Well, lucky you. My parents died before they got around to making me a hat. I snipped back. Darcy bit her lip on a smile and offered me a raised eyebrow to say I was treading the line of bitch. I sighed. I was treading that line most days, and I didn't usually adjust my personality to suit grief over stolen hats. Today, I think you're ready to start learning how to read the cards properly, Washer announced. If you pair up, then shuffle your deck. I'll come round and instruct you on how to lay them out and read them in relation to each other. There are many ways to interpret the cards based on the order in which they're drawn and the energy you exude while shuffling the deck. Washer headed off to the far side of the class, and I leaned back in my chair as Darcy began shuffling her cards. Diego muttered something in Spanish before getting up and asking Washer if he could go to the bathroom. The door clicked shut behind him, and Sophia let out a long whistle. He's been in such a bad mood since Hell Week began, she commented. Yeah, he really needs to sort out his hatitude, I said, snorting a laugh at my own joke. Sophia laughed too, and Darcy smirked, but she was clearly trying to rein in her amusement. He's touchy about Orion ever since he broke that trinket box, she explained. Well, I don't have the energy for his mood swings, I sighed. They exhaust me. I thought that was Caleb, Sophia teased, and I laughed again. He wishes. I crossed my legs beneath the table, though, pursing my lips at the memory of him stealing my panties. I was less than impressed with that stunt. I think that if Diego just gets the hat back, Darcy gasped, her fingers curling tightly around one of the cards in her deck as she tugged it loose. Don't tell me that's another one, I hissed, leaning close as she laid the card on the table between us. The Empress looked up at us from the card, reclining on a chair in a dress covered in red roses while wearing a crown of stars. I reached out like I had no control over the impulse to do it and ran my forefinger down the center of the card. A shudder ran along my spine as the magic in the card called out to me, and I exchanged a loaded look with Darcy. How did Astrum set all of this up before he died? I asked. It seemed like he was caught out when he was killed by the shadow, but every time one of these cards appears, I have to think he planned on us finding them before he was murdered. Not necessarily, Sophia piped up. Objects of special significance can stay linked to spirits after they pass. There are plenty of examples of powerful fae managing to send messages back to the living from beyond the veil. I let out a long breath, absorbing that. So why make the messages so cryptic then? Darcy sighed. Why not just say things clearly rather than giving vague warnings about things or snippets of information we can't possibly put together ourselves? Maybe it gets lost in translation? Sophia suggested. So all we need is to find a ghost who wants to translate for us and we're all set, I deadpanned. What does the Empress even mean, anyway? She's associated with all things maternal, Sophia explained instantly. She often represents the creation of life, pregnancy, romance. Well, let's hope this isn't a prediction, I said with an exaggerated shudder. The last thing I need is a little vampire baby nipping at my ankles. Darcy laughed. You'd better make sure you learn that spell Orion taught us before you go near Caleb again. I'm not babysitting a kid that bites. You have to admit my big brown eyes and Caleb's blonde curls would make for a damn cute baby, though, I teased. Ugh, and then we'd be stuck with the heirs forever. Darcy mimed puking into her satchel and I laughed. Point taken. I'll do the spell twice to make extra sure. Shall we see if the message shines any light on the Empress then? I suggested, eyeing the card suspiciously. Darcy nodded, reaching out to flip the card over. In the Palace of Souls rests a secret untold. Find the light who burned on after the fire. Clear as always, I said, leaning back in my chair irritably. What was the point of sending us these messages if they were always so damn cryptic? Do you think we'll ever get one that just says, "There's a folder full of answers sitting beside you," Darcy asked. Here's hoping, because that means nothing to me, I said, tossing the card away from me in disgust. It caught on an errant breeze, flipped over, and landed right back on the desk in front of us. I scowled at it. Damn ghost card. Well, the first half is pretty self-explanatory, Sophia said, raising an eyebrow at us. No, it's not, I disagreed. Well, the Palace of Souls is your family's palace, she said slowly. You know, where the Savage King and the Queen lived before they were killed? I didn't know that. Darcy breathed, leaning back in her chair. We don't know much of anything about them, I added, twisting my lips. But maybe it's time we found out. Who owns the palace now? Well, Sophia looked between the two of us. I'm assuming you do. I snorted a laugh, and Darcy blew out a breath as she picked the card up. I keep forgetting we're actually princesses, she said, shaking her head. I looked at her, and a smile hooked up the corner of my mouth. Yeah, we're motherfucking princesses, and we own a goddamn palace. Maybe it's time we went and visited it? Do you really think we can? Darcy asked, her eyes lighting with excitement for a moment at the idea. Maybe some of our parents' stuff is still there? I swallowed thickly at that idea, a frown pinching my features. I hadn't really considered that. I'd been thinking more about vaults of gold than something that might link us to the people who brought us into this world. Suddenly, my chest felt a little too tight at the idea of going there, and I had to fight against the idea of backing out of the plan before we'd even made one. Perhaps we should just focus on getting through the reckoning this week first, I said, hoping it wasn't obvious that the idea of finding out more about our parents made me uncomfortable. Darcy gave me a look that said she'd seen right through me, and I offered a tiny shrug in response. I guess you're probably right, she agreed, but I didn't miss the hint of disappointment in her tone. But maybe afterwards we can ask Nova about us taking a visit to the palace? Sure, I agreed with a nod. I'd just have to suck it up and go. It wasn't like it mattered anyway. The king and queen were just two dead people I'd never known. Even if all their stuff still filled the palace, it wouldn't change that fact. The rest of the class passed quickly, though Diego stayed in a mood with me after he returned from his bathroom break. I half considered apologizing to him, then realized that I might have been being a bitch. But he was too, so I was pretty sure we were even. No doubt he'd get over it soon enough. We left the class without Washer coming over to me at all, and I couldn't help but let some of my irritation with Caleb go in response. He might have been a damn underwear thief, but if he'd actually managed to scare Washer away from me, then I'd happily pay the price in panties. That said, our next class was Fire Elemental, and I had no intention of spending it without my underwear. We said goodbye to Diego, and I forced Darcy and Sophia to hurry down the path to fire territory, explaining my problem to them on the way. When they stopped laughing, they started running with me, and we got to the fire arena early to wait with the full intention to retrieve my panties from Caleb before it started. I waited outside for him to arrive with a very amused Darcy by my side. She kept trying not to laugh, and I tried to look annoyed at her. "Here comes the panty thief now," she said in an undertone as Caleb appeared on the path ahead. "I shouldn't have told you," I muttered, rolling my eyes as she snorted a laugh. "Do you think he'll give them back?" she asked. "I'm going to make him," I said confidently, striding forward to meet Caleb, who broke a smile as he spotted me. "You have something of mine," I accused, folding my arms as I blocked his path. "Really?" he asked, feigning surprise. "What's that, then?" I glanced around at the other students who were filing past us into the locker rooms and fixed him with a death stare. "You know what?" "Remind me," Caleb challenged, stepping a little closer. At that moment, Darius appeared. He strolled straight towards us, and heat rose in my cheeks as his gaze landed on me. I felt ridiculously awkward around him after last night, and I had zero intention of talking to him now. "Forget it," I said quickly, turning away from Caleb before Darius made it to us. "You can have them back if you promise to spend tonight at Terra House with me," Caleb called. I turned back to him with a scowl. "No," I said flatly, flipping him off for good measure. I turned away before he could say anything else and headed into the locker room with Darcy. "Oh my God, you should have seen his face when you turned your back on him," she said on a laugh. "I think you just really pissed him off." "Whatever. He's shouting about us hooking up in front of the whole damn school. I am not his girlfriend, and it's no one else's business what we get up to. Plus, he stole my underwear, so I shrugged, not wanting to admit that Darius was actually the one who'd rattled me. Well, you always knew he'd leave you for a Pegasus in the end anyway. He's got the horn for the horn, she said, and I smirked in response. That joke would never get old. Chapter 13. Darcy. I ducked into Pluto offices out of the pouring rain after my final class of the day, pushing back my hood as water dripped off my coat to the shiny floor. The storm had rolled in from the sea and was picking up strength with every passing hour, but a package had arrived for me that I simply couldn't wait to get my hands on. I headed into the postal area where the tall machines were humming and flashing, stretching high up above me right to the ceiling. I tapped in the code on my atlas, and the units shifted around until the one containing my package stopped before me and I snatched it out. "A la mierda esta lluvia!" Diego's voice caught my attention, and I turned to find him hurrying into the atrium dripping wet with a scowl on his face. "Oh, hey, chica. This rain sucks, huh?" he said, his eyes brightening as he spotted me. He hurried to my side, pushing his hand into his dark curls to stop them dripping onto his cheeks. "I hate the rain. Where I grew up, it never rained." "I quite like it," I said with a shrug. Something about a storm feels kind of exciting. "You're crazy," he laughed, glancing at my package. "What did you get?" he asked, heading toward the machines and taking his atlas from his backpack. "It's a secret," I said mischievously, tucking the box firmly into my bag. "I like secrets," he urged, tapping in the code to retrieve his own package. He took the small box from the unit as it arrived and ripped it open. "What did you get?" I asked, and he pulled out a small tube with the words, "Minotaur Strength Glue," printed on the side of it. "What's that for?" "Mi abuela's trinket box," he said with a dark frown. "I'm going to try and glue it back together, but that bastardo professor broke it pretty good." "Maybe there's a spell for fixing things. Have you asked Sophia?" I suggested gently, my heart pinching at the memory of Orion doing that to Diego. He really could be a total asshole sometimes. "No." Diego pocketed the glue, then stepped toward me. "So come on, chica. I showed you mine. Let's see yours." He lunged forward playfully, and I laughed, dancing away as I held my satchel behind my back. "No, it's a surprise." I laughed as he wrapped his arms around me, trying to reach my bag. My laughter echoed off of the ceiling, and I stumbled back into the counter as he tugged at the strap. "Come on, let me see your package, Darcy," Diego insisted, grinning in my face as he stuck his hand into my bag. "Diego," I warned, but not with actual annoyance. If he really wanted to see it, it didn't matter that much. As his hand closed around the box, he was suddenly torn away from me and thrown forcefully onto the hard floor. The box went skittering away across the lobby, and shock replaced my amusement as I found Orion standing beyond him. "What the hell?" I demanded, hurrying forward to help Diego to his feet. He rubbed his head, scowling at Orion with a dark fury in his eyes. Orion looked slightly confused by his own actions, backing up and scooping my package from the floor, which was thankfully still in its delivery box so he couldn't see what it was. I moved forward to take it from him, but Diego caught hold of my hand, pulling me back protectively. Orion eyed the interaction with a burning intensity in his gaze, his muscles twitching as if he was about to lunge at my friend again. "He's not going to hurt me." I looked at Diego in surprise, but he didn't seem convinced. 10 points from air," Orion growled, tossing the package at my feet. "What for?" Diego balked. "We didn't do anything wrong." Orion glared at him like he was trying to melt him with his stare. "Are you back-chatting me, Polaris?" he snarled. I shook my hand free of Diego's, bending down and picking up my package. My face felt overly hot as I tucked it into my bag and stood upright, pursing my lips at him. Orion stalked away, heading to a long row of mailboxes which were evidently for the professors. He tugged one open marked Orion, 3 Asteroid Palace, and grabbed a fistful of letters from inside. "Come on," Diego muttered. "Let's leave the Sanguiela to himself." We nearly made it to the door before Orion spoke in a deadly voice.
"What did you call me?"
Diego stiffened, glancing over his shoulder and shifting closer to me. Oh shit. I turned around, finding Orion right behind us, his letters crumpling in his hand.
"I called you a bloodsucker,"
Diego said, sounding slightly less confident than before.
"It's not an insult, just a fact."
Orion bared his fangs, and I moved to put myself between them. "Professor," I said gently. "He didn't mean anything by it, did you, Diego?" Diego was too stubborn for his own good. His lips twitched, but he couldn't get the words out that would clearly have been a lie. I could see how much he hated Orion, and I couldn't exactly blame him after what he'd done to his grandmother's trinket box right before reading his journal aloud. Orion rolled his shoulders, releasing a slow breath. He stepped around me, leaning in close to Diego's ear, and he visibly trembled, shrinking beneath him.
"Dear Diary,"
Orion taunted.
"Today I was almost murdered by my asshole cardinal magic professor. I won't backchat him ever again, because the next time I do, I think I'll end up in a body bag for real."
He moved a step away, then paused, leaning close once more with a calculating grin.
"P.S. I have a major crush on Darcy Vega, but she doesn't seem to realize it. I wonder what she'll say when she finds out."
He strolled out of the door into the storm, and I stared after him in utter shock.
"Darcy, I don't,"
Diego spluttered, shaking his head. "I know," I said quickly. Sure, Orion was wrong about that. "He's just being an asshole. You're into Sophia, right?"
"See,"
he agreed with a heavy sigh.
"But now she likes Tyler Corbin."
He hung his head, and I laid my hand on his back with a guilty frown. Diego was having a seriously hard time these last couple of days, and I really wanted to do something to cheer him up. An idea sprang to mind, and a wicked grin pulled at my mouth. "I know what we should do."
"What?"
I took out my atlas, typing a group message to Tori and Sophia, telling them to meet us at Jupiter Hall. "Come on," I said brightly. "Let's go get your hat back."
"But Orion,"
he breathed, his eyes widening with fear. "He didn't head that way," I said. "Besides, he was the one who challenged you to get it."
"I guess so,"
he said, nodding as a little more courage entered his eyes.
"Let's hurry up then."
I pulled my hood over my head, and Diego zipped his coat up to his chin, following me into the rain. Lightning flashed above, and my heart pumped harder as we started running through the downpour. I pushed the air out around us, making a shield, but the rain kept slipping through every time I lost concentration. I gave up as we arrived at Jupiter Hall, hurrying inside and finding Tori and Sophia there already. Beyond them were Geraldine and Angelica, looking excited as lightning illuminated us all, flashing through the windows. "Oh, hi guys," I said to Geraldine and her friend, surprised at finding extra recruits.
"What are you doing here?"
Diego asked, like he was disappointed to see everyone gathered there. I so did not understand him sometimes. Maybe he was still pissed at Tori and still bitter about Sophia going out with Tyler. But they were his friends. I guess he hadn't realized I'd invited them. Geraldine answered before the others could. "We are here to assist you on your quest, young Diego. A friend from the stars is a dear friend of ours." She puffed up her chest, and Angelica raised her chin in solidarity. "As a loyal member of the Almighty Sovereign Society, I have pledged to help the true queens and any ally who follows them diligently," Angelica said proudly, bowing low to Tori and I.
"Right. Well, let's go before Professor Psycho shows up,"
Tori said with a grin, taking a couple of hairpins from her pocket. This was clearly her way of apologizing to Diego, and his expression softened at the sight. We hurried up the marble stairway toward the Cardinal Magic classroom, our footsteps clapping loudly around us. "Jam donuts!" Geraldine hissed. "I better cast a silence and bubble around us. We sound like a herd of Pegasuses wearing tap shoes." She opened her palm, and the magic pressed out around our group. We reached the door, and Tori knelt down while Sophia cast the spell that would divert attention away from us. It wouldn't hold if a teacher got too close and sensed it, but it would definitely help. Damn it, it's not working. Tori sighed. I think there's magic on the lock. Figures. Orion is a total security freak, I said. I had to blast his desk apart to get to the stardust that time. If we damage the door, he'll know it was us, Diego said, frantically pulling at his hair. No, he won't. Angelica stepped forward. I'm great at fixing spells. I can definitely do it. Diego looked at her with a hopeful smile. Okay, chica, if you're sure. Maybe you could help me with mi abuela's broken trinket box sometime too? Love to. Angelica beamed. Geraldine barged us all aside, pulling Tori out of the way and planting her feet in a wide stance. She raised her hands and yelled, No one can hold back the power of a Gruss. We are the guardians of the royal bloodline. Water blasted from her hands in a massive deluge, taking the entire door off its hinges and sending it crashing across the room. We all sucked in air as several desks went flying under the onslaught. Holy blue tits, Geraldine breathed. I don't know my own strength sometimes. Onward, friends. She ran into the room and I giggled, hurrying along with everyone as we headed toward Orion's desk. The watermelon was waiting for us, and Sophia reached out to grab it, but quickly snatched her hand back like she'd been electrocuted. He's put some sort of protection spell on it, she gasped. I moved closer, then looked to Tori. Fire? I suggested, holding out my hand, and she took it, grinning as our power merged immediately, flowing through us instinctively. We raised our free hands and fire burst from our fingers, blending together and surrounding the shield encasing the watermelon. We blasted it until it was clear it wasn't going to work, then dropped our hands. Crap, I sighed, glancing back at the doorway as Angelica hurried around fixing chairs and siphoning away the water drenching the floor. We gathered closer to the desk, frowning as we tried to figure out how to get the hat. Maybe it needs to be me? Diego suggested, stepping to the front of the group. He raised his palm, casting a gust of air at the shield, but still nothing happened. It's almost curfew, Sophia said anxiously. We need to hurry. Tiny Tim in a handbag. There's something written here, Geraldine said excitedly, pointing at the back of the watermelon. We all shuffled around, and I read the message written in ink across the back of it. Fae bleed for what they want. Prove your Fae, Polaris. He pursed his lips as he realized what he had to do, and I looked at him with a frown. You don't have to. He bit into his hand, and I winced as he sank his teeth in so deep he drew blood. That is so not the way I would have chosen to do it. Holy shit, Diego! Tori cheered as Diego let the blood drip over the shield. It fizzled out of existence, and he snatched his hat from the watermelon, pulling it onto his head. You are a true Fae, Diego Polaris, Geraldine said with tears in her eyes, and Angelica hurried over to pat his back. Thanks to our dragon friend, the classroom was all clean, and there was no sign we'd been here aside from the missing hat. Geraldine strode over to pick up the door, carrying it back into place as we all hurried out into the hallway. Angelica stepped forward to help, fixing it back onto its hinges and removing any signs of a break-in. Thanks, amigas, Diego said with the biggest smile. Anytime, I said, nudging him as we jogged back to the atrium and out into the raging storm. As curfew closed in, we all said our goodbyes, and I headed back to Air Tower with Diego. He was practically skipping along beside me as we went. I'd never seen him so happy. When we were in the dry stairwell of the tower, my heart started thrumming harder for an entirely different reason, and I quickened my pace upstairs. We turned into the 11th floor, and I said goodnight to Diego before hurrying into my room and stripping off my wet coat, followed by my uniform. I headed into my bathroom in nothing but my underwear, with my new package firmly in my grip. It was time for a new me, a girl who was Fae, a girl who was royal, and a girl who wasn't afraid to trust anymore. Fae hair dye was incredible. My hair shimmered like stars when it caught the light and was as deep blue as a twilight sky. I'd colored it all over, every last hair, and as I ran my fingertips through my soft locks, my heart began to beat harder again. Blue means you like me. I did like him, and I boldly, proudly wanted him to know it. But that wasn't the only reason I'd done this. It felt right, like I was claiming that deep wound inside myself and healing it at long last. It wasn't an injury anymore. It was a battle scar, and I was owning it like a warrior princess. I took a steadying breath as thunder cracked overhead and goosebumps fled across my flesh. The urge to show Orion what I'd done was consuming me. My body was alive with need tonight, and I wondered if that had something to do with the dawning lunar eclipse, or if it was all me. I headed back into my room, pulling on my strappy white pajama top and shorts for bed, and dropping down onto my mattress. I picked up my atlas and lightning flashed beyond my window, igniting the room in a white glare for half a second. I chewed on my lower lip, shifting my hips as this need grew wilder and wilder. What the hell is in the air tonight? I tapped on my daily horoscope to reread it, wondering if I could find any answers between the lines. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your day. It's time for an important decision to be made, and with that decision will come a big change. This is a time of growth, so embrace the side of yourself which has started to bloom, and you will soon reap the rewards. Your stars are in perfect harmony with a Libra today, and now would be a good time to address any issues between the two of you. It will be almost impossible not to enjoy this day if you follow your intuition. I placed my atlas down on my bare thigh, mulling over that last line. Follow your intuition. I rose to my feet, moving to the window, and a shudder rolled down my spine. Rain pattered against the glass in thick, wet drops, and every time the lightning flashed, all of them lit up like tiny snow globes. Water magic rose to the edges of my skin, and some deep part of me wanted to be out there in the tempestuous world, throwing my magic into the sky to see if I could equal its power. A light glowed far down on the path below, and I spotted a teacher patrolling within a shield, an orb of blue light hovering above them. I spotted another light far out in the wailing wood, their shield lit up in purple. Everyone was still on high alert after the nymph attack, and the idea of those creatures still lurking nearby made my blood chill. I moved back to my bed, fishing up my atlas and tapping out a message to Orion, adrenaline crashing through me in waves. Darcy, what are you doing? I waited for a reply, and he gave me one in the form of a photo which made my heart nearly give up on life. He was propped up in bed with a numerology book in one hand, shirtless, and giving me that sideways smile that made me want to just gah. A message swiftly followed. Lance. Reading. I'm sure I don't need to remind you to delete that picture. What are you doing? Photographic answers are highly encouraged. I grinned stupidly, sighing as I deleted his photo along with the last few messages he'd sent. What am I doing? I'd like to figure that out myself, because it feels like playing with fire, and I'm one slip away from getting burned. For some unknown reason, I trusted Orion. It didn't make sense to me, but it seemed the stars were firmly on board with that idea today, too. Darcy, you don't deserve a photo because you were rude to my friend earlier. Lance, Polaris was asking for trouble. Plus, he had his hands all over you, so you can blame the vampire code. I have to protect my source. P.S. What am I gonna have to do to earn this picture? A flush of heat took over my body as I realized this was so not about the vampire code. Diego hadn't been anything of a threat to me. Darcy, you can have a picture if you tell me the real reason you attacked Diego. I hit send, laughing as I hugged a pillow to my chest. Why is this so exciting? Lance. Fine. Seeing another guy's hands on you makes me want to rip out their eyes so they never get to look at you again. Darcy, that is so dark. I started laughing, knowing I probably shouldn't. Diego definitely hadn't deserved to be shoved to the floor, but I couldn't deny how good it felt knowing Orion was possessive over me like that. Lance. It's nature, baby. Winky face. Where's my photo? I hesitated, then whipped the pillowcase off and wrapped my hair up in it. I took a selfie, poking out my tongue and grinning as I sent it. He replied almost instantly. Lance. Shit. How did you know about my pillowcase fetish? I reined in my laughter, tapping out my next message. Darcy, I made a decision about my hair. You're not allowed to see it. Lance, hang on. Why am I not allowed? Is it green or blue? Or am I way off base? Please tell me you haven't got a mohawk like Max Riegel. Although, I'd probably still want you just as much. I certainly did when that fuckwit Capella took your hair. My breathing grew unsteady, and the smile on my face was starting to hurt. It felt so natural when we were messaging each other like this, as if he was just a guy I liked who happened to like me back. It made me think about my first boyfriend and how I'd been naive to believe what we'd had been anything close to love. I was nowhere near falling in love with Orion, but I already felt 1,000 times more chemistry with him than I ever had with my ex. Orion made me want to jump in the deep end of this desire head first, without question. And though I was completely terrified of that, it also made me feel incredibly alive. My fingers hovered over the keys, and all I could think about was him lying in bed with that demigod body going to waste. He really needs a little company for all of those muscles. It would be a travesty for them to be alone tonight. Oh, holy shit. Am I really considering this? He might turn me away, but he also might not. Oh my God, I know where he lives. I recalled the mailbox he'd gotten his letters from, and I just knew in the depths of my soul that that wasn't a coincidence. It was exactly like my horoscope had said. The stars were aligning for us tonight, and I was sure they'd stay on my side at least a little while longer. I jumped out of bed, pushing my feet into my sneakers and tugging on my raincoat. My legs were bare, but screw it. I'm not going to think tonight. I'm just going to do. Regrets belong to tomorrow. I crept out of the door and complete silence met my ears. With the teachers moving around campus in those lit-up shields, I'd be able to spot them a mile off. I jogged downstairs, not letting myself back out on this for 1 second. As I hurried across the ground floor, I paused at the door, tugging it open a crack and peering out into the howling night. Raindrops blew over me, and I shivered as thunder boomed overhead. Something about the rumbling noise urging me on. There was no sign of any professors close by, so I slipped outside, pulling the door shut behind me. I clung to the edge of the tower, circling around it toward the Wailing Wood. It was the quickest route to Asteroid Place, even though it slightly terrified me to go in the forest when it was this dark. By the time I thought to cast an air shield, I was already soaked, but I was running on adrenaline anyway, so I could hardly feel the cold as I raced down the path into the trees. My sneakers squelched in the mud, splashing it up my legs as I ran on, and I started to wonder if I was losing the plot. But if this was what going crazy felt like, I was more than happy to sacrifice my mind. I ran on, my hair drenched and dripping, seeming to make the dye even brighter, as if the rain was bringing it to life. This dye is awesome. I ran with fear and anticipation crashing together in my heart, burrowing in deep. This is insane. What the hell is he gonna think? I finally slowed to a halt in front of the tall fence surrounding Asteroid Place. Students were strictly not allowed here, but I'd known that when I'd left, and there was no backing out now. Through the raging wind and beating rain, it seemed like I was reborn as a new, powerful girl who ruled her own life, and she was damn well going to get over this fence. I gazed up at the top and forced air into my palms. I launched myself skyward, stifling a yell as I propelled myself too high and crashed down toward the concrete path on the other side. I somehow landed on my feet, which was a damn miracle, and I smiled as the rain washed the mud from my shoes. With a nervous exhale, I eyed the rows of chalets stretching away to my right and the alleys parting each one. In front of them was an enormous pool which was rippling under the downpour. The windows I could see were shielded by curtains or blinds, but fear still clutched my heart as I hurried toward the alley between the third and fourth house. A porch light on number 4 placed a glaring target on my back, and I could barely draw in air as I stepped in front of the door to number 3. Don't back out now. You've come this far. I raised a hand, standing entirely still as icy water trickled under my coat and sent goosebumps rushing across my neck. I knew if I hesitated a second longer, I'd turn back, run away, and pretend I'd never come here. But I was Faye, and I was going to embrace this reckless side of me because it felt like pure ecstasy. Do it, Darcy Vega. I lifted my hand and tapped on the door, afraid of being too loud in case I disturbed any of the other teachers. With Orion's vampire hearing, he wouldn't miss it. A few agonizing seconds passed where my stomach scrunched up into a tight ball and my whole body began to shake. The door yanked open, and Orion stood there bare-chested in nothing but black sweatpants, looking ready to berate the person knocking on his door late at night. He stared at me with his mouth parted, his throat bobbing as he processed me standing on his doorstep with soaked blue hair and raindrops clinging to my cheeks. Blue. I answered his ongoing question on a breath that rose before me in a cloud of vapor, knowing that it meant far more than that. That I just told him I wanted him, and in turn, agreed to this dangerous affair. He said nothing as the rain continued to beat down on me, and fear made a passage through my chest, clasping my heart with sharp claws. I just came to tell you that. Oh shit, he's gonna turn me away. I'm gonna have detention for a full year. I took a step back and he finally moved, catching my hand and dragging me inside. He pushed the door closed, boxing me in with his arms, and I couldn't breathe as he remained there, one hand planted on the door, the scent of cinnamon caressing my senses. I know this is crazy, I whispered, aware of how near the next chalet was. Water dripped steadily from my hair, and Orion reached out, brushing his fingers through it and casting heated air which dried it out in seconds, leaving it soft and shining around my shoulders. The air continued to travel down my body, and my skin tingled with sensitivity as every inch of me dried out. I eyed his athletic chest, craving to move closer and take what I needed, but he still didn't speak, and I was starting to worry that I shouldn't have come here. Come in, then. He turned away, moving into the kitchenette to my right. Okay. Drink, he called. Just water. I took my coat off, hanging it on the back of the door, then kicked off my shoes. I stepped onto the soft carpet barefooted and took in the large lounge ahead of me. Everything was cream and gray, neat and tidy. I hovered near the huge L-shaped couch, unsure what to do with myself. I'd only really planned up to knocking on that door, but now I was here, this was all very real. I brushed my fingers over the throw on the back of the couch, my eyes flitting to the open door across the room which gave me a glimpse of a large bed. My mouth became overly dry and I turned away sharply, catching sight of Orion leaning against the counter in the kitchen, his muscular arms firm with tension. Shit. Maybe I've made a serious mistake. I don't want to put him in a compromising position. I cleared my throat, and the noise sounded like a gunshot. I took a step toward the exit, my heart all knotted up in my chest. I'm never going to live this down. Actually, I think I'd better go. Before I could take another step, Orion shot in front of me in a blur, crowding me in against the couch. He had 2 tumblers of water in his hand and held one out for me. No, he demanded. Stay. I nodded, my throat tight as I took the glass from him, and my legs brushed against his. I lifted the glass to my lips, unable to drag my eyes from his as I swallowed down the water in 2 gulps, and he did the same. When I was finished, he took my glass, reaching past me, his shoulder grazing mine as he leaned down and placed them on a table at the end of the couch. You're not drinking? I breathed. No. He inched closer, resting his hands on the couch either side of me. And you haven't been drinking? I raised a brow and a smile finally tugged at his mouth. No. His fingers intertwined with mine and he leaned closer, his body so agonizingly close to pressing against me. Energy crackled between those tiny millimeters parting us, making it almost unbearable not to cross the distance. But I didn't want to make this decision for him. He hadn't said the words, and I needed to hear them before we really did this. Are you angry that I came here? I asked, trying to assess his mood as he kept that firm mask over his face. He dipped his head to my shoulder, his lips brushing my skin and sending an arrow of heat right to the deepest regions of my stomach. "No." "Is that all you can say now?" I asked, growing frustrated as he lifted his head and slid his hand onto my cheek, his fingers tangling in my hair. "No," he said with a grin. "Stop it," I begged, pushing against his chest, but he responded by pressing me back and closing the distance parting us. His heated skin molded to mine, and it felt so good. "What would you like me to say?" he asked, and I desperately tried to swallow down the lump in my throat. "You haven't made any comment on me coming here," I said, growing hot all over and throwing a glance at the exit again. He caught my chin, tugging me back to look at him, sending my heart ricocheting through my chest. "Give a guy a second. 1 minute I'm messaging you wishing I could have you right here, and the next thing—" He leaned in, kissing the corner of my mouth, and I melted. Or that was what it felt like anyway, as if there wasn't a single solid organ in my body. "Here you are." Instead of giving me more of his mouth on mine, he painted a line of kisses up to my ear. He pushed his fingers into my hair, his touch like a drug bleeding into my veins, and I shut my eyes to savor the high. "I don't want to get you into trouble," I whispered, sliding my hands up his arms to rest lightly on his shoulders. It still felt like we were hovering on that line between doing this and not doing it. I could still walk away, and I wouldn't put him at risk of losing his job and so much more. But this connection between us was undeniably powerful, and I didn't think I could leave until he point-blank refused me. His hand wound around my waist, sliding under my top and pressing against my back, skin on skin. His teeth grazed my ear at the same moment, and everything down south squeezed with need. "Orion," I warned, determined to get my answer. "Lance," he corrected, "and I know the risks." His hand trailed up my spine, driving my top up at the front too, so even more of our skin united and made my thoughts hazy. "But do you?" He shifted my hair over my shoulder, his lips making a more dangerous journey south. I tilted my head to one side with a breathy moan, his gentle torment more powerful than a hurricane. "I do," I panted, desperate for him to put me out of my misery as I came apart under his wandering mouth. He hooked his finger under the left strap on my shoulder, then paused, lifting his head to look at me with a concerned frown. "If we do this, we can't undo it." I slid my hand around the back of his neck, drawing him down to meet my lips. I gave him my answer with my kiss. I needed this like the grass needed rain. Without it, I'd wither and die. He deepened our kiss, his tongue hesitantly stroking mine, and the barriers suddenly came crashing down between us. Our magic merged at every point of contact, and his tongue sank deeper into my mouth, a desperate groan escaping him. My legs trembled as he hoisted me up to sit on the back of the couch, and he stepped between my thighs, his fingertips skating up to the edges of my shorts. His touch was as possessive as his magic swimming in my blood. He was claiming me, and I claimed him right back. "If you want me to stop, tell me to stop," he said breathlessly, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. "Okay, don't stop." I exhaled, and a heady laugh fell from my lungs as he drew me flush against him, feeding on my desire. "I want you to the point of pain, Blue." His old nickname for me made a smile pull at my lips. I slid my hands over his shoulders, digging my nails in as that frustrated ache spilled into every corner of my body. "Then have me," I commanded. He scooped me into his arms, his hands on the backs of my thighs as he carried me into his bedroom and kicked the door shut, the sudden loudness making my heart jolt. He turned and pressed me against it, his mouth meeting mine so fast it took my brain a second to catch up. The forceful magnet in my chest finally reunited with its other half and sent a rocket of pure pleasure down my spine. I need him this close. I can't get enough of it. His hands grew even hotter against the backs of my legs, and desire blossomed at the base of my spine, growing roots and spreading deep into my bones. I knew we were picking up right where we left off in that pool, like this all-consuming yearning had been ready and waiting to devour us as soon as we got close enough to fall prey to it again. He pinned me more firmly with his hips, and the hard press of his arousal made me moan, my hips automatically flexing to grind myself against him. "Shit, Blue," he growled before kissing me harder. I wanted to shred every layer I wore and every rule that kept us apart all at once. We were breaking the rules together, tearing them to pieces with our bare hands, every touch rebellious, every kiss defiant. He drew back and planted me on my feet, making me ache for him all over again. He pushed his hand into my hair, admiring the way it glittered under the low light of his bedside lamp. When he released it, he moved his hand in a gesture I was coming to recognize as the silencing spell, so no one could hear us. My heart was firmly stuffed in my throat as he stepped back just enough for me to look at him, and my gaze dropped to his sculpted chest, then the bronzed ovals of his abs. I felt his eyes sliding over me too, and he reached forward to toy with the drawstring on my shorts, tugging me closer by it with a hungry noise. "You can still say no," he reminded me, and I grinned, shaking my head at him. He gave me a boyish smile which undid me, and I planted my hand on his chest, pushing him back toward the bed, barely casting a glance around the rest of his room. There was only one thing in it that mattered right then. He dropped onto the edge of the mattress, and I pressed down on his shoulders as I knelt over him. He drew me down more firmly, and I gasped as I felt every inch of him between my legs. He clutched the back of my neck, drawing me into another slow kiss that resounded through the shell of my flesh. "I hope you brought your peach," Lance said, and a laugh tumbled from my throat as I leaned away. "You're such an asshole." I thumped his shoulder and he chuckled, his hand sliding beneath the waistband at the back of my shorts. "I know." He smirked, and I moved to kiss him again, but he leaned back to escape me, his eyes igniting with some thought. He stood up suddenly, dropping me onto the bed. "Lie that way," he pointed, and I frowned at him as I shifted diagonally across the bed. "Why?" I asked with an amused laugh. He grinned in answer, and my eyes drifted down to trace his huge shoulders, the firmness of his chest and stomach, the red Leo tattoo on the crook of his right arm. My toes curled against the sheets, and I squirmed beneath him as he surveyed me with a carnal look that suggested he was about to devour me. He reached down, taking hold of my right foot and wrapping his large hand around my ankle. I wriggled like mad as he caressed the sensitive skin there, laughter rising in my throat. "Ticklish, Blue?" he taunted, brushing his fingers over my heel, and I yelped, my back arching as I tried to pull free of him. He laughed, trailing his hand up the back of my calf, and I sighed in relief as he left my foot alone. His hand sailed higher, and he crawled up the bed, hovering above me and making my laughter die away as I met the intensity of his eyes. His knees pressed against the insides of my thighs, and I could see that question in his gaze again. "Don't stop," I answered it firmly, my heart hammering so loud he could certainly hear it. "I want this." His eyes glittered at my words and he wet his mouth. "Show me how much," he growled, and electricity coursed up my spine. I steeled myself, taking his hand and drawing it to my lips, pressing a kiss to his knuckles. With heat invading my cheeks, I guided his palm down to my throat, over the swell of my breasts and stomach, inhaling deeply as I led him beneath my waistband, right to where I wanted him most. He swore as he felt me, and I tugged my own hand free, reaching out to curl it around his neck. His mouth crashed against mine as his thumb circled against the most sensitive place right between my thighs, and pure pleasure radiated through me. "Stay still," he commanded thickly as he continued his delicious torture. I nodded. Then a tingling warmth spread out beneath the hot press of his hand, driving through me in a blaze. I gasped as the magic swept into me, and his eyes locked with mine as I realized he must have done the spell he'd been teaching us in class. Yes. I couldn't wait any longer. So I dragged him down against me, and he gave in to my demand, laying his weight on me and pulling his hand free from my shorts. I tugged my top over my head, and he groaned in delight, palming my breast and rolling his tongue over my hardened nipple. His thumb skated over my other breast, and I absorbed his touch like a stone dropped in a heated pool, the ripples of ecstasy chasing each other through to my core. I lifted my legs either side of him, my hand riding the flex of his shoulder blades as his mouth descended to my bare stomach. His kisses were roaring hot, each one igniting a flame on my skin and leaving it there to burn forever as he moved lower and lower. His fingers hooked into my shorts and dragged them down my legs, his hesitation entirely gone as he fully committed to this decision. We are actually going to do this. The heated pad of his tongue slid over me and I cried out, bucking up to receive every ounce of pleasure he had to give. He wrapped his tongue around me like he'd done it 1,000 times before, knowing exactly how to push me forward and draw me back. He had total control, and it was driving me to madness as he continually held me right on the knife's edge of ecstasy while I craved to be sliced apart. "Lance," I begged, unable to get any more words out than that. He moved away and I shut my eyes, rolling my neck as he left me in complete despair. I was gifted something even better than his mouth as he shifted between my legs and possessed me with one powerful thrust of his hips. I reared up, my nails clawing into his back as I adjusted to the fullness of him inside me. My teeth grazed his shoulder, and he fisted his hand in my hair, tugging to make me look at him. God, if he doesn't move, I'm gonna go mad. His eyes blazed with the might of a supernova, and I wrapped my legs around him, my nails still digging into his back. "For God's sake," I gasped. "Move!" He laughed, his nose brushing mine. "Just checking." "Stop checking," I panted, rocking my hips, and he finally gave me what I wanted, drawing his hips back before taking me once more. I writhed beneath him, urging him on with hungry kisses. He drove into me again, and I clung to his powerful shoulders, his mouth meeting mine as he rolled his hips. Pressure quickly began to build inside me like it had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the type only his body could release. I was thankful for the sound bubble protecting us as I cried out louder and louder. He hooked his hand around the back of my left thigh, slowing his pace and luring me closer to climax with the teasing movements of his hips. He shuddered as he struggled to hold himself back, and the sight of this man falling to ruin because of me made my head spin. "I'm gonna lose my mind over you," he gasped, burying himself inside me, and everything became too hot. I was panting, then falling, lost to nothing in the sweetest oblivion I'd ever known. I felt him follow me into it, his hands clawing the sheets either side of me, his body weighing me down, and his hips firmly locked against mine. Dizziness washed through me as the tide of pleasure pushed deeper, then withdrew from me entirely, leaving me exhausted and happy, so damn happy. His thumb brushed my lower lip, and my eyes fluttered open. I fell into the deep well of darkness awaiting me in his gaze. I'd never noticed before, but his eyes weren't quite black after all. They were deepest admiral blue, holding a galaxy of light in them. Orion lifted a hand to my mouth, releasing a gentle flutter of air against my lips. I felt it moving all the way deep into my lungs, and suddenly I wasn't breathless anymore. He rolled off of me, and I stared up at the ceiling, resting a hand on my burning hot stomach. The longer I lay there, the more a knot of worry formed right beneath where my hand lay. I've not even been here a term, and I just screwed a teacher. The silence grew thicker, and I couldn't make myself look over at him, afraid of what I'd see when I did. Panic? Shame? Regret? What if he just got me out of his system, and I have to spend the rest of my time at Zodiac trying to forget this ever happened? Don't freak out. You're totally overthinking this. His hand suddenly wound around mine, and he reeled me toward him, making my fears flutter away on the wind. "Talk to me, Blue," he urged, and I leaned my weight on his chest as he curled his arm around me and held me close. "Was this a mistake?" I whispered, hating the way he winced when I said it. "Not to me," he said in an anxious tone. "Was it for you?" "No," I said quickly, sliding my hand onto his cheek and grazing my fingers through his perfectly trimmed beard. His hand trailed down to rest on my lower back, and the tension in his body melted away. He slowly circled his fingers, raising goosebumps beneath them. "If we're going to continue this, we have to be careful," he warned. "I know." I kissed him gently, and his hand slid into my hair to hold me there a moment longer. "You can't tell anyone," I nodded. "Not even your sister," he impressed. I sighed as I nodded again. I knew she would have taken this secret to the grave, but I had no idea what this crazy thing between Orion and I even was yet. And if it stayed between just the two of us, I knew there was absolutely no chance of it getting out, so long as we didn't make any stupid decisions, like coming to the teacher's quarters with bright blue hair late at night. I groaned, hiding my face in his shoulder and soaking in the musk of his skin and the scent of cinnamon which was now branded on me too. "If we ever get caught, I'll do everything in my power to ensure you don't get expelled," he said seriously, a deep crease forming on his brow. I brushed my fingers across it as my heart beat a little quicker. "Let's plan never to get caught." "Plans are the best way to make the stars laugh," Orion pointed out with a playful grin. "Well, let them laugh," I giggled, and his eyes dropped to my mouth with a heady lust falling over his expression again. "Stay," he breathed, tracking his finger down my arm. "You know I can't," I sighed. "It's too risky." He sighed, lifting his hips to tug out the duvet beneath us and drawing it around us like a cocoon. His numerology book tumbled out from somewhere within it, and I laughed. He released a feral noise in his throat. 5 more minutes, then I'll take you back." He offered, and I gave in, unable to resist spending a little longer with him like this. "You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Orion." I dropped the professor, knowing he didn't like it when we were this close. Not that we'd been this close before. He grinned darkly. "I can drive an even harder one if you want." "Very tempting, but I'm not sure 5 minutes is long enough for your hard bargain." He laughed as I curled up against him, resting my head on his shoulder and drinking in the perfect peace between us. The storm rattled the windows like it was threatening to get in. But nothing could touch us here. Not the rules which bound us, or the lines drawn in the sand between us where he stood with the heirs and I stood with my sister. Here, we were nothing but two fae who craved each other with a force that rivaled Mother Nature, and I could no longer resist the call of its power. Chapter 14. Tori. Darius. "I'll come to your room in half an hour. Be ready to ride." Who the hell did he think he was to be sending me a message like that? I hadn't even heard from him all evening, and I'd presumed he'd been joking about the whole race thing, and now, at Gone 10, he sent me a fucking summons? I wrote out a rude as shit refusal, then held my thumb suspended over the send button. I should do it. I should tell him where to stick his middle-of-the-night nonsense, especially the night before my air trial. No doubt that wasn't accidental either. He was hoping that by keeping me up late, he'd throw me off for the assessment. Little did he know that late nights were standard for me. Early mornings weren't my friend, but with the trial at 1 o'clock, I'd have plenty of time to sleep in before it, as lessons were canceled. If I went with him, which this message clearly said I wasn't. I scowled at it, then deleted it instead. He wasn't going to scare me off that easily, but I wouldn't play to his tune either. He wasn't coming to my goddamn room. I'd be going to his. I got out of bed where I'd been listening to music while working on a cardinal magic assignment and headed for my closet, finding some ripped black jeans and a navy crop top. I threw them on, then tossed my leather jacket over the top of it, before lacing up the new boots I'd bought for the winter. They were strong and practical, the kind of thing I'd have worn on a job back in Chicago. And that was how I was seeing this little excursion. If I won this stupid race, I'd be claiming one of Darius's precious bikes as my prize. And I fully intended to win. So this job would actually end up with me owning one of those beautiful beasts instead of having to sell it on. If he kept his word about me keeping it, which I actually got the feeling he would. I decided to channel a little bit of Joey's bar Tori tonight, and went heavy on the eyeliner, added dark lipstick, and messed up my hair on purpose so that the waves were untamed but wouldn't mind the addition of a motorcycle helmet. I assessed myself in the mirror critically, scowling for effect. I wouldn't want to mess with this bitch. I just hoped Darius would feel the same. I stuffed my atlas into my pocket and didn't bring anything else. That stupid dagger hummed with expectant energy as I brushed my fingers over it in my bedside locker, but I forced away the desire to take it with me and headed out of the room. I jogged up the stairs to the top floor and headed down the hallway towards Darius's room. A door on my right opened before I got there, and I cursed as Marguerite stepped out. "Are you lost?" she demanded. "I don't think so. I was looking for the hall of basic bitches and average assholes, and it looks like I found it now that I see you here." I smiled sweetly, while quickly tossing up a wall of solid air around me and reinforcing my shields against coercion. "Tell me why you're here," Marguerite demanded, her voice laced with coercion as I'd expected. Her power crashed against my mental shield, but I let the look of disdain slip from my face and widened my eyes so that she'd believe the next words from my lips were the truth she'd wanted. "I'm here because I spend all of my spare time watching you and wanting to be like you, but you're mean to me and won't be my best friend forever like I so wish you would. So I decided to become you instead. I'm starting off by creeping up here to seduce your precious Darius and screw him senseless just to make you cry. Then I'm going to dye my hair the cheapest, shittiest shade of red I can find, and finally I'll become the head cheerleader because I fucking love being cheery. Mostly I'm going to do it because I'm obsessed with you, but partly because I'm a psycho bitch who just wants to ruin your life." I smiled at her sweetly, and flames sprung to life in her hands. Marguerite shrieked as she launched them at me, but they collided with the shield of air I was holding in place and ricocheted into the walls instead. "You cheap-ass gutter whore!" she snarled at me, stalking forward with more fire in her hands. "You and your idiot sister think you can just stroll in here and act like you own the damn place, when we all know that you grew up with nothing and no one. 2 sets of parents died rather than be stuck with you, and then you couldn't even find a mortal family to love you enough to keep you, so they just bounced you from place to place like the unwanted trash you are. So why don't the 2 of you just realize that no one wants you here either?" I took a step towards her, my eyes narrowing as rage built in my gut. All the things she'd said about the way we'd grown up was true, and the low blow stung. But there was only one thing in amongst her tirade that had really gotten a reaction from me. "Did you just insult my sister?" I snarled. Marguerite launched flames at me again, and they crashed across the front of my shield in a blinding display of her power. I felt the air magic I was holding tremble with the force of withstanding her attack, and I aimed more power into my defenses while throwing out my other hand and directing a column of water straight into her chest. Marguerite was knocked off of her feet and went crashing back into her bedroom, which was flooded by the force of my magic. I stalked after her and looked down at her on the floor. "You might want to remember this if you come at me again, because I get the feeling you just threw the extent of your power at me, but I barely even scratched the surface of my magic in retaliation." Marguerite glared up at me from her puddle on the floor, but she didn't respond. I swung her door shut between us and turned to find the rest of the hall's occupants standing in their doorways watching our exchange. More than a few of them gave me an appraising look, and one guy even bowed his head a little before turning back into his room. "I hope you meant the part about screwing me senseless." Darius stood leaning against his doorframe at the end of the hall, and I mentally shrugged off the altercation with Marguerite as I stalked towards him. I rolled my eyes at him. In your dreams. Every night, he agreed, and his tone was serious enough that it brought a blush to my cheeks. I fought it off and came to a halt before him. Are we going then? I asked, not responding to his last comment. I told you I'd come and get you, he said mildly. He was dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt and looked ready to walk out of here to me, so I didn't see what the issue was. Did you? I asked innocently. Your message was so long and detailed I must have missed that part. Darius twitched a smile at that. Well, as you're here, we might as well head off. He ticked his head towards his room and walked inside, clearly expecting me to follow. I stayed on my side of the threshold and folded my arms. I can just wait here for you to grab your purse, dude. I don't really have any interest in visiting your bedroom again. We're leaving from here, he said, beckoning me impatiently, and I reluctantly stepped inside. Darius moved close and shut the door behind me, turning the key in the lock for good measure. What are you doing? I asked, backing away from him as he turned to face me once more. We'll go via Stardust. I spoke with Xavier and he confirmed that Mother and Father are away for a few nights in the city while he concentrates on the war effort with the rest of the Celestial Council, so we don't have to worry about seeing them. Wait, what? I asked. You're taking me back to your fancy mansion in the middle of nowhere? I just thought we were going somewhere within walking distance. What's wrong, Roxy? Are you afraid I'm trying to kidnap you? Darius teased. I just think you could have been a bit more forthcoming with the information for this venture. Is this your way of trying to back out of the race so that you don't have to face losing to me? He asked. No, but... Darius lifted his hand and threw a pinch of glimmering black stardust into my face before I could finish my sentence. The world spun, stars blinked into existence all around me, and my stomach plummeted right down past my feet. When everything came into focus again, my boots hit the gravel of the Acrux's drive, and I sucked in a lungful of crisp night air. What the hell? I demanded while Darius smirked at me. You said you weren't backing out. Thunder crashed loudly overhead, and I flinched as I realized we were in the middle of a torrential downpour. Darius had cast a shield of heat around us, and as the rain hit it, it sizzled out of existence without managing to reach us. My eyes widened slightly at his casual use of such impressive magic. If I tried to replicate that, I knew it wouldn't work. But he'd gotten it into place the moment the stardust had dropped us off before even a drop of rain hit us, and didn't seem to be paying it any attention at all. Are we seriously going to race in this weather? I asked him, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Are you afraid? You can always just forfeit the race and admit that I'm the winner. I'll still want my prize, though. Darius warned me. You never actually told me what you want, I reminded him. I'll tell you when I win, or when you forfeit. Not going to happen, I said firmly. Looks like I'm riding in this crazy-ass storm then. I need to head inside and see Xavier before we ride. Are you hungry? I can just send Jenkins a message to wake him up and have something made for you. I need to let him know I'm taking a couple of the bikes out so that security doesn't come hounding after us anyway. He started tapping out a message on his atlas and led the way along the drive towards the towering front door which led into the manor. I'm not really hungry. Why the hell was he offering to feed me? Who's Jenkins? I asked, mainly to make sure there wasn't any awkward silence. Our butler. I didn't give him advance notice because I didn't want to risk Father coming back when he tipped him off. With a bit of luck, he'll be far too busy to drop everything just to come and see me anyway. He's still pretty pissed about the whole pitball fuck-up. Luckily, the nymph attack dominated the news that day, so the story didn't cause too much embarrassment, and he hasn't felt the need to visit me about it. But if he knew I was home... Darius trailed off when I failed to respond. I didn't really know what he wanted me to say. Did I want Daddy Acrux to come back while we were here? Hell no. So I guess I was glad he hadn't warned him about our arrival, but other than that, I didn't think it was a good idea to start talking about his family with him. He didn't exactly seem super close to them, but no one liked to hear insults aimed at their parents. Yeah, that whole pitball game was crazy, I said, agreeing with the only part of his rant that I could really weigh in on without causing an argument. I was told you were the best academy team in Solaria, but then you just lost like that. Darius's jaw ticked, but he managed to respond in an even tone. Well, a few of us were off our game for various reasons, he muttered, but that won't happen again. Oh no, I wonder why. I forced myself not to laugh and responded with my eyes on my boots. I'll look forward to watching you win the next match then. Maybe I should make you wear a shirt with my name printed on it instead of Geraldine's at the next match as my prize for beating you tonight, he suggested. That's what you want for a prize? I scoffed. While I'm racing for a shiny bike of my own? What I'd like for a prize probably isn't on the table, he replied with a shrug. I looked up at him, meaning to ask what he meant by that, but the look he gave me in return made me unsure if I wanted to know. Darius gave me a smile that made my gut clench and opened the door into the manor, holding it for me like he had goddamn manners. I brushed past him and he followed so close behind that I could feel his breath on the back of my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. I bit my lip as I looked around at the huge entrance hall and sweeping staircase in front of me. I felt like a pea in a bowl of peanuts. I didn't fit here. I'd grown up with less than nothing, and he had so much money that he was actually too rich for me to have even attempted robbing in my old life. Just as I thought I couldn't feel any more awkward, Jenkins appeared through a hidden door beneath the stairs like a goddamn phantom in a penguin suit. Can I take your coat, Miss Vega? The butler asked formally, inclining his head to me. Oh, sure. I shrugged out of my leather jacket, handing it over as the butler's gaze swept over my exposed stomach with a frown so brief I might have imagined it. Either way, I was guessing I wasn't the kind of girl the Acruxes would want their son bringing home. Although, as they were already planning on marrying him off to his cousin, I guess they didn't really have to worry about that. Where will you be entertaining the lady, Master Acrux? Jenkins asked, bowing to Darius. We'll be in my rooms, he replied, hooking an arm around my waist as he drew me toward the stairs. I'll have refreshments sent up right away. Jenkins bowed again and withdrew, taking my jacket with him. I realized too late that my atlas was in the pocket, but he was gone. I guess I didn't really need it anyway. Darius stayed close to me as he urged me towards the stairs, and his magic brushed up against mine like a question hanging between us. I pushed it away as heat ran up the back of my neck and shifted out of his grip so he no longer held me in the cage of his arm. Why are you doing that? I asked, shooting him a suspicious look. You let me in this morning, he reminded me in a low voice. Why did you trust me so easily then and not now? It cleared my throat uncomfortably. I didn't trust you then. I was half asleep and half drunk, and for 30 seconds, I forgot what a dick you are. You reminded me of the fact quickly enough, though. But you still liked it. You still felt the rush when you let me in. He pressed, and I couldn't really deny that that was true. Blending my magic with his was bordering on indecent. The rush I got when his power poured into me was heady and addictive. It lit up every inch of my flesh and awoke desires in me which I refused to admit to around him, which was precisely why I wasn't going to be doing it again tonight. Seems like you're the one who liked it, I teased, following him down a long corridor without giving him the satisfaction of replying beyond that. Darius let it drop, but the smile playing around his lips said he didn't buy it. Our footsteps filled the space around us as we walked on and on through the huge building, and eventually I had to speak rather than let the silence build into anything more uncomfortable. What's it like growing up somewhere like this? I asked, eyeing a huge portrait on the wall as we passed it. Daddy Acrux looked younger, fierce, sitting in a chair and glaring out at the viewer. When we were kids, we spent a lot of time with nannies and private tutors. We mainly saw our parents for meals. It was pretty much the same as anyone's childhood, I'd imagine. We stayed in our wing of the house and had anything we could ever want. Having anything you could ever want isn't pretty much the same as anyone's childhood, I muttered. I have no point of reference, so I can't really say, but I suppose you're right. We were happy enough anyway, while we were young. And then? I asked, because apparently you can't switch off being a nosy bitch even when the guy you're prodding at is a grumpy asshole who could flip on you at any moment. As we grew older, we had to learn more about our responsibilities, and I had to spend more and more time with my father learning what would be expected of me when I take his seat on the Celestial Council. So there was a lot less time for being a kid. What about you? What was the mortal world like to grow up in? He asked, giving me a look that said he was actually interested. We didn't have much time for being kids either, I muttered, not really wanting to go into detail about the shitstorm that was our childhood. Being bounced from place to place so often that our heads never stopped spinning, promises from social workers that this couple or that couple were interested in adopting us and giving us a real home, which never worked out. Christmases spent on extra chairs hastily added to the furthest end of the table, where we could easily be cropped out of family photos. Darius led the way up a curving staircase, and I pointedly ignored the looks he kept shooting my way. Did you ever feel like you missed Solaria without really knowing what you were missing? He asked. How could we miss something we never even knew existed? It's just that I visited the mortal world, and the whole time I was there I had this ache in my chest, like deep down I knew I was in the wrong place. The lack of magic all around me was stifling, and their cities were so big they made it almost impossible to see the stars at night. I pursed my lips as I considered that. Maybe he was right. I'd certainly never felt like I belonged anywhere growing up, but I'd put that down to our situation. In fact, the only time in my life when that feeling had gone away had been since Orion brought us back to Solaria. Maybe. I never felt like I had a home before we came to the academy, I admitted, and he'd done everything in his power to take that from us since we'd arrived. Everything with him always just circled back to that. Darius opened a door for me, and I found myself in a huge suite of rooms with curving walls. A king-sized bed dominated the space, and everything was decorated in tones of dark blue. It was an adult's room, but something about it screamed little boy, too. On a high shelf, a wooden train sat above a stack of books. Another shelf held rows of pitball trophies, and I wandered towards them slowly. My gaze caught on a collection of framed photos on the wall. The same group of 4 boys in each one. The heirs were captured at every age. 4 little babies laying side by side in a crib, getting older and older in each shot. My gaze snagged on a picture of them at around 6 years old, playing at the side of a stream in the blazing sunshine. Caleb's golden curls made him look like a little angel as he laughed, knee-deep in the water, while Seth was grubby on the bank with smudges of dirt on his face and grass stains on his knees. Max smiled so widely I could practically feel the happiness pouring out of him. And Darius looked so serious I had to laugh, his lips pouting as he pointed at something out of shot. You were the grumpy one, I said, gesturing to the picture, and Darius moved close behind me to look over my shoulder. He scoffed lightly. Not always. But Seth had just destroyed a camp we'd been building all morning by shifting into a big fat werewolf pup right in the middle of it. He was so damn clumsy when his order first emerged that he was constantly breaking everything, either by exploding into a wolf with no notice, or by getting so hyped up he just fell over his own feet and caused chaos. I released a laugh. Tell me about it. I looked up at him over my shoulder, and his dark gaze pinned me in his. Darcy always. I frowned, wondering why I'd been going to tell him about our childhood, but he only shifted closer to me, refusing to release me from the trap of his gaze. Always what? He breathed like anything I might say would be the most interesting thing in the world. My lips parted, and some deep part of me wanted to tell him. A frown pinched my features and I shook my head a little, unsure why I'd even been talking to him about any of this. Darius reached out for me, his fingers brushing against mine and making my gut flip over as he hooked a finger around my thumb, grazing it up the center of my palm. A shiver of energy shuddered straight through my body at the tiny point of contact, my heart lurching in surprise as I failed to pull away from him. He was too close to me, the scent of cedar and smoke overwhelming me as I looked up at him. I needed to move. I had to step back. I thought I heard you in here. Xavier's voice interrupted us, and I flinched away from Darius like we'd just been caught doing something we shouldn't, whirling around to look at Xavier as he stepped through a door in the back corner of the room. "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you had company." He started backing up, but Darius strode straight towards him, pulling him into a tight embrace, as I lingered awkwardly by the wall. Xavier smiled up at his brother as he stepped back, and the two of them turned to look at me. "You met Roxy at the party for a bit," Darius reminded him briefly. "She's come to lose a race against me on my bikes." I scoffed lightly, not bothering to respond to that. "Yeah, I remember. You're not easy to forget," Xavier added, offering me a shy smile. "Neither are you," I replied. I still can't believe Darius is related to someone who's not entirely obnoxious. Xavier laughed while Darius almost smiled, which was just too damn weird. "Did you want a drink?" Darius offered, pointing at a table across the room which I hadn't noticed held the refreshments Jenkins had promised. That dude worked fast. "Sure." Xavier headed across the room to claim one, and I followed so that I didn't have to lurk. "How's life in the mansion?" I asked him, not really sure what else to say as I claimed a Coke. Darius exchanged a loaded look with his brother before eventually shrugging. "Father has been a bit preoccupied recently, so I've been alone a lot," Xavier said. "I guess you're looking forward to coming to Zodiac next year then?" I asked, "to save you from the boredom of life in your rich boy tower?" Yeah," Xavier said awkwardly, looking at Darius again. "It'll be good to have you there," Darius said firmly. "Sure," Xavier said, but he seemed kind of deflated, like he wasn't really looking forward to it. "Don't you want to come to the academy?" I asked curiously. "Sure I do." Xavier chugged a whole glass of Coke, and Darius didn't look at me as I narrowed my eyes at the two of them, sure I was missing something. "So, Father said there's a theory that you and your sister will emerge as dragons any day now," Xavier said, forcing a subject change. "Maybe," I said with a shrug, lifting my drink to my lips. "If you're a dragon, maybe you can marry Darius and save him from Mildred," Xavier suggested casually. I half choked on my Coke and set it down quickly as I coughed. "Fuck no," I said once I could speak. "Mildred is welcome to him. I want a front row seat to their wedding so that I can laugh my ass off, but that's the only reason I'll be attending." Darius scowled at his brother, seeming unhappy with the turn of the conversation. "Even if Roxy wasn't the most annoying woman I've ever met, and I could overlook her many personality flaws for long enough to consider marrying her, it wouldn't matter," he said in a flat tone. "She isn't pure-blooded. Her mother was a harpy and her father was a hydra, not to mention insane. I don't think Father would give her even a moment's consideration, do you?" He's right, I agreed instantly, finally finding something I could agree with Darius Acrux on. We could both absolutely agree that the idea of marrying each other was abhorrent. I eyed his tight t-shirt for a moment, the tattoos showing beneath the sleeves drawing my eye. I mean, yeah, the sex would obviously be hot, but the rest of it would be just awful, so there was no fucking way. "I'm not pure," I said, driving my point home. "There's nothing clean and innocent about me. I might be a princess, but my crown would be made of broken, dirty things, not gold and jewels. I'd never be good enough for Daddy Acrux, and that's just the way I like it." Darius actually smirked in response to that, and Xavier seemed amused too. "I actually need to go and check something downstairs before we can head out for our race. Can you keep Roxy company for me?" Darius asked his brother, already edging towards the door. "Oh, well, do you really think that's a good idea?" Xavier asked nervously, shooting me a glance before looking back to his brother. "What if I—" "You won't," Darius replied confidently. You're in control. The more practice you have, the better anyway, and I won't be long. He headed out of the door before either of us could say anything else, and I smiled at Xavier a little awkwardly, wondering what that was about. So, he said, trailing away from me across the room. You and Darius are friends now, eh? I thought you hated him. Ew, I replied, scrunching my nose up. I do hate him. I'm purely here to win one of his shiny bikes off of him and laugh when he cries about it. It just seemed like I walked in on. I scowled at him hard enough to make him drop that line of thought, and Xavier laughed. Okay, there's no you and Darius, he agreed quickly. But you might be doomed if that's not what you want, because I saw the way he was looking at you, and Darius always gets what he wants once he sets his mind to it. Gross, dude, you're gonna make me hurl, I said, grimacing at him. And I can assure you the hatred between me and your brother is entirely mutual. Neither of us want anything else. Although, as I said that, I couldn't help but remember waking up in his arms and feeling like I actually belonged there for several long minutes. Of course, I'd been hung over and confused, so that didn't mean anything, and I'd been reminded of why that thought was insane quickly enough. I cleared my throat and set my drink down. So, what are we going to do while we wait for Darius to go braid his hair? I asked. I don't know. Do you want to come play Xbox in my room? Xavier took a step back towards the door he'd emerged through, and I glanced over his shoulder at the dark space beyond. No offense, dude, but that looks like a total boy pit in there. I can smell the unwashed gym socks from here. And I wouldn't really know where to begin playing Xbox anyway. I'd had the odd turn on games consoles growing up, but it wasn't really my thing. Xavier laughed and folded his arms as he leaned back against the wall. So what do you suggest then? I haven't really left my rooms in a while, and I'm running low on ideas for entertainment. You're like Rapunzel locked up in your tower, I teased. But instead of long golden hair, you've got an Xbox and too much time on your hands. You don't know the half of it, he muttered. Well, what did you like to do for fun as a kid around here? Before the teenage angst kicked in. Xavier looked at me for a long moment, like he couldn't really think of anything. Then a smirk pulled at his lips. We used to have tray races sliding down the stairs, he said, but we're probably too big for that now. Pfft, Darius is probably too big with all his spare muscles and that big puffed up head of his, but I'm sure we can manage, I said. Xavier's eyes lit with mischief for a moment, but then the dare faded out of them, and he shook his head. It's a dumb idea. Oh, come on, Rapunzel. Let down your hair, I begged. I've been dragged all the way out here with promises of a race just to be ditched, and you were tasked with making sure I had fun. I'm pretty sure I'm just supposed to keep you company. The fun was implied, I said. It was just hard to tell because Darius always has that serious as shit expression slapped on his face, but it was definitely in the small print. Xavier cracked a smile, and I beamed as he caved. Fine, one race. But I warn you, I'm the champion, so you're about to lose. Bring it on, I taunted. Xavier ducked back into his room and reappeared a moment later carrying 2 big silver trays, which were probably worth enough to buy a small car. Luckily, the servants haven't been up to collect my leftovers from dinner yet, Xavier explained with a grin as he held them out for me. He moved to Darius's bed and threw the duvet and pillows to the floor before yanking the mattress off of the frame. He might not have been as powerfully built as his brother, but he was clearly strong in his own right, and he dragged the heavy mattress across the room easily before heading back out into the hall. I followed behind him, and he told me to wait as he headed off down the curving stairs with the mattress. Within a few moments, he jogged back to me with a grin on his face, pushing his dark curls back before holding his hand out for his tray. I haven't done this in years, he said. You're a bad influence. You have no idea, I agreed. I can see why Darius likes you. Ew, no, stop that, I said, faking a shudder. You're just trying to put me off my game, because you know I'm about to win. We moved to the top of the stairs with the 2 trays, and my heart started to beat faster in anticipation. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Xavier asked a little nervously. "I made a crash pad at the bottom with the mattress, but we always used to end up smacking into the walls. You might get hurt." "Well, just think how proud Daddy Acrux will be if you manage to kill one of the Vegas for him," I said. Xavier smirked and moved his tray to the top of the staircase, sitting on it as he prepared to race. I quickly copied him, gripping the 2 handles on either side of me as I teetered on the edge of the top step. 3, 2, 1. Xavier leaned forward and whooped as he sped away down the stairs. I was a little more cautious, but as the tray spilled over the edge, I couldn't help but scream in excitement as it shot down the spiraling staircase at speed. I flew around and around, my hair pulled back behind me before crashing into the mattress at the bottom of the stairs and laughing as I tumbled across it. Xavier snatched my hand, dragging me upright and grinning so widely that for a moment it almost looked like he was glowing. "Again," he demanded. "This time don't be a chicken shit at the start line." I barked a laugh and grabbed my tray, running back up the stairs at his side. We rearranged ourselves on the trays again, and my heart pounded with the fun of the game. The second time, I threw my weight forward at the same time as him, and we shot down the stairs side by side, whooping with laughter before spilling onto the mattress at the bottom. "I won that one," I exclaimed while Xavier shook his head. "You wish. Okay, cheater, let's up the ante." I grabbed my tray, and he grinned as he ran up the stairs at my side, his skin almost seeming to glow again. I frowned to myself, wondering if I was imagining it. I'd never seen a dragon glow like that before. We positioned ourselves at the top of the stairs once more, and I raised a palm behind me. "I'm gonna give us a push," I said, grinning mischievously. Xavier smiled so widely that it made me laugh. Something about him just drew me in. He was so different from his brother, it was untrue. Even though I hardly knew him, hanging out with him was like hanging out with an old friend. "Hold on tight." I called on my air magic and directed it to push us down the stairs. In my excitement, I pushed a little too hard, and I screamed as the magic slammed into my back, practically lifting us off of the ground as we shot over the top step. Xavier yelled too, and we zoomed down the spiraling stairs so fast they were a blur. The tray skidded off at the final step, my scream rising in pitch as I flew straight towards the wall. I flung my hands up again, and we bounced off of a cushion of air magic instead of going splat, before falling back onto the mattress. I was laughing so hard that I could barely catch my breath, and as I turned to look at Xavier beside me, I found him glowing so brightly that he actually lit up the space around him. "Shit, dude," I said between breaths of laughter. "You're sparkling." "What?" Xavier gasped, scrambling up onto his hands and knees. "No, I'm not." I laughed harder. "Yes, you are. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were about to turn into a Pegasus." Xavier's eyes widened with panic, and he tried to push himself to his feet as he shook his head. But before he could manage it, tremors racked his body, and he shredded right through his clothes. My mouth fell open as I stared up at the glimmering lilac Pegasus before me. He still had half a t-shirt hanging around his neck, and his horsey eyes were wild with panic. My smile widened as I looked up at him. He was probably the most beautiful Pegasus I'd ever seen. "Well, shit," I breathed. "No wonder I like you so much. You skipped the asshole dragon genes." I pushed myself to my feet, grinning at him as he tucked his rainbow wings tight in the small corridor, stepping from hoof to hoof. "I think my mortal is showing, because I really just want to tickle your horsey ears right now," I teased, drawing closer to him. Xavier looked at me cautiously, his ears twitching as he lowered his head, slowly moving into my personal space. "Seriously?" I asked, as he seemed to be offering me the chance to do as I'd said. He whinnied softly, and I could only grin more as I reached out and ran my hand straight up the center of his nose. Xavier released a heavy breath, his eyes boring into mine in a way that almost broke my heart. "Why do you look so sad?" I whispered as my finger slid down the side of his head, tickling his ear like I'd promised. He nuzzled his nose against my shoulder, and it was like he was aching for this contact. I wrapped my arms around his neck and squeezed him, trying to figure out why the hell I wanted to cry. "Shit," Darius murmured behind me, and I turned my head to look at him in surprise. "Roxy." His lips parted, and for a moment he just stared at me, his eyes filled with the same panic I'd seen in Xavier's right after he'd shifted. "What?" I asked, brushing my fingers over Xavier's mane. "You can't. Please promise you won't tell anyone you saw him like this," Darius begged, reaching out towards me, then dropping his hand again like he didn't know what to do. "Like what?" I asked in confusion. "Trust you not to even notice when you've stumbled upon a secret that could get you killed," he muttered. "No one can know that Xavier isn't a dragon." "Why?" I asked incredulously. "He's beautiful, and I'd much sooner be a Pegasus than a grumpy-ass dragon." Xavier suddenly shifted back into his Fae form, and I squeaked in surprise as I found myself in the arms of a very naked boy. He squeezed me against him so tightly that I could hardly breathe. "Thank you," he whispered in my ear. "For what?" I asked in complete confusion, not really hugging him back because he was really fucking naked. I opted for awkwardly patting him on the back as he refused to release me. "For not even batting an eye, for actually thinking there's something good about this." Xavier leaned back, and I looked up into the eyes of someone who was completely broken. "Xavier," I breathed, laying a hand on his cheek for a moment, unsure how to even begin to respond to the pain in his eyes. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head and released me, hurrying away up the stairs before I could say anything else. The door to his bedroom clicked shut, and I was left standing with Darius, who was looking at me like I'd just summoned the moon to come and sing us a lullaby. "Stop looking at me like that," I said, folding my arms in case he got any weird ideas about hugging me too, because it actually looked like he might for a moment. Darius took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "You can't begin to imagine the difficulties Xavier's been going through since his order emerged. My father—" He shook his head, obviously deciding against elaborating on that. But it wasn't hard to imagine Daddy Acrux would have been a total dickwad about the situation. "Thank you," he added. "Xavier really needed to see that someone could just accept him for who he is." "No problem," I said, looking away from him because in that moment it didn't really feel like he hated me at all, and it was too weird. "So, have you finished reapplying your lipstick? Can we go race now?" Darius snorted a laugh and turned away, beckoning me after him. "You're ready to lose now, then?" he asked. "Whatever you want to believe," I shrugged. I didn't need to trash talk him. I'd beat his ass easily enough, and then he'd eat his words while I rode away on my shiny new bike. We headed down the corridors in silence, as Darius seemed lost in thought, and I wondered if the storm had eased up at all since we'd been inside. "I meant what I said about keeping Xavier's secret," Darius said as we headed down the stairs to the front door. "Father would—" "It's fine," I said quickly, not needing him to threaten me into agreeing. "I don't see why it matters, but I won't tell anyone if it would hurt Xavier. I actually like him, and I wouldn't want him to suffer because of me." "Thank you," Darius murmured, and I could feel his gaze on me, but I just shrugged, not looking back. I wasn't doing it for him anyway. Jenkins was waiting with my leather jacket at the foot of the stairs, and I took it from him with a word of thanks. Darius didn't head back through the front door, but led me to a door on the other side of the space where a staircase led down to the underground parking lot. Lights flickered on around us as we headed out into the cold space. He strode through the echoing lot filled with luxury vehicles, and I couldn't help but imagine just how rich I could get by robbing this place. Hell, I could probably be set for life by stealing a few golden picture frames and things from the unused parts of the house, and they'd never even realize they'd been robbed. I followed Darius to a metal key cabinet to the left of the elevator, and he punched in the code to unlock it, while I watched and memorized it. 1678 pound 43. I yawned like I had zero interest in what he was doing, and pulled my atlas from my pocket, adding the code into the notes section before casting an eye over the messages I'd received in the last hour. Caleb. My power is running low tonight, sweetheart. You want to help me out? Caleb. I'll make it worth your while. A picture followed that of him lying shirtless on his bed in Terra House, and I smirked as I tapped out a reply. Tori. Sorry, I've had a better offer tonight, but feel free to bite someone else. I don't mind at all. Besides, you lost our game today, so you can't get your fangs in me until you win. Caleb. What better offer? And if you won't let me put my fangs in you, how about something else, winky face? I bit my bottom lip to keep my smile contained before responding. Tori. Can't tonight, but you can always try to catch me tomorrow. Caleb. You're killing me. Why don't I just come to Ignis now and I can help you relax before your air trial tomorrow? Tori. I told you, I got a better offer. I'm not even on campus. I shoved the atlas back into my pocket and looked up to find Darius watching me. Am I keeping you from your friends? He mocked. That's one of your friends, actually. He's very persistent. Darius's jaw tightened as he looked me over. Which one do you want? What? I asked with a frown. He nodded towards the other end of the lot where the bikes were parked up. Pick a bike. Oh, right. I pursed my lips and walked towards the superbikes, eyeing their gleaming perfection with a little adrenaline trickling along my limbs in anticipation. My atlas started pinging in my pocket again, and Darius released a low growl of irritation. He raised his own atlas and started typing something, but my attention was fixed on the bikes. It was tempting to pick the most valuable bike in the lineup, but my gaze fell on a pitch-black Hondusa, which I knew had one of the highest top speeds of any superbike ever made. A smile tugged at my lips, and my heart started beating faster as I headed straight for it, tracing my fingertips along the sleek bodywork. I turned to look at Darius, unable to even try and hide the wide smile on my face as I thought about riding this beauty. He returned his atlas to his pocket, and mine kept pinging, but I ignored it as I looked up at him. The frown he'd been sporting fell away, and he smiled back at me, stepping closer. You like this one? He asked, his gaze sweeping over the bike before coming back to rest on me. I do, I replied, holding his eye as I perched on the saddle, claiming it as my own. I'm going to really enjoy winning it from you. I'm going to really enjoy wiping that smile from your face when you lose, he replied, his tone teasing. He drew even closer to me, placing his hands on the chassis either side of where I sat and caging me in with his body. Are you going to tell me what you want if you win? I asked. Something I can't buy, he replied, leaning a little closer. Which I don't think you'd give me if I just asked. What? He was so close to me now that I could feel the warmth of him dancing in the air between us. His gaze fell to my mouth for the briefest of moments, and my heart leapt of its own accord. You'll have to wait and see when I win. Darius stepped back and turned away from me as he chose his own bike. I took a deep breath and tried to clear my head of the fog he'd placed around me, and my atlas pinged again. I pulled it out of my pocket and glanced at the messages I'd received. There were several shirtless pictures of Caleb and promises of things he'd like to do with me. Then there was another message, demanding I confirm whether or not I was out with Darius. I raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced at Darius, finding him looking back at me with a smirk on his face. Problem? He asked, sounding amused as he rolled a red Yamaharpy out of the lineup. Did you tell Caleb we were out together? I asked. Were you planning on keeping it a secret? He asked in response. No, I replied. I'll be telling everyone and anyone about how I won one of your precious bikes from you by tomorrow. But I get the feeling you might have annoyed him. Darius held a hand out for my atlas, and I handed it to him, not really caring if he read the messages Caleb had sent. He cast an eye over them for a few seconds, then tossed it back into my hands before taking his own atlas from his pocket again. Darius caught my hand and pulled me upright, before throwing his arm around my shoulders as he held his atlas in front of us and took a picture while pressing a kiss to the top of my head. I couldn't help but laugh as he took the picture, which he instantly sent on to Caleb. "You're an asshole," I said half-heartedly as I ducked out from under his arm. "At least I'm consistent," he replied with a laugh. I couldn't really hide the smile which was trying to fight its way onto my lips, and with a jolt of surprise, I realized I was actually enjoying Darius's company. I switched my atlas off and shoved it back into my pocket. I'd just have to deal with Caleb tomorrow. "Are you ready to lose a bike then?" I asked. "I'm ready to see what you've got, Roxy," he confirmed, hooking 2 helmets from a shelf above the bikes and tossing me one. "That storm is going to make this interesting," I commented. "I could use magic to keep the rain off of me, but I'm guessing you can't yet?" he asked. I shook my head, turning the helmet over in my hands. I knew I wouldn't be able to give enough concentration to maintaining an air shield while trying to win the race. "I don't need magic tricks to beat you anyway." "Then I won't use any either. I don't want you thinking I only won because I had an advantage." Darius pulled his helmet on and I followed suit. The visor lit up with a little display in the bottom left corner, and I frowned in surprise as I looked at it. "There's a built-in GPS which I've programmed with the track circuit." Darius's voice came through an earpiece in the helmet, and I flinched a little. "Just follow the directions in the bottom left. I set it to a random route, so that I won't be at an advantage, but we can take a ride around the main ring first if you want to get a feel for the track." "I'm used to following random routes. I don't need a practice round," I assured him. No need to add that was because I was often fleeing the police and taking back alleys and sidewalks to escape them. "Okay then. It's a 15-mile route. I'll lead you out to the start point. First one back to the drive wins." "I hope you're not a sore loser," I teased. Darius tossed me the key to my bike, and I caught it neatly. "I wouldn't know. I've never lost." I rolled my eyes as I kicked my leg over the saddle and started the engine. It was actually something of a novelty to use a key to do so. The engine roared with the promise of the rush I'd been missing, and I sighed with pleasure, letting my eyes fall closed for a moment as I just appreciated this metal creature beneath me. Fuck yes! I've missed this feeling so much. "What bike did you leave behind in the mortal world?" Darius asked, and I opened my eyes to find him watching me like I was the most interesting goddamn thing he'd ever seen. "I've never owned my own bike," I said before realizing that I probably shouldn't have admitted that. "Then how did you learn to ride?" he asked in confusion. I could only hear him over the roar of the engine because his voice still came through the speaker by my ear, but somehow that made it easier for me to talk to him. "I had a boyfriend with bikes. A few, actually. That tended to be my type, particularly after I lost my trust in cars." "Because bikes don't have a roof so you can never get stuck in one?" he guessed. "I suppose that won't help me if I get caught beneath ice again, though, will it?" I snapped. I didn't want him digging around in my head, and I certainly didn't want to be chatting to him like we were friends or something. Why the hell did I keep on letting myself forget what he was and what he'd done to me? "Are you done stalling, or are you ready to lose a race?" I asked. Darius nodded at me, and though I could only see his eyes through his visor, I got the impression he wasn't pleased that I'd put an end to our little chat. But what the hell did he want from me? I wasn't going to be spilling all of my secrets to the guy who had treated me like shit from the second he met me, just because he'd suddenly decided to take an interest in who I was over what I was. I revved the engine and dropped the clutch, shooting forward and up the ramp. The rain slammed into me the second I made it onto the drive, and I slowed as I guided the bike across the gravel. Darius came up beside me, and I let him take the lead as he headed along the front of the house, before turning onto a concrete track which wound into the shade of woodland to the west of the manor. He pulled up, placing his foot on the ground as he waited for me to take my place beside him on his left. Thunder crashed through the sky overhead, quickly followed by a flash of lightning, which lit up the trees around us and the track which led away from me. I must be absolutely insane to do this in this weather. The GPS at the bottom left of my visor said my first turning was going to be a right in half a mile, which meant I was going to need to make the most of the straight shot before that turning. "Ready, Roxy?" Darius purred. "Prepare to lose, asshole," I replied darkly, my gaze fixed on the track ahead of me, or at least as much of it as I could see in the dark. 3, 2, 1. I dropped the clutch and pulled the throttle, shooting forward with the force of a rocket launch as I ducked my head low and sped into the storm. Darius was right beside me, and a wild grin pulled at my lips as I increased my speed. Raindrops speckled my visor, but the speed we were traveling at meant they were swept away again as quickly as they landed. Darius laughed in my earpiece as he took the lead, and my smile widened as I watched his exhaust edge ahead of me. The second he was clear of me, I threw my weight to the right, swinging my bike that way as I dropped a gear and opened the throttle again, sweeping into the inside lane just as we hit the turn. My knee almost skimmed the ground, and puddle water splashed up against my jacket as I leaned all the way into the corner before righting myself again and opening the throttle wide the second I hit the straight. I flew into the lead, and Darius cursed through my earpiece. The track left the woods, and I followed the GPS directions with Darius right on my tail as the track wound through a sweeping meadow which was being battered by the storm. My heart was pounding, and the bike roared with hungry energy beneath me, tearing up the course as I fought to keep control of my lead. We swung a right, then a left, and my elbow brushed against Darius's as he sped up the inside lane, struggling to regain his position. I threw half a glance at him, changing gears and leaning low as I fought to hold him off. He fell back for a moment, then gained on me again, managing to keep the inside track as we hit a hairpin turn. By the time I'd navigated it, he'd taken the lead back, and I growled at his back as his excited laughter reached me through the speakers. Thunder boomed overhead again, and I flinched as lightning forked through the sky instantly. The storm was right on top of us, and the track was slick and deadly as we pushed the bikes to their limits. We sped around the track, the engines roaring and my heart hammering to a tune of pure, unbridled joy. This was freedom. There was nothing in the world that compared to this feeling. We shot back into the woods, and I was so close to Darius's bike that I was sure my wheel almost touched his once or twice. He was good, I'd give him that. But I was better. I gritted my teeth as we came upon a long straight, flattening myself as much as I could so that the bike could cut through the wind at top speed. I closed in on Darius, my front wheel making it in line with his back. The manor was ahead of us, the display on the GPS telling me I had less than a third of a mile to the end of the track. I couldn't let him win. I could feel the water beneath the wheels threatening to unbalance me as I pushed the bike harder. Thunder echoed through the heavens so loud I could have sworn the earth trembled. A great arc of lightning shot down from the clouds, slamming into the trees ahead to our right, and fire sprung to life. I couldn't spare the burning glow any attention as I drew the throttle back even further, my bike finally speeding past Darius's as he yelled something which I couldn't concentrate on. The finish line was looming ahead, the gravel driveway calling me home for the win as heavy rain splattered my visor so thickly I could barely see. Movement caught my attention on my right, just as the huge burning tree which had been hit by the lightning crashed across the track in front of me. I squeezed the brakes, pulling way too hard for the wet conditions, and feeling the back wheel slide out behind me instantly. I screamed as the bike spun out, ducking my head as I clung to the handlebars for dear life. I caught sight of Darius's bike spinning out of control too, half a second before my bike collided with a fallen tree and I was thrown into the air. My heart slammed into my ribs as blind panic consumed me, and I flung my arms out, magic pouring from me in a wave which I had no control over. I only begged for it to save us. I was tossed around in a vortex of wind, which managed to slow me down somewhat and threw me towards the sweeping lawn to the front of Acrux Manor. I hit the ground hard, but it felt soft and spongy beneath me as earth magic cushioned my fall. Darius slammed into me a second later, the impact of his massive body hitting mine causing more pain than hitting the ground had. His helmet smacked against mine, and a crack was scored through my visor. We tumbled across the ground in a tangle of limbs before jarring to a halt with him on top of me. I groaned as pain danced through my body, drawing in a ragged breath which my ribs protested to with a blinding flash of pain, which made half a cry pass through my lips. "Roxy," Darius asked, pushing himself back as he yanked his helmet off and tossed it to the ground. "Are you okay?" I groaned in a non-committal way. I was alive, which was pretty damn miraculous, all things considered. But okay was pushing it. I was in a whole world of pain, and it was taking all of my self-control not to start screaming, especially as I took another breath and blinding agony ripped through my ribs again. Rain slammed down on Darius, plastering his dark hair to his forehead, but he ignored it as he reached out to pull my helmet off too. I ground my teeth together as I tried to ignore the agony in my chest, but as he touched my side, a line of curses spilled from my lips potent enough to make him raise his eyebrows at me. "Hang on," he said, reaching out to cup my cheek in his rough palm. The warmth of his magic pushed into my body, and the tension coiled in my limbs relaxed as he took the agony away. I took a deep breath, raindrops washing over my cheeks as I lay with my face to the tempestuous storm clouds above, panting as the pain faded. Darius finished healing me and caught my shoulder, heaving me up to sit facing him. I looked into his eyes as the rain pounded down on us, and we both tried to catch our breath. My gaze slowly slid to the wrecked bikes and the fallen tree which should have killed us, and my lips parted at the sight of the mangled metal. "Well, shit," I breathed. "How the hell did we survive that?" "You should know," Darius replied, his eyes still on me as I stared at the flames. "I don't have air or earth magic." I looked back at him in surprise. "I saved us?" I asked, needing confirmation because I sure as hell hadn't been thinking clearly enough to be able to do it on purpose. "You did," he confirmed. I looked back at the blazing wreckage of my bike, and laughter burst from my lips. After a beat, Darius started laughing too, and I leaned into him as my smile nearly split my face in two. That had been fucking insane, but it had also been one hell of a rush. "We should get the hell out of here before Jenkins sees the mess we've made," Darius said, a wide smile on his face as he took my hand and pulled me to my feet. "Won't your dad care that we wrecked those bikes?" I asked as Darius took the stardust from his pocket and held it ready, still keeping hold of my hand. "I bought them with my allowance. He won't care about that," Darius said dismissively before throwing the glimmering stardust over us. The storm and blazing wreckage disappeared in an instant, stars swimming in an endless galaxy around us, before the world righted itself and I found myself back in Darius's bedroom in Ignis' house. We were dripping a puddle onto the floor, our muddy boots staining the new carpet while the two of us grinned like naughty school kids. "That was insane," I breathed. "I can't believe we tried to race in that storm." "I can't believe you almost beat me," he replied, stepping a little closer to me. "Almost?" I scoffed. "We were at the finish line. I had you beat and you know it." "I was about to take back the lead, but it's cute you think you would have won." Darius caught my waist between his hands, and I looked up at him in surprise. His magic swept over my skin, and he drew the water out of my hair and clothes before mixing it with that from himself and sending it all flying into the bathroom and down the drain. I watched the water as it flew away from us, my throat bobbing as he kept his grip on my waist. He stepped closer again, and I stepped back. I looked up into his eyes and found a smile playing around his lips. He walked me back another step, and another. My thighs hit the edge of his golden bed. Before he could move again, my hand landed on his chest. "I should go," I breathed. "Stay," he replied instantly. Silence hung between us, and my heart started beating faster as I looked at the perfect angles of his face, the rough stubble lining his jaw, and the endless depths of his dark eyes. For a moment, I felt like I wanted to know all of his secrets and give him all of mine, but my hand was still on his chest, holding him back, and I didn't remove it. "I have my air trial tomorrow," I said. "I really need to get some sleep so sleep here, like last night. We don't have to do anything else." I frowned at him, wondering why the hell he would ask me to do that, and why the hell I wanted to say yes. "I have a perfectly good bed downstairs," I replied, shaking my head just a little. "Why would you want me to stay?" Darius frowned like he wasn't sure what to say to that, but he inched a little closer all the same. "Because it feels right," he breathed. I wanted to deny that, but my heart pounded a little with the truth of his words. Hadn't I woken up feeling safe and secure in his arms this morning? Hadn't I wanted that feeling to go on and on? But I'd also been horrified and a little terrified to realize exactly whose bed I'd found myself in. That part hadn't changed. He was still the monster who had hurt me in more ways than I could count since I'd arrived here. I shook my head slowly, increasing the pressure of my hand on his chest as I forced him back a step. Darius's gaze dropped to my hand on him, and he released his grip on my waist. I moved out of his hold, breaking contact with him as I started backing away towards the door. "Are you going to admit that I won?" I asked, a faint smile pulling at my lips again as I reached the door. "Never," he replied, watching me go. "Then I guess this is good night." I pulled the door open and stepped outside quickly, closing it between us before heading down to my room. It was nearly 2 a.m., and I needed to get some sleep in before the trial tomorrow. I quickly changed into my pajamas and slid into my bed, pulling the duvet up around me to ward off the chill left in my bones by the storm. I flicked my atlas on to set an alarm for the morning, and it pinged just before I closed my eyes. I pulled it closer to read the message quickly, and I bit my lip against the smile which wanted to break free in response to what I read. Darius. "But maybe we could call it a draw."
Chapter 15. Orion. 5 minutes had turned into hours, and I was definitely to blame. Darcy wriggled out of my arms, and I groaned as she stood up, tracking down her clothes. I traced the curves of her body, eyeing the deep bronze color of her skin and the way her hair shone like starlight. This girl is made for me. Just another hour. I shifted out of bed, standing and drawing her back against me. "Lance," she laughed as I brushed my hands across the velvet skin of her stomach. I couldn't get enough of the way that felt. "I have my air trial tomorrow." "Not until the afternoon," I said, though I was definitely not winning any awards for Teacher of the Year right now. It was after 2 in the morning, and if I didn't let her go, I was going to have a serious problem getting her back to her house unseen. But the truth was, I feared that if she left, she might not come back. And even if she wanted to, who knew how long it would be until we got an opportunity to be together again? I wasn't exactly the most patient guy, and every step I took with her would have to be carefully planned. It would be frustrating as hell, and I wasn't ready to face it yet. I curled a lock of her hair between my fingers while my other hand tracked along her collarbone. Fuck. I had to let her go. For her sake. Definitely not mine. I was going to suffer the second she was gone. She slipped away from me, tugging on her slinky white pajamas, twisting her hair up into a knot on top of her head. "All right," I sighed, grabbing my boxers and tugging them on. "I'll take you back." A knock sounded on my window, and both of us froze like fucking snowmen in the dead of winter. There was only one person who would show up at my house in the middle of the night, barring Blue, apparently. "Who's that?" Darcy mouthed at me, her eyes wide in horror. "Darius," I said, cursing under my breath as I hurried toward her. "He can't hear us. The silencing bubble is still in place.
Oh,
She breathed, still looking unsure.
what's he doing here at this time of the night?
I didn't have an answer for that, so I just shrugged. The knocking came again, a little louder this time, and I knew what was coming next. To get my attention, Motherfucker, I hissed as he pinched himself hard enough to hurt me through the bond. Lance, I know you're up. Open the window, Darius hissed.
I'll go out the front.
Darcy breathed and I nodded, cursing Darius as I jogged after her out of the bedroom. She made a beeline for the front door, pushing her feet into her shoes and tugging on her coat. She reached for the door, but I caught her arm and tugged her through to the conservatory at the back of the chalet. I dropped my mouth to her ear as I unlocked the door. It's a straight shot to the fence this way, and there's no porch lights. I pointed, and she nodded seriously, moving toward the door, but I dragged her back, stamping my mouth to hers, trying to say all the things I'd planned to say before she left. But now we were out of time. I released her and she was gone, darting into the darkness and making my soul feel like it was being ripped in two. I love Darius, but by the stars, did he have to come to me tonight of all nights? Shit. What if he'd turned up sooner? He'd lose the plot if he knew what I'd been doing with one of his mortal enemies. My throat thickened, and I cast that thought aside. When I was certain Darcy was gone, I stepped outside barefoot onto the rain-swept pathway, casting an air shield around myself as I circled the house. Darius had his face pressed to my bedroom window with his hands cupped around his eyes, rain burning away around him as it touched the heated power emanating from him. Hey, I hissed. Get inside, peeping Tom. He smirked, striding toward me, and we quickly moved back into the conservatory before I locked the door and led him through to the living room. In the light, I realized he was wearing a bunch of gold medallions, chunky rings, 2 thick bracelets, and a belt with a buckle that was a solid gold dragon. I started laughing. What the fuck are you wearing? Ha ha, he said dryly. I'm tapped out. I gotta fill up my reserves, and I'm guessing I'm not going to be getting much sleep tonight now, so I just can't fill my bed with gold like usual. Right, but are you expecting me to call you Draggy D now? Because I don't think you can pull it off. I chuckled, and he broke a grin. I spied the 2 glasses I'd placed on the table beside the couch, and my heart lurched, my smile falling away. Shit. What took you so long to open the door? Darius asked, casting a silencing bubble, then realizing I already had one in place. He frowned. Why would you cast a silencing bubble if you are here on your own? I folded my arms, trying to come up with an answer for that. Well, Washer is right next door. I didn't want him listening in on. I didn't have an end to that stupid-ass sentence. On what? Darius frowned, then cast me a narrowed-eyed look before moving to the bedroom and sticking his head through the door. I used the distraction to send one of the glasses flying into the kitchen on a gust of air, landing quietly in the sink. What? Do you think I've got a girl here? I snorted, and he raised a brow as he turned back to me. My heart hit a frantic beat, and I knew it was partly because I was lying to him. I didn't think I'd ever lied to him before about anything, and I wished I didn't have to. The thought made me kind of ill, and I hoped the bond between us didn't let him sense that. Apparently not. So I guess you were just in the middle of jerking off over your numerology book. Again. Numbers are hot, I said with a smirk. But I was actually busy jerking off over your mom. She sent me some dirty pictures. Again. Darius barked a laugh, throwing himself down on the couch. Hey, whatever, man. I wasn't the one jerking off alone at 2 a.m. I thought your hot FIB girlfriend might be here. That might have been a better lie. No, and she's not my girlfriend. I dropped down beside him and instinctively drew him in for a hug. He pressed against me, sighing as the bond became keener for a moment, and made me need him that close. He sat back with a content smile and combed a hand through his hair. So I got something tonight. He pushed a hand into his pocket and tossed an object to me. which you would have known if you answered your messages.
I like to jerk off undisturbed. I picked up the ornament he'd passed me, inspecting the carved emerald dragon with gold eyes. What's this?
I told you I'd get something of Father's, didn't I? Something he gives a shit about. Well, that tacky piece of crap is a paperweight he had made in his image, and a life-sized version is currently under construction in the backyard.
Shit, I'd totally forgotten Darius was going home tonight. I rolled the heavy thing in my hands. Yeah, that sounds about right. I sat up straighter as something occurred to me. Your father didn't see you tonight, did he? About half an hour ago, I felt like my whole body had been punched. Darcy must have thought I was really fucking enjoying myself when I'd cried out mid-sex, which I seriously had been. I just didn't tend to get that vocal about it.
That wasn't Father, he said, and the tension ran out of my body. I fell off my motorbike.
I instinctively reached out to him, resting a hand on his knee. His hand brushed across mine, then I pulled away, clearing my throat. Damn guardian bond. I picked up the dragon ornament, swiftly changing the subject. Are you sure he won't miss this?
He won't be home for a few days. I'll put it back when we're done.
Perfect. I stood, fighting a yawn. Fuck, I was beat. But this couldn't wait. I'll get dressed. I shot to my room, pulling on some clothes and grabbing my atlas.
Darius. I'm heading home. Maybe catch you later? Darius. I took Roxy Vega. Darius. I'm coming over. Text me back, asshole. Darius. I'm outside. Darius. It's raining.
I blew out a slow breath. Tori Vega? Holy shit. I glanced over my shoulder, finding Darius drifting into my room, looking slightly lost. You took Tori Vega home? I questioned, putting my atlas down and doing up my shirt. Are you screwing her? Please say yes so I can tell you about Darcy. Fuck no, he said, but not nearly as fiercely as he should have. He ran his hand down the back of his neck. She came over to race me on my bikes, that's all. So you lost when you fell off? No, we both fell off, so it was a draw. Or okay, maybe she sort of won. He smiled like that didn't actually bother him, then sighed. She spoke to Xavier, and he burst into a Pegasus in front of her. They seemed to get on pretty well, and she said she won't tell anyone. But you should have seen her face. She was surprised and actually happy about it. Do you trust her? Yeah, he said stiffly. Dunno why, but he shrugged and stepped closer. I get it. A beat of silence passed between us, and for a second it felt like the Vegas were in the room. Tonight had been unashamedly one of the best of my life, and I wanted to tell my goddamn best friend about it. But it wasn't that simple. In fact, it was the complete opposite of simple, and from the look on Darius's face, I guessed he was dealing with some not-so-simple shit himself. But neither of us said a word. Let's go. I pulled a coat on and took out the pitball card collector's box I kept at the base of my closet. I'll carry you so we can get down there quickly. I took out a backpack, stuffing it inside and passing it to Darius. Put this on. He did as I said, and we headed to the back door, slipping out into the persistent rain. I cast an air shield around us, and the night kept us hidden well enough. I turned away from Darius, and he jumped onto my back, locking his legs around my waist. Giddy up, Pody. I laughed, then took off at high speed, launching myself over the fence with the power of air and running flat out as I hit the other side. My heightened vision picked out every prick of light there was to be seen, so we didn't need to create a light orb. I sped through the wailing wood toward the eastern cliff and air territory, the wind battering against my shield. I was soon racing down the steps to Air Cove, with Darius gripping me tighter as I took the steep path as fast as I could. I reached the cove and tore up the sand while Darius blasted away my footprints behind us with a gush of water magic. My magical wards tingled against my skin as I drew closer to the hidden cave, and I slowed to a halt,
dropping Darius to his feet. He reached into the backpack, taking the draining dagger from where it was hidden in the pitball box, and passed it to me. I nodded in thanks, moving to the cliff wall as the waves crashed behind us. Splashing against the dome of air, I continued to cast. I raised the dagger, feeling out the wards and cutting through them to gain access to the concealed cave. The wall appeared to dissolve, though anyone else would still see it as intact. We headed inside and I expanded the shield around us to block the wind from following us inside. Darius cast a large fire, lighting the cave in a warm red glow. We knelt at the heart of the space, and Darius placed the pitball box between us alongside the emerald dragon. I flipped the lid of the box, popping the secret compartment beneath the rows of pitball cards, and taking out the 4 elemental bones which would assist me with the magic I was about to cast. I placed them in a row, pushing the box to one side, then sitting the dragon between them. A thrill flickered in my veins. The call of dark magic always set my blood pounding. My movements were familiar as I pressed the tip of the dagger to my wrist and dragged it up the center of my palm. Pain gave way to pleasure as the whisper of the shadows gathered around me. The dagger sang a sweet tune, delighted we'd given it the blood it craved. I could feel its draw, its power demanding I give it more blood, but I pushed the feeling away and passed the blade to Darius. I held myself on the verge of bliss as I focused on Darius mimicking my actions. Blood slid from his palm, and I reached out, clasping his hand so our wounds met and the blood dripped down between us. The second the blood hit the bones, the pull of ecstasy took over, and I was dragged out of my own body, plunging into the depths of the shadows. Dark magic felt like the best drug in the world, but it always wanted more. Training Darius in its ways had taken a long time, but he'd mastered the art of pulling away from the lure of the shadows. Even after all my years of practicing it, I still wanted to go to them. Every damn time. That would never go away, but controlling my own mind was the key to using them to my advantage. I hung in a chasm of darkness, the whispers filling my head and begging me to give in to them. They wanted more than blood. They wanted my body, my soul. My heart yearned to go to their outstretched arms, the sensation rolling over me like the sweetest caress. I drew on my training, turning away from them and tugging Darius's presence along with me. With an object of Lionel's in our midst, I could latch on to the essence of him, seeking him out in Solaria. Past, present, future, it was difficult to control which we'd see. But I focused on what I needed to know, desperate to hear more of his plans for the lunar eclipse. I felt my lips moving, the dark and ancient language I spoke guiding me closer and closer to what I wanted. The veil of blackness slid away, and my feet met solid ground. Darius appeared beside me, and I nodded to him as we arrived in a massive atrium with golden floors and a huge stairway at the far end that split off in 3 directions. Pillars of onyx flanked both sides of the hall, holding up a huge balcony which ringed the floor above us beneath an expansive ceiling of shining glass. This was the court of Solaria, the parliamentary building for the Celestial Council. Men and women in professional clothes strode up and down the atrium. An ornate, cubic clock hung from the center of the ceiling, the date stamped beneath it telling me we'd landed in the past. Just yesterday. A huge man marched right through us, our bodies not corporeal in this place, and I instantly recognized Lionel Acrux. We hurried after him, the edges of the vision becoming shadowy as we moved. Lionel climbed the staircase, heading right and swinging around onto the long balcony with its mahogany railing and black doors along the wall. He marched all the way to the end before opening a door and stepping inside. It shut before we reached him, but it didn't matter. I stepped through the door itself, finding a desk barring our way with a prim receptionist behind it. Lionel had already moved onto the staircase beyond her, and we hurried after him, following him up to an office which was the size of an entire apartment. A long window on the far side looked back down over the atrium far below, and a huge desk made entirely of gold sat before it. Everything in the room was as gaudy as it was in his home. He even had a golden bust of his own head.
A dark green dragon had been painted across one wall, inlaid with emeralds which glinted under the light of a chandelier. We moved to where Lionel was standing by the window, his hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed down on his subordinates. A shrill noise sounded, and Lionel moved to his desk, picking up the phone. "Yes?" My heightened hearing caught the words on the end of the line. "Miss Orion is here to see you." "Send her in," Lionel said, placing the receiver down. He shrugged out of his robe, laying it over the back of his desk chair, and my spine prickled as he loosened his tie a little. "If my father starts screwing your mom, I'm out of here," Darius said with a grimace. "Agreed," I said, mirroring his expression. Stella entered the room in a fitted black dress that accentuated her curves, her short dark hair angled to points by her chin. "Lionel," she said with a wide grin, "I have wonderful news." Lionel smiled, but it looked eerie on his face. "Tell me over a drink." He headed to a cabinet across the room, taking out a bottle of port and pouring 2 small glasses. He handed one to Stella as she approached, and his fingers brushed against hers, making my insides coil with disgust. He could have had any woman he wanted. Did he really have to screw my mother? Not that she was objecting. The lust in her eyes was evident enough. Lionel cast a silencing bubble, and they moved to sit on a golden couch side by side. "I've had a reading done by Madame Manita," Stella said brightly, and my ears pricked up at the name. She was the best astrologer in Solaria. It would have cost a fortune to get a reading from her. "The stars are firmly in our favor for the eclipse, Lion, so long as we choose well. We must pick someone who is truly pure. It seems my daughter wasn't good enough last time, and for that, I am so deeply ashamed." She dipped her head, and fury burned inside me with the heat of the sun. Lionel caressed her cheek, drawing her up to look at him again. "I am grateful for the sacrifice you made for our cause, Stella, and I want you to know that I am willing to make just as great a sacrifice as you." Stella nodded, dabbing her eyes, then resting a hand on his chest. "We can't choose wrongly again." "Xavier is pure-blooded," Lionel growled, and my heart turned to stone. "Despite his recent emergence, I can guarantee his order is due to whichever constellations he was linked to at birth. It has nothing to do with my blood, or Catalina's for that matter." Darius growled, and I glanced at him with fear burning a hole in my chest. "I will go over the scriptures again," Stella said, nodding decisively. "I won't risk Acrux blood if I'm not sure." "I trust you," Lionel purred, drawing her closer. I thought they were about to kiss, but he rolled his zipper down like that was the most intimate thing he could offer. Before my mother bowed to his whims, I dragged Darius out of the vision with a force of energy. We'd heard enough, and hell if either of us wanted to stand there a moment longer. I jerked back into my own body, my hand still clasped around Darius's as he returned too. I dropped his palm, panic swimming in my chest, but it was nothing in comparison to the dread in Darius's eyes. "He's going to use my brother," Darius breathed, horror sprawling across his features. "No," I growled, a promise in my voice. "We will do everything in our power to stop him. I swear on the stars, Darius, we won't let Lionel hurt Xavier like he hurt my sister."
Chapter 16. Darcy. I woke up late the next morning, reaching through the sheets in the hunt for warm muscles to pull me close. But when I finally gained my senses, I remembered I was alone. My hand landed on my atlas, and the light wind chime alarm jingled from it barely a heartbeat later. I pulled my covers over my head and tucked my knees to my chest, brushing my fingers over the places Orion's hands had been, and committing every touch and kiss to memory. The wild emotions inside me made my heart feel like it was going to burst. I'd never felt like this about anyone before. and I was kind of scared of this powerful storm inside me. My atlas persisted, and I rolled onto my stomach, tapping the screen to read my horoscope with a yawn. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your day. You will be set a fierce task today, but that might not be the only challenge you have to face. The unpredictable and disruptive Uranus has moved into your chart, so you should expect the unexpected at all times. Someone started hammering on my door and my heart lurched. Who is it? I called, but whoever it was just kept pounding their fist on the wood. I jumped out of bed, unlocking the door and tugging it open in annoyance. I was nearly bowled over by Seth as he strode into my room, eyes roaming. What the hell are you doing? I tried to shove him back out of the door, bringing air to my fingertips and throwing a gust at him. He blocked it with a simple flick of his hand, his eyes falling to me. Who are you fucking? He demanded. What? I blurted, my heart stumbling at his accusation. Oh my God, how the hell does he know? Don't lie to me, babe, he growled. I had a Hell Week nightmare lined up last night, and you weren't in your bed when we dragged all the freshmen out. His eyes flipped over me, then settled on my hair. He shot forward, gathering me into his chest and pressing his nose into it. I could start up a whole bracelet store with all of this. Get off my hair! A vine shot from my hand and slammed him into the door, wrapping around his neck. He was still goddamn smiling even when it started choking him, and I smiled at the power I'd conjured against him. He severed it with a sharp whip of air, that dark grin of his growing wider. Calm down, babe. Your alpha's just checking in on you. He stalked closer again. I always like to know who my pack members are screwing, but it's usually easier to keep tabs on that, as they're either screwing me or each other. I'm not screwing anyone. I folded my arms, giving him a firm stare, and his eyes narrowed suspiciously. Then where were you last night? I was at Tori's. Liar, liar, pants on fire, he purred. Darius told Caleb that she was with him, and Caleb came to me ready to combust. She was with Darius? Why? Yeah, she was, I said coolly, trying to cover my ass. When she went to meet Darius, I fell asleep at her place. I got back here an hour ago. Seth ran his tongue across his teeth. All right, babe, keep your secrets. If you want your needs met by a real man, though, you know you can come to me. Caleb and Tori have a good thing going. We could have the same. He stepped closer and I folded my arms. No thanks. I can meet my own needs. I'd like to see that sometime. His eyes dragged down to my bare legs, then back up to my eyes. So my pack are still shunning me. Do you want to come on a run with me again tonight? He raised his brows, looking genuinely hopeful. No, Seth. You said you had to initiate me so you could kick me out, so get on with it. I'm working on it, little Omega. Or maybe I should call you little Ovega. He chuckled and I gave him a blank stare. Come on, I know you're tempted. Writing me is fun, isn't it? Why don't you go bother your girlfriend with your innuendos? You know Kylie actually cares about you, right? Seth nodded, hanging his head. I get separation anxiety. He started pacing. Breakups are hard for wolves, especially for alphas. I have to keep my options open until I find my mate. It's our nature. The best way to spread the gene pool, you know? Surely you're not going to have kids with Kylie, I said in disbelief. I know that, but my alpha brain doesn't know that. He continued pacing, looking to me, whimpering as he went. Well, it's not my business, but I don't think it's fair for you to keep her on the hook all the time. Are you jealous? He asked hopefully, and I snorted. No, like really no. Oh, he sighed, resting back against the door. So, do you want to hang out for a bit? No, I breathed in confusion. Of course I don't. Right, yeah. He frowned, hanging his head, and a whine sounded deep in his throat. How about a hug then? What part of I hate you do you not get? You cut off my hair, Seth, and you knew what it meant to me when you did it. For a moment, I was back there at Seth's feet, my hair clamped in his hand and my heart crumbling apart. He nodded, his jaw tightening as he lifted his head. His eyes were as sharp as knives as they landed on me. You don't know what it's like being one of us. I mean, you really have no idea. A handful of hair is nothing for the sake of my throne, Darcy. Losing it would be the end of me. But you didn't just take my hair. You made me believe you liked me. I walked toward him, my shoulders quivering with rage as I closed the space between us. You lied to my face. You tricked me into believing you were my friend, and maybe more than that. He straightened as I got even closer, intending to try and make him leave, even if I wasn't as well trained as him. Flames flickered in my palms, and he kicked off at the door, gazing down his perfectly straight nose at me with a penetrating look. And what if I meant it? What if that part wasn't a game? My lips parted and I shook my head, refusing those words. But he caught my hand and tangled his fingers between mine. No! I yanked my hand back, trembling as I pointed at the door. Get out! He drew in a slow breath through his nose, then turned and headed out of the door. A low howl filled the corridor, which sent a ripple of discomfort through me. Lying jerk. Even if it was true, I was minus 5,000% interested. There was only one guy I wanted, and he was of the bitey teacher variety. I shot a text to Tori, checking in to make sure she was all right after her night with Darius. It wasn't long before our air trial started, and I hoped she was ready for it. A yawn fought its way out of my throat, and I wondered if I was ready for it. She finally replied, and I relaxed as I read her text. Tori, I'm okay. Raced Darius on his bikes. I won. Darcy, woo! Do you want to get breakfast and tell me about it? Tori, it's so early. Darcy, it's nearly 9. Tori, shh. I laughed, heading into the bathroom to get ready for the day, unsure what to wear. As we didn't have lessons and I didn't know what was required for the trial, I dressed in jeans, boots, and a cami, tugging on a cream cardigan over the top. I stuffed my atlas in my pocket, grabbed my coat, and headed out of the door. I hurried downstairs and into the cool air which was gusting around, but the depths of the storm had moved on. Leaves tumbled around me, some of them still green, torn from their branches in the night. I headed to the orb, growing more nervous with every step I took. What if Orion's there? I wanted to see him, but I was also slightly terrified of pretending last night hadn't happened. It meant so much to me that it made me kind of sad that I couldn't talk to anyone about it, and that led me to worrying about what the future held, because how could this go on? Surely at some point we'd have to stop. I'm just not going to think about it. I stepped through the door, making a path for the large table full of ASS members, my eyes whipping to where the faculty usually sat. Orion was rarely ever at breakfast, so I didn't know why I expected him to be there today. My shoulders dropped a little when I didn't spot him, and I headed over to sit between Sophia and Diego at the table. I didn't know if I was relieved or disappointed, maybe a bit of both. Whoa! Sophia gasped as she looked at me. What? I whipped a bagel from a mountain in front of Geraldine. Babblin' blueberries! Geraldine exclaimed, and I laughed, realizing what the fuss was about. Oh, yeah, I dyed it. I shook my head, and my hair shimmered in my periphery. It's amazing! Sophia cooed. Fantastico! Diego agreed. Geraldine wound her hands into her brown locks, eyeing my hair with delight. Do you think my hair would agree with such an astounding color? I prefer red. Max appeared behind her, leaning forward and snatching a bagel from the mountain at the heart of the table. Geraldine smacked his hand so hard, he dropped it back onto the pile, and he turned to glare at her. My tongue grew heavier, and magic tingled in my palms. But Geraldine was more than a match for Max Rigel. She was a force to be reckoned with on the pitball pitch, let alone what I imagined she could do when faced with a real fight. She rose to her feet as Max stood back with a sneer, sizing her up. Geraldine was eye to eye with him, almost the exact same height. "Your unroyal mitts aren't fit to touch my buttery bagels," she hissed, and it would have been funny if Max didn't look like he was about to rip her to shreds. "Everything in that buffet belongs to me if I want it, Gruss," he snarled. "Even your buttery bagels." "Well, we'll see about that." She rolled up her sleeves, and hoots and whistles sounded out as the rest of the students in the orb realized a fight was about to break out. "Are you sure about this, Geraldine?" Diego asked, looking anxious. "Oh, I'm as sure as a sugar loaf on a Tuesday morning, Diego," Geraldine said, lifting her chin. "I guess that's sure," Sophia whispered to him, and I couldn't fight a giggle. "Take him out," Angelica encouraged, clapping excitedly. The other heirs appeared, muscling their way to the front of the crowd that had formed around Geraldine and Max. Darius cocked his head to one side, evidently not having expected to find his friend facing off against Geraldine Gruss. My gut tugged at the memory of him coming to Orion's house last night. What the hell had he wanted at 2 a.m? I wondered if their bond with each other drew them together like that regularly, or if there had been another reason for him showing up there. It was extra annoying that I couldn't discuss it with Tori. Seth rested his hand on Caleb's shoulder, bouncing on his heels and howling keenly. "Show her who's boss, bro," Caleb said with a wide grin as Max and Geraldine squared up to each other. Anxiety bubbled inside me as Max threw out his hands, and water shot into the air in a stream, twisting up and around Geraldine to attack her from behind. She blocked it with a fierce slab of earth conjured from nothing, then slammed her palm into the air, casting a splash of mud at his face. He whipped out a hand, blocking it with a shield of air and throwing the dirt back at her. She darted sideways, and it slapped into the face of Milton Hubert amongst the crowd. He sighed heavily, wiping it from his cheeks with a disheartened expression. I snorted a laugh as everyone started backing up and casting shields to protect themselves from rogue magic. Geraldine twisted through the air with grace, landing confidently and casting water beneath Max's feet. He ran through the puddle, looking like he was about to tackle her to the ground, but she froze it in an instant, and he slipped and skidded, slamming to his knees with a curse. "Vega asslicker," he barked, using air to propel himself back to his feet. "Griffin turd bather," she shouted back, and laughter rang out through the orb, which I was definitely joining in with. Max threw a forceful vortex at her, and she was caught up in it, spinning wildly around in circles. She cast water into the surrounding wind, so it shot out from the tornado in a ferocious stream. I gasped as water sprayed over everyone within range, wiping the splashes from my cheeks. Max increased the pressure of the wind, dumping her hard on the floor. She growled, whipping his legs out from under him with a shot of water. He slammed down onto his back, and she sprang forward with a battle cry, straddling him and pressing her weight down on his chest like they were in a pitball match. He gazed up at her in shock as someone started counting down. 5, 4, 3. Max clutched her bare forearms, and Geraldine drew in a sharp breath as his siren gifts fell over her. "Get off her!" Diego shouted, but didn't move to intervene. My stomach writhed as Geraldine's eyes softened, and her hands lifted from Max's chest, moving to caress his cheek instead. "Slippery melons," she breathed. "You are a bad, bad beast, aren't you?" Max shoved her off of him and rose to his feet, gazing down at her with a triumphant grin. Geraldine gazed up at him in confusion as the lust wore off. I frowned, annoyed on her behalf as Max kicked the puddle at his feet so it splashed over her. He leaned down as her features rearranged into a grimace. "Yeah, I'm real bad, Peaches. Better not piss me off again, huh?" He stood upright, moving to the table and snatching a few bagels before moving off to join the heirs at their couch. Tori appeared, pushing through the dispersing crowd and dropping down beside me. "Shit, Did you just fight Max, Geraldine? She asked, and Geraldine nodded, her pride clearly wounded as she snatched up a bagel and took a ferocious bite out of it. Oh, that boy, 6 feet of rancid crustacean juice on a hot summer's day. What I'd give to see him fall from grace. Geraldine shot a glare over at the couch of heirs, her eyes pinned on Max. Maybe we can do something, I said, and Tori perked up as she sipped on a cup of coffee an ass member had handed her. Like what? She asked excitedly, and Geraldine leaned in closer. I bit my lip, gazing across the table to see what we had to work with, an idea coming together. I grabbed an empty bowl and lowered my voice. Everyone pass me your scraps. Geraldine scraped the last of her oatmeal into the bowl with a wide smile. What are we making? Griffin poo. I breathed and Tori giggled, splashing some of her coffee into the mix. Sophia sprinkled the remains of her pastry into the bowl, and Diego added the last of his eggs with a low chuckle. The rest of the ASS started surreptitiously passing down the remains of their breakfasts, and I stirred in pieces of pancakes, croissants, and various cereals. Finally, I grabbed the chocolate sauce, and Tori grabbed the maple syrup from the center of the table, and we squeezed in a load before mixing it into a thick brown gloop that I could barely extract the spoon from. How are we going to dump it on him? Tori whispered with a grin, glancing over at the heirs who were surrounded by a group of girls who giggled at everything they said. I tried to think of a way, and Geraldine slapped her hand on the table. If you are willing, your highnesses, then I would simply love the opportunity to volunteer. I can use my water magic to ensure this wonderful concoction finds its way to his head. Of course, I said, bobbing in my seat. Do it, Tori encouraged. I'll make everyone look away, Sophia whispered, concentrating as she cast the spell to draw everyone's attention off of us. Geraldine poured the gloopy mixture onto the table, holding her hand over it, and water slid into the liquid from her palm. She wiggled her fingers, and the sludge moved like a slug under her will, crawling forward across the table. Oh my God, gross! I giggled. If I could use a little of your air magic to elevate it to the ceiling, your highnesses? Geraldine asked with glee in her eyes. I took Tori's hand, knowing we could cast more accurately with our combined power, and we focused on pushing air beneath the mixture. It peeled off the table with a shuck sound, then we propelled it toward the domed ceiling where it immediately got stuck. A laugh bubbled from my throat as we dispelled our air magic, and the gloop remained stuck there. Get rid of the distraction spell, Sophia. We can't risk them sensing it, Geraldine encouraged. Everyone, act naturally. The whole table fell into casual chatter around us, and I leaned my elbow on the arm of my chair, fiddling with a spoon as Sophia's magic lifted away from us. Oh my God, you are so funny, a blonde girl said to Max, and he grinned from his seat beside Seth. How'd you get so funny? I practice in my bedroom, Max smirked. You should come watch sometime. I couldn't fight a glance up at the ceiling, and a laugh battled to get free from my lungs as I saw the sludge slithering across the ceiling as Geraldine pressed her power into it. It wormed its way closer and closer to the heir's couch, and I could barely contain my excitement as it drew to a halt above Max's head. Geraldine's fingers curled into a fist as she stopped casting magic, and anticipation rippled across the table as everyone waited for it to unstick itself from the ceiling. Max leaned back in his seat, reaching a hand behind his head as he grinned cockily at the girl before him. Maybe we should head back to my room right now, in fact. Right now? She breathed, twirling a lock of hair between her fingers. A spot of the sludge dripped down onto his face and he flinched, wiping it from his cheek with a frown. What the? Splat. Syrupy chocolate gloop exploded all over him, splashing Seth too, and making him yelp as he lurched away. The girl he'd been talking to screamed and ran away with her friends. Ah! Max shouted, jumping to his feet, followed by the rest of the heirs who looked ready to take on everyone in the orb. Brown muck slid down his face, and Seth pawed at him to try and wipe it away. "Who the fuck did this?" Max bellowed, dislodging bits of food and sending them flying around him. Laughter roared through the room, and I lost control, leaning against Tori as tears swam in my eyes. "Oh my God, it's Griffin shit!" someone shouted, and Max whipped around, trying to locate them amongst the crowd. "It's not!" he roared, lifting a hand to cast water to wash it off, but there was so much syrup in it, he had trouble getting it off. "It's not Griffin shit!" Seth wiped some off of his shirt, lifting it to his mouth and licking it. "It's chocolate!" "Oh my God, Seth Capella is eating shit!" Tyler shouted, and Seth looked up with a bark of anger as people started taking pictures and echoing what Tyler had said. "For fuck's sake, let's go," Caleb snapped, taking hold of Seth's arm, and Darius moved forward, pushing Max along. They hurried out of the orb while Max threatened to kill anyone who took a picture of him, and Tori and I fell apart. I headed down to Air Cove with Diego and Tori, nerves rushing through me as we arrived at the beach with the other air elemental freshmen. The fun we'd had in the orb had given way to anxiety now we were faced with our first trial. A set of bleachers had been set up further along the sand, and the freshmen ran to meet their parents who had come to watch. As more and more students were wrapped up in the arms of their mothers and fathers, my heart filled with a long-forgotten ache. Tori and I were soon left with Diego, waiting awkwardly for the hugging to stop. Diego shuffled in the sand, glancing hopefully toward the seats, and a minute later a tall man appeared with short dark curls and a thin mustache. His suit was a murky brown color, and he wore a thick red woolen scarf against the chill. He had a frown on his face, and the lines around his mouth said it was a lifelong expression as he jerked his head to beckon Diego over. "That's my uncle Alejandro," Diego said to us with a nervous smile, then hurried away to greet him. "Looks friendly," Tori muttered. Alejandro patted Diego awkwardly on the shoulder, then folded his arms and remained silent as Diego spoke to him. "What's with that family and fugly knitwear?" Tori said under her breath, and I started laughing. "Don't let Diego hear you say that. I think he'd sacrifice a goat for his hat." I teased, and she grinned like I'd just dare her to do it. I dug my feet into the sand as we stood there waiting, and turned my gaze to the sea to try and figure out what this trial might involve. Clouds had drawn in, and the water was choppy and gray beneath it. I could just make out a wide wooden platform bobbing on the surface far out to sea. A table was set up in front of the bleachers, where Professor Perseus and Principal Nova were sitting. The wind didn't seem to tug at their clothes or hair, and I assumed a shield was cast around them as they chatted lightly, unaffected by the cold weather. "Daddy!" Kylie shrieked as she appeared on the beach, bounding past us before being drawn into the arms of a handsome man with dark blonde hair and deep green eyes. I looked for her mother, but didn't see anyone nearby who fit the bill, and Kylie didn't look for anyone else when she detached herself from her father's arms. "Don't drown today, little Vegas!" Max's voice hit my ears, and I turned in alarm, spotting the four heirs moving toward us with their fan club in tow. He was entirely clean, and I realized all of them had changed their clothes as if in solidarity. Nothing about Max's expression hinted at what had happened to him, but rage seeped from him in waves. "We'll be watching. Yeah, don't go dropping out of the academy and doing us all a favor or anything," Darius taunted, but his tone was kind of hollow as his eyes slid to the crowd. He nudged Seth beside him. "Great, they're all gonna want autographs." Caleb's gaze pinned on Tori and she bit her lip, looking uncomfortable as he walked towards her. "Is your atlas broken, sweetheart?" he asked, a slight frown pulling at his handsome features. "Nope," she replied casually, though I could tell she was putting it on. "Why?" "I sent you a few messages and you don't seem to have replied, and then I find out you're off chasing around after one of my friends all night. So what am I supposed to make of that?" Darius was smirking behind Caleb's back, and Max shifted uncomfortably, folding his arms as Seth whimpered. Tori's gaze hardened as all of them looked at her, and I almost winced in preparation of her response. If Caleb expected her to apologize, he was about to be severely disappointed, because my sister never let guys back her into a corner, and I could see her temper flaring as he tried. Honestly? Tori asked, cocking an eyebrow at him. I don't tend to date guys who are so needy they send me 15 messages without a response. So if you're hoping for me to message you back, you might want to tone back the desperate vibe I'm getting. And secondly, I'm not your girlfriend, so I don't have to check with you about where I spend my evenings or who I spend them with. Caleb scowled at her, his fangs snapping out as he lurched towards her, clearly intending to bite. Tori stepped back, but he jerked to a halt as Darius caught his arm, a low growl sounding from him as he did. If you bite her right before her trial, then people will say you are trying to sabotage her by draining her magic, Darius hissed. It'll make it look like we're worried about them passing their reckoning. Caleb opened his mouth to respond, but Max got there first. He's right, Cal. Just leave it. Why don't we go and watch from down there? Seth pointed to the other end of the beach, throwing a glance at Kylie and her dad. Let's avoid all the bullshit. Yeah, I'm sure you've had enough shit for one day, I said airily, and Seth glared at me in fury. Sethy! Kylie suddenly spotted him. Come say hi! Hi, Kylie! He waved enthusiastically. Come on over! She beckoned him. What? Can't hear you! Good luck! Seth headed in the opposite direction, tossing an arm around Caleb to make sure he followed, and the others walked after him, shoulder to shoulder. Their friends trailed behind them, and I spotted more and more of their groupies pouring onto the beach, including Marguerite dressed in full cheerleader uniform with the squad behind her. I didn't realize other students could come and watch, I muttered to Tori. We could have asked Sophia along. Well, she's probably better off not being stuck on a beach with that bunch of dickwads, Tori reasoned. Tori, Darcy, would you like to come and meet my uncle? Diego called, and I was glad of the distraction as we headed over. He stood awkwardly beside the man in question, who looked like he was attending a funeral rather than his nephew's school assessment. Good day. My name is Alejandro Calabozo, he said in a faint Spanish accent, his pebble-gray eyes moving between us curiously. Nice scarf, Tori said over-enthusiastically, and it took everything I had not to start laughing. Alejandro stroked it proudly. Mi madre knitted it for me. Oh, Diego's abuela? I guessed, and Diego's eyes narrowed on us. Si, rest her soul. Alejandro kissed his fingers and pointed them to the sky. She's with the stars now, but at least she isn't around today to be disappointed by her grandson. His lips tightened. I'm sure she wouldn't be disappointed, I said, but Alejandro didn't acknowledge that comment. So my nephew says you're friends. How much did he pay you to say that? I'll be sure to reimburse you. Uncle, Diego grumbled. Of course he didn't pay us, I laughed. But apparently Alejandro hadn't been joking, as he fished out his wallet and started to count out auras. No, really, dude. Tori refused. He's our friend. Alejandro's expression barely changed, apart from the corners of his eyes crinkling slightly. Well, what wonderful news, he said hollowly. Diego has finally done something worthwhile with his miserable existence. Being friends with us isn't really an achievement, I said, trying to fight Diego's corner, but I realized how it sounded a second too late. No, you're right, it isn't. Alejandro sighed, then clapped Diego around the back of the head. Are you going to disappoint your parents today? You know I'm only here to pass on the message of whether you pass or fail. I really didn't want to waste an afternoon, but your mother insisted, so here we are. Diego hung his head. Is she mad? Seething. He enunciated every letter. Why? He hasn't even done the trial yet, Tori said in disbelief. She's mad because I've been having trouble casting my magic, Diego said quickly. I write to her every week to update her. I glanced at Tori, feeling a little unsure of what to say. She wanted me to tell you that you don't have a room to come home to if you fail today, Alejandro said, and my jaw fell slack. Have you grasped any basic spells yet, or are my expectations rightfully low? I have, and I won't fail, Diego growled, his shoulders stiffening and his eyes filling with determination. That's right, you won't, I said firmly, and he gave me a small smile. Students, please make your way into the tents to change, Nova commanded, pointing beyond the bleachers where 2 tents were set up for guys and girls. The 50 or so air freshmen headed down the sandy beach toward the tents, and I walked away from Diego's cold uncle with Tori, hearing Alejandro laying into him in Spanish before he could follow. I am starting to think having no parents is a good thing in Solaria, Tori said, though as my eyes trailed over the many proud faces in the stands, I wondered if that was entirely true. For a delusional moment, I pictured our mother and father up there, conjuring an image of them with our dark hair and deeply bronzed skin, calling our names as we headed into the trial. A bitter kind of sigh left me. Then I pushed the vision away and headed into the female tent with my sister. Sometimes it was better not to indulge in impossible dreams. And at least we had each other. A pile of wetsuits were laid out in different sizes on a wooden bench, and Tori scooped up 2 smalls for us before we moved into a corner to change. I folded my clothes as I stripped down and tugged on the wetsuit. Tori pulled up the long zip at the back for me, and I gazed down at the tight-fitting suit with a frown. I thought this was an air challenge. Looks like we're going in the sea, though, Tori said with a visible shiver. I'm already cold and I freaking hate the water. Will you be all right? I asked with concern, and she nodded firmly as I did up the back of her suit, too. Max Riegel taught me that air bubble thing. I'll be fine. I nodded, hoping that was true. I wish I could do that hot air thing. I lifted my hand, drawing air to my fingers and trying to warm it, but the magic only switched sharply to a roaring flame instead. A bit late to practice now, Tori laughed. You'll set your suit on fire first. Yep, guess we're gonna get cold and wet then, I conceded, moving to follow the other girls as we headed back onto the beach barefoot. The boys were already waiting in front of the judges' table, and the girls grouped around them as we looked to the teachers for direction. Right, Nova said brightly. We're just waiting for our final judge and we'll get started. She glanced up to the end of the beach with a frustrated look, and I suddenly had a pretty good idea who we were waiting for. My heart did something weird as I continually glanced at the path leading down the cliff, expecting to see Orion at any moment. Nova checked her watch, shaking her head in annoyance before tapping something on her atlas, which I suspected was a message to hurry him up. You all right? You look kind of pale, Tori asked. Just nerves, I said, which was true, but now my nerves had escalated to fidgeting hands and major dry mouth. The breeze pressed in around us as we waited, and everyone grew impatient. Here he is, Professor Gives No Shits himself, Tori announced, and I bit into my lip as Orion strode across the sand at a pace that suggested he wasn't late, maybe even early. He was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt looking decidedly casual. But the second he drew near, he tugged his shirt over his head, and my eyes narrowed in on his chest. My throat closed up as I took in all of those hard muscles, which had been firmly pressed against my naked body not that long ago. What the hell is he doing? Get up then, Perseus. Wouldn't want to start late, would we? He shot at the air elemental professor with a smirk. Professor Perseus got to his feet, looking a little flustered as he hurried over to join him. Orion kicked off his shoes and proceeded to unbuckle his pants, giving the whole audience a show. What the crap is happening? I glanced around and found most of the girls and several of the boys outright staring at him, waking a feral creature in my chest that growled, "Mine." I shook off the strange feeling with a frown. I was so not a possessive person, but something purely animal awoke in me when I was around Orion, and I was kind of afraid of the certainty with which she wanted him. I'd struggled with my trust issues for a long time, but he'd slipped through my defenses like they didn't even exist. We'd power shared in the battle without a moment's hesitation, and I'd only realized how impossible that was to do with anyone other than my sister after trying to do it with Caleb in the fire elemental class. Perseus pulled his own shirt off, followed by his trousers, giving a show of his body, which was surprisingly toned. I only had eyes for Orion, though, as he stepped out of his pants and socks, then walked straight into the sea like a goddamn backwards Bond moment. "Fuck me, that body," Tori whispered, watching him, and a small laugh escaped me. Damn it, I wish I could tell her about last night. Perseus headed out after Orion until the two of them were up to their waists in the sea about 20 feet apart. Nova rose from her chair, looking stern. "Right. You will all have 1 hour to make it to that platform out there." She pointed far out to sea. "It's a 300-foot stretch over very deep water. You must only use air magic to get there, but you can do so in any form you please, and you must not get wet once you pass the starting line." She lifted her hand, and a glowing green line appeared in the sea just ahead of Orion and Perseus. "Will we fail if we do?" Kylie balked like that seemed impossible, and I had to agree with her. "Of course not." Nova clucked her tongue. "If you touch the water on your way out there, Professor Orion or Professor Perseus will bring you back to the starting line, where you will try again. If you cannot make it to the platform before the time is up, you will fail the exam. You may work together or alone. It's entirely up to you. And if you do make it to the platform, you will be graded by both myself and the other professors based on your skill, how many failures you had, and how long it took for you to make it there. Any questions?" "What happens if we use magic that isn't air?" Kylie asked as pink petals danced in her hand. "You will be disqualified," Nova said firmly, and Kylie quickly dropped the petals to the ground. "Is there a water elemental here who's going to warm up the sea?" Diego asked, looking genuinely hopeful of that, and Nova threw back her head on a laugh. "Okay, question time is over." She raised her hands, and a huge timer burst from her palms, traveling up high above the water and showing 60 minutes on the clock. It glowed red just like the pitball timer, and I marveled at the magic for a moment before setting my eye on the horizon. "Line up at the sea's edge," Nova commanded, and the parents behind us started cheering excitedly. I was sharply reminded that no one here was cheering for us, and dug deep to summon my courage. We'll cheer for our damn selves. Tori and I hurried along the shore to the furthest end of the line. "We're doing this with each other, right?" she asked. "Of course," I said, then frowned as she eyed the water. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" She nodded firmly. "We'll get through this together." "Together," I echoed, pulling her into a quick hug before facing the sea again. "Any ideas how, though?" she breathed, but a whistle blared in my ears, and the clock started running down. Students poured into the sea, and we ran forward too. The second the waves splashed up my legs, I winced as the cold water sank into my wetsuit, chilling me instantly. We hurried out toward the starting line, and I shot a glance at other students as they drew to a halt in front of it too. Goosebumps spread out across my flesh, and I clenched my teeth as I tried to focus. "Let's just try to fly over there," Tori suggested, raising her hands above the sloshing water. A shriek caught my attention, and I spotted Kylie casting herself haphazardly into the air. She lost control and immediately sank under the waves on the other side of the line. Perseus lifted a hand, ripping her backwards through the sea and depositing her at the starting line again. She spluttered, pushing her golden hair out of her face with a grimace. Several more students made their attempts, and I turned to Tori, focusing on our own plan. "Okay, let's do it," I said. We both cast air from our hands, pushing ourselves out of the water to hover above the sea. I angled my palms to try and float forward, and grinned as I managed it, moving slowly over the start line. Tori went up way higher than me, and I glanced up at her as water streamed from her feet all over my head. "Go on, Tor!" I cried, pushing more air beneath me. I spotted Diego being yanked out of the water by a whip of wind and thrown back beyond the starting line at high speed, his arms and legs cartwheeling as he hit the waves and sank under. Several other students were trying out our tactic, but others were casting small pockets of air, hopping from one to another as they progressed toward the platform. I pushed the wind from my hands, and too much energy rushed from me at once. I cried out as I shot sideways. The second I panicked, I was done for. I lost control and sucked in a breath at the last moment as I crashed into the water beneath me. Icy salt water assaulted my senses, and I kicked hard to breach the surface. A tight coil wrapped around my middle, and I jerked backwards violently as I was yanked out of the water by the whip of air. I flew backwards above the sea, and my stomach swooped violently as I was dropped unceremoniously back over the starting line. Someone's arm curled around my waist, dragging me upright, and I found myself face to chest with Orion. My hand was pressed to his bicep, and I immediately withdrew, cursing my racing heart. I gave him the hint of a smile, then turned and ran back to the starting line, just in time to see Tori being dumped into the water beside me. She came up spluttering, shaking her head violently, and a stream of curses left her lips as she blinked the salt water from her eyes. Screams filled the air as students were dragged out of the water left, right, and center, but a few had made it almost halfway to the platform, and determination filled me as Tori and I moved closer to the glowing green belt of magic. Adrenaline started to keep the cold at bay, and I set my eyes on the platform with my jaw clenched. The crowd was cheering behind me, and someone got overly excited as a girl far out to sea almost reached the platform. She started running across the air she'd cast beneath her, but suddenly stumbled, her arms wheeling, her scream carrying back to us. She plummeted into the ocean, and Perseus tore her from the water, dragging her all the way back to the starting line at a ferocious speed. A huge splash crashed over us as she was dropped beside us, then came up for air with a huge breath. My eyes widened as I realized it was Jillian. She huffed, moving back to the line to start again, and Tori grabbed my hand, her power flowing into mine. "We're stronger together," she said, and I nodded, my heart dancing at the feeling of our magic merging. "Cast air beneath us and run like hell?" I suggested, and she grinned. "Worth a shot." With our free hands, we pushed ourselves out of the water with a blast of air, hovering a foot above the surface. I clutched her hand tighter, and she squeezed my fingers in reassurance. "Ready?" she asked. Before I could answer, a howl hit my ears, followed by a chant from the airs. "The Vega twins are out of luck. It's time for you to give it up." "Shitbags." Tori growled as the crowd of their friends took up the chant so it echoed off of the cliff walls. Even some of the parents joined in. "Let's show them what we can do," I hissed, and Tori nodded. We glided forward across the starting line. Then Tori counted. 3, 2, 1. We continued to cast air beneath our feet and started running, sprinting for the platform out to sea. We moved faster and faster, the shield beneath us growing almost solid as we raced along it in perfect time with one another. The chant grew deafeningly loud, following us over the water so we couldn't possibly escape it. "The Vega twins are out of luck. It's time for you to give it up." I tried to focus on the magic at my fingertips, forcing it beneath our bare feet as we pushed ourselves even faster. The platform was in sight, and no other students were even close. Cheers and boos tangled in the air as we got nearer and nearer to finishing this trial before anyone else. "No one wants you to win, losers." Max's voice rose above the crowd, followed by another of Seth's piercing howls. "I guess losing is in your blood, Roxy," Darius called, and I felt her concentration falter a little. "Don't listen," I panted, trying to block them out, and Tori nodded. "Whoever you were screwing last night is having #regrets right about now, Darcy," Seth bellowed. My blood turned to ice. Tori glanced at me, and the air gave way beneath us the moment we lost concentration. We plunged into the ocean just 10 feet from the platform, and the icy water enveloped us once more. I was barely under for a second before magic snared my waist, and I was ripped backwards through the waves. A scream got stuck in my throat as I ascended from the sea, flying through the air and crashing into the water in front of the starting line. I coughed heavily as I tried to force the briny water from my throat, staggering as I found my bearings. My hand pressed to firm, warm skin, and I looked up, finding Orion right next to me. His jaw was tight, and I gave him a look that I hoped communicated the fact that Seth was just baiting me and didn't really know anything. "Focus," he growled, pushing me back toward the starting line. I stumbled toward Tori as she slogged away from Perseus with a scowl. Diego suddenly crashed into the water between us, rising to his feet with a desperate look on his face. "I'm not going to get through this," he panted, pushing his sopping wet hair out of his eyes. "You will," I said firmly, looking to Tori. She shook her head as she realized what I was about to offer, then stopped the second Diego glanced over his shoulder at her. "We'll do it together," I said, and Tori gave him a tight smile. "Yeah, Diego," she said, prodding him toward the starting line. "Together." She threw me a concerned look, and I couldn't help but return it as I hoped Diego wouldn't hinder us. We couldn't hesitate any longer, though. The timer was already halfway down. At least no one else had made it to the platform yet, so we weren't the only ones struggling. "The Vega girls are super lame. Go ahead, renounce your claim." I turned, spotting Marguerite heading a line of cheerleaders in navy and silver, waving their pom-poms at us. They all flipped backwards in the sand, bending over one at a time to reveal the phrase, "Vega whores," spelled out across their asses on their white underwear. Screw them. I turned to face the sea, gathering air between my fingertips. "How about a shield?" I suggested, and Tori nodded. "Yeah, maybe we can use it like an inflatable ball," she mused. "I miss the glass on shields, chicas," Diego said sadly, hanging his head. "We'll help," I said immediately, and Tori nodded. Her gaze drifted back to our enemies on the beach, then she moved closer and rested her hand on Diego's arm. "Just stay close," she said firmly. "Okay, if you're sure," he asked, and we nodded. We couldn't just leave him here to fail. He was our friend. Tori and I caught hold of his hands, and we cast air at the same time. Diego helped, but our combined magic was obviously doing the heavy lifting as we rose above the water once more. A tumult of cheers fell over us, and I gazed out to the platform where several students were stepping onto it. Jealousy hit me as I took in the lineup. I was fairly sure Kylie Major and her friend Jillian were amongst them. "Come on, let's finish this," Tori growled, casting a firm shield around us. "Vega whores are such a bore," Marguerite led the next chant, but this one only fueled my determination. "The boys they screw don't come for more." I pushed my magic out to join my sisters, and the wind halted as we created a solid sphere around us. The noise around us dimmed, so we could barely hear the chanting over the intensity of our shield. 3, I breathed excitedly. 2, Diego said. 1, Tori cried, and we charged forward, making the shield spin around us like we were in a solid ball. I whooped as we all fell into a rhythm, moving in perfect synchronization as we raced for the finish line. "Keep going," I encouraged, and we picked up speed, moving across the sea with complete ease. We made it over the water so fast that I was shocked when we suddenly rolled onto the platform. We dissolved the magic and dove on each other in a 3-way hug, bouncing up and down in excitement. The timer still had 20 minutes left on it, and I beamed as pride swelled in my chest. We'd made it through the first trial. "We did it!" Tori cheered, and Diego looked between us guiltily, but I didn't acknowledge it. So what if he'd gotten a free ride? He deserved to be in this academy as much as we did. We waited for the trial to end, and soon 38 others joined us on the platform. When the timer went off, a horrible feeling scraped through my stomach. A girl just 2 feet from the finish line wailed in horror as she realized she hadn't made it in time. She'd have a low score when it came to the reckoning. My heart juddered as I looked to Tori, seeing the same feeling reflected in her eyes. "We can't fail any of these trials and risk not making the cut," she said, and I nodded seriously. "We won't, Tor. Zodiac is where we belong." Chapter 17. Tori. The high I felt after completing our air trial was simmering through my veins as I stood beneath the steaming hot water in my shower. I closed my eyes, letting the water ease some of the knots out of my shoulders as my mind began to wander. I kept thinking back over last night and the way that Darius had made me laugh when I'd let my guard down a little. Sometimes it was like he was a completely different person to the dick who had done so many awful things to me from the first second I'd arrived in this academy. My mind drifted to the way it had felt to wake up in his arms, and how my fingertips had trailed over his sculpted muscles. I wondered what it would be like to trace the lines of all of his tattoos and how he might react to me doing it. I bit my lip as my mind started to wander in the direction of where that might lead, and I had to curse my luck for the 1,000th time that he was such a damn asshole. But if he wasn't, then there were more than a few things I'd like to have done with him. I thought about the way he'd looked at me when he tried to convince me to stay with him last night, and my heart started to beat a little faster, my breaths coming a little heavier. "This is your worst attempt yet, sweetheart." Caleb's voice came through the door to my ensuite, and I half leapt out of my skin. A scream escaped my lips, and I stumbled back a step, knocking the shower door open with a loud bang. "What the fuck are you doing in my room?" I shouted, snatching a towel and wrapping it around me